Wait! When they passed a hill of broken remnants that looked like wasted metals, Liao suddenly called stop. At this moment, the entire coast area had been enshrouded in fire and smoke. Yells, screams, and gunshots were everywhere. The weird dust was even soaring to the sky and tearing it apart. Dozens of starships of the immortal cultivators had broken into the atmosphere from the sky in the middle of the tidal, fiery clouds, trying to get the chaotic situation back under control. However, faced with the enormous planet, which was more than 20,000 kilometers in diameter and had a main continent of more than 50 million square kilometers, even the comprehensive supply starships, which could be more than 5 kilometers long, qualified to be called super starships, were nothing more than grains of dust. Based on what could they suppress everybody on the ground immediately? The sinners on the land of sins were the most ferocious and fearless creatures. When they were too hungry, they would not hesitate to jump at the most invincible deity or devil in the universe just in order to figure out what their meat tasted like. It was true that the immortal cultivators maintained absolute governance over the land of sins in the past. Many sinners were full of reverence for the high and mighty angels. But that was because Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was hanging on the firmament and suppressing everyone tightly. Today, even Manjasaka, the city in the sky, had been shot down. As the saying goes, a phoenix that has lost all its feathers is no better looking than a hen. After the sinners realized that the immortal cultivators had their side of weakness, the fear hidden deep inside the blood of the sinners was immediately replaced by brutality. They were not scared of anyone. If the immortal cultivators dare to come down, they would not hesitate to fight back. In many places, the fleet of the immortal cultivators under Li Lingfeng's command was already engaged in small-scale battles with the sinners, but the suppression did not go so well. The main purpose of Li Lingfeng's operation was to annihilate the space fleet of Starlight. He did not think too much of the puppets and chess pieces on the land of sins. Therefore, the fleet that he brought was the type that was more suitable for space battles in the zero-gravity vacuum. In the words of the Star Glory Federation, it was a standard, deep sky fleet. Battles in the space environment of zero gravity were completely different from battles within the atmosphere where the gravity was normal or high. It was not unusual that a magnificent starship specifically produced for the battle environment in space did not dare to cut in the gravity sphere or the atmosphere of a planet. Should it approach, the anti-gravity rune arrays of the starships would be wasted. Many of such starships had not even installed anti-gravity rune arrays. Their internal structure that was slightly vulnerable was not adapted to gravity either, and they would collapse because of their own weight before the engagement of fire. After all, according to their design, they would be floating in the zero-gravity space for their entire life. Why would they bother to install the redundancies such as anti-gravity units? It was like the murderous whales that were almighty in the deep ocean. Once stranded on the beach out of the buoyancy of the high-density seawater, the whales would not be able to move at all. They would be choked by their own weight and even explode from inside to outside. There was in fact a batch of planet attack warships that were designed for the assaults and landing battles within the atmosphere under Li Lingfeng's command. But it was a shame that the planet attack warships had been docked in the spaceports of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and collapsed to the surface of the planet together with the enormous space fortress. Chances were that some of them had fallen into the hands of the sinners. Therefore, the immortal cultivators were now caught in a dilemma where they had abundant huge starships but could barely march into the atmosphere for a battle. They were too anxious to bother the existence of Liao and the rest of them. Liao had planned to bring Han Te, Lu Li, the Fist King, and the rest of them to the remnants of the few spaceports that he had locked onto. But from what he could see, they were already one step late. Many gangs who were active at the coast area already got their eyes on the gargantuan remnants. They had invaded the facilities and were collecting resources skillfully. Some of them were even fighting each other over the trophies. If Liao, the Fist King, Xiahou Wuxin, and their companions were to loot the items without caring about anything, naturally, none of the bandits would be a match for them. However, it would certainly cause great noises, which would likely be detected by the immortal cultivators. As it happened, Liao sensed intense metal reactions more than 30 kilometers to the east of the earthly dragon. Releasing his telepathic thoughts to scan its contour, Liao discovered that it was like an enormous starship which no gangs had discovered yet. He made the call immediately and asked Zhu Jingyun and the Fist King to move to the east. This is, passing through a mountainous area. They discovered the ragged knoll of metals in a small basin. They found it hard to believe that it was a starship. Everybody rubbed their eyes for a long time before they finally managed to realize that it seemed to be a broken starship that had crashed deeply into Manjasaka, the city in the sky, only to fall together with the space fortress and dismember into enormous remnants because it was unable to move itself out of the space fortress. Can this starship still be activated? Can it fly out of the atmosphere and even perform a space jump? Everybody looked at Liao suspiciously. Narrowing his eyes, Liao did not say anything but released his telepathic thoughts deep into the debris, scanning the structure of the starship carefully. To his surprise, he discovered that the starship was truly as sturdy as a rhino and as solid as a weight. Although the shell was seriously broken and twisted, its main structure was still intact despite such a massive blow. Moreover, there were still feeble life reactions inside. Liao stopped hesitating. He slightly opened his legs and extended his toes into the ground, before he stretched out his arms and opened his fingers, aiming at the wasted metals that had dug into the ground deeply. Everybody else was preparing to excavate and explore and did not know what Liao was going to do. But they did sense the flames of spiritual energy rising from his body like a tsunami. Gasping hard, they couldn't help but step back nonstop. Some of the resistance warriors were still mumbling a moment ago. They wondered if Liao was the legendary cultivator who had been lost for 1,000 years, and if Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was poked down by him at all. After they saw his awe-inspiring style, after seeing what happened next, everybody whose jaw had hit the back of their feet hard did not have any doubt for Liao anymore. Ho! Liao bellowed. The veins all over his body immediately protruded from his skin, entangling his extremely sturdy body like 100 dragons. His skin turned crimson in the blink of an eye. Translucent pearls of blood leaked out of his pores, only to be vaporized into intense red mists around him by his spiritual energy. It was almost like a 5-meter-tall bloody giant had jumped out of his body. The hard ground was as vulnerable as tofu when his legs stabbed into it deeply. Ripples surfaced on the ground into giant concentric circles. Every resistance warrior felt the violent quakes from below their feet, as if 10,000 ferocious beasts were breaking out of the crust. Crack, 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 crack. Before their eyes, the metal remnants that looked like a hill were disintegrating and falling apart, as if they were being dismantled by countless pairs of giant hands. However, on a closer look, everybody noticed that the starship that was deeply embedded into the remnants was not damaged at all. What was removed was only the garbage that it was wreathed in. In the next moment, the scene that made countless people's hearts race and their breath stop took place. Liao's flames of spiritual energy burst out as he pressed his soul. Performing the technique of remote manipulation to the maximum, he actually plucked the enormous starships that had been deeply buried into the ground and moved it horizontally for hundreds of meters, before he laid it on the ground slowly, looking at the crater left on the ground that was almost 1,000 meters in diameter, and then at the starship that was as huge as a mountain. Everybody felt that they were in a dream, unable to control their pounding heart at all. Such a mountain-moving technique was more like a method of the gods. It was too strong even for them to imagine. How can there be such a strong person in the world? Is he really a human being at all? Don't be silly. This is the cultivator that has been lost for 1,000 years. It is only natural. At this moment, no matter how Liao denied it, all the resistance warriors had already reached the same unquestionable answer in their heart. Liao was their legend, their hope, and the long-expected cultivator that had been lost for 1,000 years. At the moment, everybody felt that the dark clouds in the sky were all gone. They were all able to see the glittering paths in the sea of stars. Great. The starship was extremely sturdy in structure in the first place. Besides, it had penetrated deeply into Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the assortment of buildings in the space fortress served as the best buffer for it during the crash. So, the main body of the starship is still intact. Most of the crew members in it are still alive too. Liao retreated his spiritual energy and grinned. Judging from the shape, it should have been modified based on a civil mining starship, and there are no marks of the lightning trident of the Imperium or Li Lingfeng's emblem on the shell of the starship. Everything suggests that it is a starship of starlight. Let's rescue them. Half an hour later, the crew members in the civil mining starship were all rescued by the resistance warriors. Liao's guess was correct. It was an armed mining starship named Great Mountain, which belonged to the coalition fleet of Starlight. It went too hard when it charged at Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and drilled deeply through the shell of the space fortress. As a result, there was no time to get out of the place in time. So, it simply went deeper and accelerated at full strength, hoping to buy more time for the retreat of the comrades. Eventually, it fell together with the space fortress. The remnants of the space fortress absorbed most of the blast. Most of the crew members of the Great Mountain did not suffer critical injuries. They were still lightheaded, but it would be better after they took a brief rest. After learning that their lifesavers were the fellow cultivators they almost dreamed about, and the offspring of the authentic starlight from the underworld of the Land of Sins, Gao Kongda and all the crew members were naturally overjoyed. They were almost roaring in ecstasy. But there was little Liao could do when they whispered to each about the tales of the cultivator who had been lost for 1,000 years while they were performing full maintenance on Great Mountain. Liao was having a secret conversation with the Fist King far away from the crowd. He had a rather self-contradictory attitude toward the Fist King, an artificial intelligence with automatic learning functions. Liao had thought that he would be highly vigilant and strongly nauseated of the notions such as virtual life or artificial intelligent, after experiencing the turmoil caused by the extraterrestrial devils in the Star Glory Federation, where the artificial intelligence almost went out of control and completely infiltrated the spiritual nexus. But for some reason, when he was faced with the Fist King, an auto-learning artificial intelligence, he did not have the same feeling at all. Instead, he had an uncanny sense of warmth when he talked with the guy. Perhaps it was because he recognized deeper secrets regarding artificial intelligence and virtual lives in the virtual spirit sector, the collapsed virtual world. The remark of virtual virus from a higher dimension universe was still echoing in his ears. Or maybe the hideous and foul scoundrels among human beings were enough for him to loathe, and there were simply too many enemies in the boundless universe. The Pangu clan, the extraterrestrial devils, the alien species, all of them boasted the potential to destroy the civilization of mankind. He really did not have additional vigor to hate an artificial intelligence that did not show the sign of life yet. In any case, the Fist King had fulfilled his part of the deal dutifully by helping him keep the safety of Han Te and Lu Li. Liao did not want to violate his promise, although he was faced with only a cold machine. Grab this! Liao threw over a Cosmos ring and sent an opening password to the Fist King's crystal processor. The Fist King snatched it and observed it for a while in his hand before he asked, "What's this? Didn't we reach a pact where you help me protect the two little fellows, and I'll do my best and help you get stronger?" Liao smiled. "You have done a great job so far. The two little fellows have been utterly unhurt in such a troublesome and dangerous environment. But it is quite a headache for me on my side. Now that we are still beleaguered and fleeing like mice, I can't find a stable refining workshop and enough resources to help upgrade you. So, I'll give you some good stuff first. Consider them as interests. They are the storage chips I stole from the mainframe crystal processors in the laboratories and the control center of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. All the data about the experiments on the cutting-edge magical equipment that were conducted on the Land of Sins in the past hundreds of years must have been stored inside. I believe that the test data of the cutting-edge magical equipment will be of great use for you." The Fist King's man-made eyes were immediately brighter. His tone was still cold, but the tone of his speech was higher. "That's right. I am sort of a piece of special cutting-edge magical equipment myself. If the test data of all the best magical equipment in the past hundreds of years are melted into my main database, they will certainly yield more abundant variations and make my combat ability 100 times higher than before." Pausing for a moment, he adjusted the light of the man-made eyes and said in a low voice, "Thank you. Liao couldn't help but smile. You know how to thank people too? Not exactly. The Fist King said. Neither the real me nor the identity of Fist King Lei Zhonglia needs to say thanks very often. I am still learning. Looking at his bizarre appearance with two heads, Liao wondered if he was making the right decision. Pondering for a moment, he still said, Is the deal between the two of us still in force? The Fist King asked, What do you mean? You have to escape from the land of sins. But the universe is vast and full of dangers. It is possible that the world outside is even more dangerous than here. I am still not reassured about the two little fellows and the resistance warriors of Starlight. They are too weak. Liao said carefully, But you are different. With the mainframe crystal processor of the control center of the global sword network and the development data of all the cutting-edge magical equipment in the past hundreds of years, I believe that it would not take long before your combat ability soars and makes you a real super expert, would it? If you can continue protecting the two little fellows and the small group of cultivators, I think the odds of their survival will be higher. The Fist King asked, What about you? You are obviously 10 times stronger than me. Liao shook his head. I can't be with you for now. On one hand, I need to distract Li Lingfeng and other immortal cultivators in order to create an opportunity for you to break the siege. On the other hand, there is a greater secret that I must explore, one which probably concerns the power pivot of the Imperium. What Liao referred to was obviously the dramatic relationship between Li Jialing, Li Linghai, and Li Lingfeng. If he could get to the bottom of the issue, it was possible that he could reach out to Li Linghai through Li Jialing, thereby stirring trouble directly at the heart of the Imperium. Wouldn't it be easier for him to achieve his purposes of diplomacy, balance, and sabotage if so? Therefore, Liao had to find Li Jialing. It was impossible for him to break out of the siege together with Han Te and Lu Li. The Fist King would be the best bodyguard for the small group of cultivators. The Fist King's man-made eyes flashed for a while before he said coldly, But I only want to be stronger. But you are already stronger than before. Liao smiled. Looking at the storage chips in the Fist King's hands, he said, Trust me. If you continue walking down on the path, you will only become stronger and stronger, or even the strongest in the entire universe someday. Isn't the fall of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, the best proof? The Fist King was deep in thought. Although the two crystal processor cores of super performances were calculating at the same time, his metal body was still shivering violently. You are truly very strong. The Fist King said, However I calculate it, I cannot figure out the slightest possibility to shoot down Manjasaka, the city in the sky. I can't take all the credit for that. Liao said, I just showed up in an appropriate place at an appropriate time and did the appropriate things. It's more suitable to say that everybody in space and below the ground worked together, fought blood battles, and made the accomplishment together. If Starlight hadn't shown up, and without your intelligence and your cover, I might not have been able to poke down the space fortress even if I were 10 times stronger. The Fist King asked again, The thing you used earlier was a Colossus, the legendary ultimate weapon in the Sea of Stars. Exactly, Liao said. If you are still willing to conform to our deal and protect the two little fellows, as well as the group of cultivators in the next few years, maybe I can strengthen you comprehensively someday with the components and units from the Colossi. Or rather, I can reshape you into a Colossus. Liao was not bragging. He had discovered so many Colossi on the Nuwa warship in the Ancient Sages sector. With the wealth and power of the glorious Sunlight Group under his name, even if he could not get an intact Colossus, it would certainly be no trouble to purchase the debris of some of the Colossi. In fact, the glorious Sunlight Group was itself one of the state-of-the-art magical equipment development platforms in the Star Glory Federation. It had tremendous components and units of the Colossi for the research and duplication work. Besides, Liao believed that he would be engaged in fierce battles with even more Colossi of the Imperium in the future. It wouldn't be strange if he could capture one or two of them. If the Fist King was willing to join the side of the cultivators as our intelligence, Liao felt it would be a worthwhile investment to perform complete upgrades with the units from a few Colossi. As he expected, the Fist King's man-made eyes were glittering and scorching again. He touched the breastplate at his chest. There was not a heart inside, but only the gold barley seeds that Lu Li offered him. All right, it is a very charming offer. According to my calculation and deduction, the deal has a strong positive effect on the improvement of my combat ability. The Fist King said, as if he were explaining about his logic thinking. Until the Imperium or any other forces makes a better offer, I'll keep Han Te and Lu Li safe and sound. Liao smiled. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. Gratitude means nothing to me. All you need to do is to remember your promise as you have today. The Fist King confirmed with himself again. You know who I really am, and you do not need to treat me like a human being. I am just a piece of sophisticated magical equipment, a cold puppet, and a fully wound machine. Gao Kongda and his crew came. They had performed full maintenance on Great Mountain. Very fortunately, the ancient mining starship that could be dated back to hundreds of years ago was designed to work in the most perilous asteroids and stone belts in the first place. Having taken consideration of the possibilities of cosmic storms and meteoroid hits, the shell and the internal structure of the starship were produced in the toughest, sturdiest, and most robust way. It boasted a high ability of survival and could persist in flight under a damage level of 50%. As long as the shell was more or less mended with temporary patches, and enough fuel was injected, the mining starship would be able to soar into the sky, get rid of the gravity of the planet, and even perform space jumps through the four-dimensional space, which, of course, would still be highly risky. Under the introductions of the obstreperous fellow cultivators of the underground branch of Starlight, and seeing the enormous crater left on the ground after Great Mountain was plucked, Gao Kongda and his companions finally realized how they were saved. The pictures where Liao dominated the battles in space invincibly in his crystal suit and his colossus were witnessed by them with their own eyes. The hearts of many of them almost exploded because of Liao's spectacular performance. Plucking such a behemothically armed mining starship from the ground with only the technique of remote manipulate was so marvelous a method that they couldn't have been more stunned. It was beyond any doubt that the halo of the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years had been stuck to Liao's head tightly. There was no way that he could get rid of it at all now. Senior, Gao Kongda, Zhu Jingyun, and other resistance warriors of Starlight greeted and bowed at Liao at the same time. Their eyes that were filled with both reverence and admiration made goosebumps appear all over his body. Don't call me a senior. I am just your fellow cultivator. Liao was the worst at dealing with awkward situations like this. However, so many cultivators of Starlight were looking at him earnestly. It seemed inappropriate to be silent. After pondering for a moment, he said frankly, Captain Gao and all the fellow cultivators here, you must have heard the process of the whole thing from the fellow cultivators of the underground branch, haven't you? Right now, we are still in the middle of the emergency and have to fight a bloody way out while seizing every second. There's no time for small talk, so I'll go straight to the topic. I am not the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years. It is perhaps always a very wonderful tale. Whatever you may think in your mind, this is the truth. Even if I lie to you and say some ambiguous things, the day will come eventually that I am exposed. We will all be awkward by then. So, it is better to point everything out right now. Well? Zhu Jingyun and Gao Kongda looked at each other, more or less disappointed at Liao's outspoken denial. I understand that, for the weak resistance groups like Starlight to struggle in desperation, you have to encourage yourselves with some groundless hope in many cases. That is perhaps how the tale of the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years originated. Right? Having no time to bother with everyone's disappointment, Liao simply went on solemnly. But it is impossible to defeat the Imperium of true human beings and save your family and homeland purely with groundless tales. Besides, while I am not the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years, I am definitely an authentic common cultivator. You have all seen my strength with your own eyes. Such an ultimate weapon like Colossus is not to be produced, maintained, and used by a single individual either. You should know the significance of the arrival of a Colossus that belongs to the cultivators, right? Gao Kongda, as a resistance warrior who had traveled far and wide for more than 20 years, and with his profound understanding about the industrial system based on his working experience in the mining group, immediately realized what he was talking about. He asked in excitement, "Senior, where are you from exactly? Is there another starlight? One that is more ancient, powerful, and authentic, in the depths of the universe?" Liao smiled and said, "I know that you are not the starlight that originated from the Martial Meritocrat sector at the beginning but was only organized decades ago by some resistors who had enough of suppression and exploitation. But in my eyes, you have done an excellent job and totally deserve to be called the real starlight. No, the universe is a vast place. There are more cultivators than you think. I am not from Starlight but a force 100 times more powerful, where there are at least hundreds of cultivators whose combat abilities are on par with or slightly lower than mine. Shouldn't such a piece of news be a better boost for your morale than the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years? Liao slightly bragged about the Star Glory Federation here. However, if slightly worse than could be defined as the level secondary to the divinity transformation stage, which was the nascent soul stage, it was possible to make up a team of 1,000 nascent soul stage cultivators taking the 8 worlds of the Federation as well as the 2 special districts, namely Firefly and Boneyard, into account. Together with the colossi of the Black Wind Fleet that had been captured, the number of the colossi in the Federation nationwide was close to 100. Almost every battle-type nascent soul stage cultivator had the opportunity to receive training with the colossi. If the Imperium of true human beings was not regarded as a united whole, the Star Glory Federation was not significantly worse than any force within the territory of the Imperium, including the 4 Kurfürst families. Therefore, although Liao was bragging, he certainly had enough confidence to do so. There are 100 people who are as strong as you. Gao Kongda, Zhu Jingyun, and the rest of them were all shocked. They stammered, Is it true? There's no need for me to lie to you. If I were to deceive you, I could have followed your preconception and admitted that I was the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years. Liao said solemnly, "All in all, I hope you can understand 2 things, fellow cultivators. First of all, your resistance is definitely not meaningless. Like the flames ignited in a dark night, however feeble and flickering it is, there is always a chance for it to illuminate the entire Imperium. Therefore, I am very happy to see that Starlight exists for real. I also hope that the fellow cultivators here will fight side by side through bloody battles until the flames that we ignited illuminate every planet. Secondly, there is still hope. I believe that drastic changes will happen to the Imperium of true human beings before long. As long as you persist for a while in the universe, you will certainly witness the arrival of the changes. By then, everything will be different from right now, and there will be a great room for the survival of Starlight. So, don't be frustrated or desperate, and just live on stubbornly. Tell everybody everything that happened to the Martial Meritocrat sector, or the Land of Sins. Another day of your survival will mean another triumph for us." Gao Kongda and Zhu Jingyun looked at each other and said gravely, "Are you saying that the force you are at will surface eventually and create more miracles like what happened this time?" Liao smiled. "As you have put it yourself, it is a miracle, and miracles do not happen on a daily basis. However, you are not wrong. We will definitely surface and raise the banner of cultivators openly at the center of the cosmos." Gao Kongda nodded his head thoughtfully. Just like Zhu Jingyun and all the other crew members, he was eager to figure out everything. But as a member of Starlight, he had seen too many betrayals and defections and understood the cruelty of the interrogational methods of the Imperium. Naturally, he knew very clearly that he should not learn what he was not supposed to learn. "Got it," Gao Kongda said solemnly. "The main body of Great Mountain, our armed mining starship, is fine. Now, my brothers are seizing every second to fix the shell. By estimation, the ability of space voyages will be recovered within 1 night at most. I will bring all the fellow cultivators out of here safe and sound." "Excellent." Liao took a long breath in relief. Then he asked, "If you can break out of the siege, do you have a destination?" "Well," Gao Kongda hesitated and said, "we had a few secret bureaus before. However, judging from the operation, our organization had been so deeply infiltrated that it was no better than a sieve. I don't think that the few secret bureaus will be safe. We'll be walking into a trap if we go there. If left with no choice, we have to wander in space for a while and make a living by robbing the carriers of the Imperium. Robbing the carriers of the Imperium? Like space pirates? Liao thought of something and asked, Captain Gao, you are from the space. I believe you must have been quite informed when you dealt with the army of the Imperium, didn't you? How much do you know about the space pirate groups in the Imperium? Gao Kongda was slightly dazed. Then he replied, in our most difficult times, we sometimes did robberies and other things that we were not particularly proud of. However, we were different from the scoundrels who had no boundaries. Our targets were the starships from the noble families of the Imperium, which were shipping goods for the nobles and the warlords, and we never disturbed civilians. Therefore, we lived in peace with the traditional space pirates, each minding our own business. The best we knew were their names and active areas. Then, Liao asked, have you ever heard of a space pirate named Boss Bai? Or a force named Big by Space Pirate Gang? Boss Bai? Gao Kongda thought hard for a moment, before he nodded his head affirmatively. Yes, I have. He only started the business in recent years, but he did quite a few great jobs when he began his career. He is a notorious bandit who has risen to fame in the circle of the space pirates. Our organization never had any encounter with him. But we heard the news about him every once in a while and knew that he was a cunning, cruel, and most brutal man. The carrier fleets of the four Kurfürst families, the arsenals of the fleets of the Imperium or other space pirate groups. He never lacked the courage to rob any of them, and he never failed any job. After all, the Imperium is too large. Boss Bai's group of space pirates seem to be active in the few sectors in the fourth quadrant of the Imperium and have nothing to do with us at all. Why did you mention him all of a sudden? Nothing in particular. I only want to suggest to you that, if you truly have nobody to turn to, you can always jump to the area where Boss Bai is active to try your luck. Liao smiled. Trust me. Wherever Boss Bai is at, the army of the Imperium must be too busy resolving their own crisis to spare enough attention on the small fry like you. There will be a greater room of activities for you. In the meantime, if you ever have the opportunity to meet Boss Bai, just describe everything I did on the land of sins for him, and he will naturally realize who I am. Then, there is a 50% likelihood that he will give you selfless help and provide tremendous support for you to live through the difficulties. Is he an old friend of yours, senior? That's great, Gao Kongda said. However, there is only a 50% chance? What about the other 50%? Liao said solemnly. Well, the other 50% chance is that he will find you and even myself to be great troubles. When he learns that I told you to go to him, he will kill all of you at the earliest opportunity. Gao Kongda. Liao. We are only talking about the situation where you have absolutely nobody to turn to. Isn't it even riskier to wander purposelessly in space? The death rate will certainly be well above 90%. So, it is better to try your luck at Boss Bai's place. You can try to adulate him harder. For example, you can say that the guy who asked me to find you thought most highly of you and believed that Boss Bai was the only person in the entire cosmos who could resist the infinite wrath of the Imperium and provide a shelter for all of us, or things as such. I imagine that he won't be too heartless? Or maybe he will. 2124 Create your own future. Okay. Got it. Gao Kongda nodded his head and said solemnly, if we can indeed escape out of here, we will try to contact the fellow cultivators that are now scattered in the Sea of Stars first, and if we really can't find a place to stay in, we will try our luck in the area where Boss Bai is active. Han Te and Lu Li had been listening quietly the whole time. Hearing the hint of farewell in Liao's words, they couldn't help but say in a hurry, Grandpa Yao, are you not leaving with us? I can't leave with you. Grinning, Liao pointed at the sky and said, the immortal cultivators are unlikely to drop the issue quickly. It is possible that the atmosphere has been heavily guarded by them. The odds of success are rather low if you intend to break out of the siege by brute force, but if you lurk here for another couple of days, more starships of the immortal cultivators will definitely come from all directions for reinforcements, in which case it would be even less possible to escape. Your starship needs 12 hours for maintenance and injection of the fuel. So, I will break the siege in 10 hours, hoping to distract the immortal cultivator's attention. If Li Lingfeng intends to capture me, he will certainly not be able to achieve the purpose without the coordinated work of more than half a fleet. It will be the greatest opportunity for your escape by then. Odds will be quite high that you can successfully get out of the place. Then, thinking for a moment, Han Te and Lu Li asked in worries, wouldn't it be very dangerous for Grandpa Yao to be chased by more than half a fleet? Also, both crystal suits and colossi only boast the ability of normal crews and cannot perform a space jump, right? What will you do when you run out of your fuel and spiritual energy? Liao chuckled. Rest assured about that. I will have my own solutions. All in all, I promise you that I will be fine. I'll give you a way of secret communication later. After we are all safe again, we can always reach out to each other and fight for a common purpose again. All right, I know that there are many things you want to say and many questions you want to ask, but it is very urgent right now. Every second can possibly decide whether or not we can escape. Please seize the day and go back to maintain the starship. I need to meditate and treat my wounds too, so that I can confront Li Lingfeng and his fleet in the best state. Liao was truly heavily wounded at this moment, and even his soul was more or less disordered. Knowing that it was a life-and-death moment for all of them, everybody simply bid farewell to Liao respectfully, not daring to interrupt Liao's treatment anymore. Gao Kongda and Zhuo Jingyun went back to maintain the starship and to regroup the soldiers. The Fist King left with them. He would try to connect his crystal processors to the mainframe crystal processor of Great Mountain, hoping to improve the performance of the starship. Han Te and Lu Li, however, were still clinging to Liao. The two of them hadn't spent a long time with Liao yet, but Liao was truly the key that changed their lives. Before they found Liao, they were just two insignificant characters in the desolate land living a plain, hopeless life. However, Liao brought them into a bizarre, greater world, allowing them to appreciate the entire sea of stars. The two of them deeply bonded with Liao, who was like a navigator to them. Grandpa Yao, Han Te and Lu Li looked at Liao in hesitation. The young man scratched the electromagnetic metal rings on his left arm, while the girl played with the corner of her coat while biting her lips softly. What's wrong? Are you worried about the upcoming journey? Liao said in a smile. Rest assured, I have asked the Fist King to continue taking care of you. While he claims to be a cold machine all the time, I find him much more reliable than most human beings. You'll be fine under his protection. Also, if there is anything you need to know, you can learn from him. I believe that he will certainly teach you a lot of things. Yes. Han Te nodded his head. Master Fist King is truly a good guy. We also think that he is better than a lot of the mean, bad people on the land of sins. He gives us the same feeling as Master and Grandpa Yao. We will definitely follow Master Fist King and learn as much as possible. But, Lu Li added, but we still can't bear to leave Grandpa Yao. Liao was slightly dazed. The reliance of the two little fellows on him was something that he had never sensed from Wu Mayan, Xiaonan, or Jin Xinyue. Perhaps it was because when he met Wu Mayan, Xiaonan, and Jin Xinyue, his level was not high enough and he could barely protect himself. But right now, it was possible that he was already qualified to provide guidance for a lot of people and protection for a world. It's all right. We will meet again. Liao patted the young man's shoulder before he opened his hand and offered 2 cosmos rings to him. Inside the 2 cosmos rings are almost 8 jade chips, which store the techniques that I have selected for the two of you over the past few days with consideration of the sequel of your random, unorganized training previously. If you work on them diligently, they should be able to shatter the coagula that have been condensed in your veins and your brains, allowing you to reach a brand new level. There are also some heavenly materials and earthly treasures and marrow crystals in them, which were stolen from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, by me. It seemed to be a waste not to take them. As for the cosmos rings themselves, they are the ultimate treasures for the journey in space and the stealth guerrilla warfare. Come on, each of you will have one of them. Keep it safe. Grandpa Yao, however uninformed Han Te and Lu Li were, they knew the preciousness of the cosmos rings. Their eyes were all red instantly. Liao was scared of such scenarios more than anything else. He flicked the foreheads of the two little fellows softly and said in a smile, "All right, this isn't our last farewell. Do not make it so sad. I've offered you the 2 cosmos rings on the following conditions. I hope that you would have already grown into the experts that do not require the protection of the Fist King or anybody else, and that you would already be real cultivators the next time I meet you." "We will." Han Te held the cosmos ring hard and declared solemnly, "Just rest assured, Grandpa Yao. We will certainly become real cultivators before we march back to the land of sins and change the world that is wrong." Han Te, however, asked in a low voice after a moment of hesitation, "Grandpa Yao, may I ask you one last question? What exactly makes a real cultivator?" Slightly dazed, Liao felt that he was blushing. He replied, "Well, this is rather awkward. I really don't know the answer to your question. If somebody asked me the question 100 years ago when I just became a cultivator, I would have told them without any hesitation that cultivators meant friendship, slaying the evils, helping the weak, and protecting the country. Cultivators must persist in what they believed in despite all the unfavorable circumstances and discouraging comments. Cultivators had to surpass the limits of their lives, explore the mysterious levels that no predecessors had ever reached, and find a new direction for the future of the civilization of mankind. But as I trained more and advanced into higher levels, I got in touch with more and more people and things, both good ones and bad ones. Sometimes, I was confused by the true meaning of cultivator. Perhaps everything I mentioned just now is about the cultivators, but the real cultivators are much more than that. They are related to everything in the entire universe. Many times before, I had absolutely no doubt on a certain definition of cultivators, and I defended and fought for it, considering it as my firmest belief. But in the end, it often occurred to me that my understanding was not 100% correct, or rather, it was only correct on a very low level. When I leaped to higher levels, the new discoveries that I made required me to continue my training and to summarize the reasons of a higher level. So, I do not want to tell you what exactly makes a real cultivator or the true meaning of cultivation, because it will only restrain your future development and confine you in my thinking pattern. I believe that everybody has their unique experiences and fate. Having been born in the dark land of sins, and after all the bloody and cruel things you've been through, it is highly remarkable that you can still keep the last bit of brightness in your heart. Then, just travel in the sea of stars with the brightness in your heart. Perhaps, a long time later, after meeting countless people and things, you will tell me what a real cultivator is when we meet again. All in all, the thing about cultivators is that you must find an answer with your own heart. No matter how the world and the universe change, I believe that something in your heart will stay the same. So, go and find your own answer. We'll see each other again in space." Han Te and Lu Li nodded their heads hard, their eyes wet. Thinking for a moment, Lu Li took out the can of seeds that she treasured as much as her life again and delivered a handful of the gold barley seeds to Liao solemnly. "Grandpa Yao, I've given it a lot of thought," the girl said solemnly. "In the past, my mother's last wish always occupied my mind. I wanted to grow the gold barley on the entire land of sins so that everybody would have enough to eat and no wars would ever happen again. But if the universe has always been as dark and cold as it is, even if the gold barleys are truly grown all over the land of sins, it won't take long before they all wither and perish, right? If the entire universe is drowned in the flames of war, how can the land of sins be an exception? So I have upgraded my dream. I'm going to grow the gold barley in the 3,000 sectors in the entire universe. Grandpa Yao, can you help me spray the handful of seeds in space so that they will root, sprout, and spread to the entire universe?" Liao took over the gold barley seeds carefully, and looking at the girl's eyes that were as clear as water and as unwavering as jade, he nodded his head heavily. "No problem. You can count on me," Liao said in a smile. "I'll definitely find the most suitable place to plant the gold barley seeds. Who knows? It may be the splendid, inviolable royal palace of the Imperium of true human beings." "Ha ha! Thank you, Grandpa Yao." Lu Li bowed at Liao deeply and put on the most brilliant smile after rubbing her eyes. Then, farewell and safe journey. Safe journey. Liao took a deep breath, somehow hesitating to leave them too, but he still managed to wave his hands at the two little fellows. Go now. Embrace your fate and create your own future. 10 hours later, night had fallen on the land of sins again. But this time, colorful mystic rays were rising to the sky everywhere on the bleak land, ripping apart the dark sky and breaking beyond the atmosphere. In the crevice of a mountainous area, Liao opened his eyes slowly and looked at the empty cans of medical drugs and strengthening nutrition. All the fluids in them had been absorbed by him without leaving a single drop. They had leaked to every mitochondrion inside his every cell. After 10 hours of meditation and recovery, his physical strength, soul, and fighting will had all climbed to the highest point. It was time to break out. In order not to bring trouble to Han Te, Lu Li, the Fist Kings, Wu Jingyun, Gao Kongda, and the rest of them, Liao had been treating his wounds in the mountains more than 5 kilometers inland. He was in the middle of the unmanned wilderness. The only things that could be seen were the flickering torches on the horizon. Everything seemed peaceful and quiet. However, Liao knew that the tranquility was merely a disguise. Li Lingfeng and his fleet would definitely not let go of him so easily. They must be gnashing their teeth and whetting their sabers, waiting to ambush him outside of the atmosphere when he boosted all his spiritual energy and broke out of the siege. Liao only hoped that he was a big fish that was more worthy of catching than starlight, so that he would be able to distract the immortal cultivators and buy precious time for Han Te, Lu Li, and all the other people on the land of sins who craved freedom. Little Black, I'll have to count on you again. Please hang in there. Liao touched the black cosmos ring on his index finger and raised his arm. Clusters of black mucus flowed out of the cosmos ring and emitted the brilliance of Mercury before it enshrouded him in the blink of an eye. He seemed to have put on a most mysterious crystal suit. It was exactly the original body of Little Black, the flying sword named Black Wing, which was made of materials that were even more flexible and tensile than liquid metal, and boasted very powerful abilities of spiritual energy interaction and telepathic thought enhancement. Shwa! After every inch of skin was covered and protected by Little Black carefully, Liao opened his arms and slowly drifted to midair. Black and red streaks of brightness continued spurting out of his cosmos ring, drawing the outline and the framework of a colossus around him. In the next, it was the network that looked like veins and nerves. The last to be filled was the magical equipment units that were most precise in structure and could activate thousands of techniques. The Tartarian skeleton stood on the land of sins and let out a tsunami of spiritual energy while faced with the boundless night sky. Liao's soul seemed to have been completely melted with the colossus. He could clearly sense the heavy damage on the Tartarian skeleton, which even led to stinging feelings at his nerve endings. But the pain, which felt like needle stabbing, only made him even more excited. His soul was burning more intensely than ever. Neltharion turned into a streak of redness and circled the Tartarian skeleton rapidly like a satellite around a planet, further adding to the profoundness and the mysteriousness of the colossus. Li Lingfeng, even if you have an entire fleet in your hands. Li Yao's lips curled, and his eyes that were staring at the night sky were brimming with infinite fire. You can try and see if you can block Vulture Li Yao. Boom, 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 boom. The most violent flames of spiritual energy spurted out of the Tartarian skeleton, which covered the land of almost 1,000 square meters instantly. All the uneven hills were blown into powder by the airwaves. The pebbles the size of fingernails were captured by the force field of the colossus first and spun around it rapidly before they hit the ground hard in cracking explosions. Right when the hills were crumbled into stones and the stones landed heavily, the Tartarian skeleton rose to the sky into a crimson pillar of light, piercing through the clouds like a glittering long spear. Grandpa Yao, hundreds of kilometers away, Han Te and Lu Li held each other's hands and stared at the scene in a daze. Something wet and clear was flashing in the eyes of both of them. The Fist King stood in silence behind them, with disordered light beaming out of his man-made eyes. He seemed deeply confused as to why the very special human being was doing all that. All the other resistance warriors of Starlight knew that Liao broke out of the siege in such an eye-catching way only because he was trying to distract the immortal cultivators for them. Their blood boiling and their hearts racing, they all secretly clenched their fists and cheered for Liao in their hearts. Liao's spectacular breakthrough was witnessed by countless sinners on the land of sins too. The red spear that pierced at the sky and did not disperse after a long time had also deeply pierced into their heart too. Perhaps the scene would be a legend that the sinners talked about passionately even a long time later. Outside of the atmosphere of the Martial Meritocrats planet, Liao was unleashing heat and radiations, which were more than the main engine of a heavy starship could have released, in the most blatant way without hiding his existence at all, because he was hoping to catch the attention of all the immortal cultivators. Naturally, he was detected by the fleet of the immortal cultivators that was lurking beyond the gravity sphere. Hardly had Liao sprinted out of the planet's gravity circle and entered the dark space when he sensed a magnificent wave of spiritual energy coming at him at high speed. It was Li Lingfeng. The guy indeed did not intend to let him go but was only ambushing him. Not just Li Lingfeng, even the hundreds of starships of the immortal cultivators' fleet nearby were also attracted by Liao and marched at him aggressively like countless blood-stained tusks. You want to surround a colossus in the vast, boundless space where there are no obstacles at all? Liao sneered nonstop. You can't be more stupid. It was not a siege on the ground. The universe was too vast. Not just Li Lingfeng's several hundred starships. Even thousands of them would be nothing more than grains of dust. There was at least 1,000 kilometers between every two starships, which was not enough to completely control the entire space at the edge of a planet. In the meantime, common material weapons could not catch up to his speed at all, and only the weapons of mystic rays that moved at the speed of light could possibly hit him, on the condition that the enemy could lock onto him first. Until the fuel and the spiritual energy ran out, only Li Lingfeng's Colossus had the opportunity to catch up to and stop his Colossus, creating a window for the fleet around to surround him. But Li Lingfeng's Colossus, very fast. Tempest God. It is certainly not a wrong name. Liao grinned, baring his glittering teeth. The cunningness beaming out of his eyes made him look like a weasel that had just stolen a chicken. It was impossible for Li Lingfeng to have predicted the coordinates where he broke through the atmosphere. So, the two of them were tens of thousands of kilometers away from each other at the beginning. Despite the high speed of the Tempest God, it had to resort to the maximal power output in order to cover the long distance as soon as possible. The result of a prolonged extreme output was that, when the two of them were only slightly more than 1,000 kilometers from each other, the spiritual waves of the Tempest God suddenly blinked weirdly, and the speed of the Colossus plummeted. The tricks that Liao played on the power units of the Tempest God in the competition at the beginning at the cost of the heavy damage to the Tartarian skeleton had finally worked out. Sensing that the enemy's speed was lower and lower, and it was unlikely for him to be caught, Liao burst into laughter and rushed off in confidence. Not far away up ahead, however, there was a lone starship of the immortal cultivators, which was launching mystic rays and electromagnetic bullets at him in vain, hoping to slow him down. A piranha-level arsenal warship. Liao's eyes glittered with interest, and cruelty spread out of the smile on his lips. To completely blow up an arsenal warship of such a level, it will only take me 7 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the Tartarian skeleton disappeared, or melted, in the space like a cluster of unpredictable black smoke. The enemy's stormy attack all missed the target, achieving nothing but the feeble ripples that were spreading out. Shwa! In the next second, the Tartarian skeleton somehow appeared on the top of the arsenal warship of the Imperium, staring at the enemy coldly from the high stance. Although the Tartarian skeleton at this moment had been heavily wounded and riddled with holes, it could not stop the ripples of spiritual energy from spreading out of the Colossus' arms and condensing into a drill that looked like a red lotus. Tearing apart the seemingly solid armor of the arsenal warship, the Colossus raged and went on a rampage inside the cabins unstoppably. Only 7 seconds later, boom, 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 boom. The piranha-level arsenal warship, which had been armed to the teeth, indeed turned into dazzling light balls. The warehouses of ammunition and crystals all had the most intense explosions, releasing abundant radiations and high-energy particles that completely disrupted the detection of Li Lingfeng and the starships of other immortal cultivators. There being no friction and vacuum, the remnants resulted from the explosion of the starship all darted away at a high speed like shooting stars. Without the interference of external forces, they would continue drifting forward until they flew out of the Martial Meritocrats sector. The moment when the Arsenal warship exploded, Liao already retreated the Tartarian skeleton under the cover of the intense spiritual waves. He simply covered him in the mustard seed combat suit and Little Black, the mysterious liquid crystal processor, while he crouched in the middle of a medium-sized remnant and rushed to the edge of the Martial Meritocrats sector. There were thousands of such remnants in space right now. It would take Li Lingfeng at least a day and a night to scan each and every one of them. Hante, Luli, this is as far as I can help you. Looking at the land of sins not far away, Liao had a lot of complicated feelings, which all turned into one blessing. I wish the best of luck for you and all the fellow cultivators. Realizing that he had been fooled, Li Lingfeng, who had burst into a fury, showed no intention of letting Liao go. That did make sense. Liao had many secrets and even pointed out his relationship with Li Jialing. He was truly more valuable than Starlight. Li Lingfeng, as expected, threw away the chaotic, unresolvable land of sins for now and summoned all the available forces to catch Liao. However, he went in the wrong direction. He couldn't have foreseen that, instead of running to the peripheral space zones of the Martial Meritocrats sector, the guy had slightly adjusted the direction and moved to the 9th satellite of the 5th planet of the galaxy. Jingle Bell, the most advanced stealth exploration starship of the Star Glory Federation, and the greatest reliance for Liao's escape, was hidden right there. Liao spent half an hour searching before he found Li Jialing on the 9th satellite of the 5th planet of the Martial Meritocrats sector. Li Jialing had been sending out feeble signals through his crystal suit while hiding in the deepest fold inside a crater. The special signals could only be received when one was close enough to the satellite and adjusted the communication channel to a certain frequency. Of course, it was the communication method that Liao and Li Jialing had agreed on earlier. Seeing that Li Jialing, the little weirdo who was full of enigmas but also deeply connected to him, was safe and sound, Liao took a long breath in relief. Dragging Li Jialing's elbow, he connected their communication channels and said, "Let's go to my starship. We'll talk later." Inside Jingle Bell, Liao stored the crystal suit and Little Black back into the Cosmos Ring. Wearing only the mustard seed combat suit and warming up his slightly exhausted body, Liao more or less calmed down. There was only one last step to go before the final escape. His hands turned into 2 clusters of mists as he operated quickly on the control panel of Jingle Bell. Li Jialing, however, watched him from the back in a daze while observing Jingle Bell in suspicions and fear. "What's up?" Liao said without looking back. "Why are you flinching? You are scared of me?" "Of course I am, because you are an out-and-out monster." Li Jialing swallowed hard and summoned his courage. "I knew you were strong, but I did not know that you were that strong. Even Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was blown up by you. So many immortal cultivators were also killed by you on the live stream. I have never seen anyone as terrifying as you before." "Monster," Liao grinned. "I feel flattered to be respected as a monster by you, because you are a little monster yourself. As I told you before, although my skills are extraordinary, my combat ability is unparalleled, and my level is immeasurable. I am a low-key and approachable man. So, you need not regard me as an omnipotent expert who can destroy a world free at will, and you can just consider me as a regular brother." "Ha! Low-key and approachable," Li Jialing said in disbelief. "If I had not seen your brutal rampage and massacre on the live stream in person, I might have believed you." Liao smiled again. Not planning to pursue the issue any further, he simply threw a Cosmos Ring at Li Jialing. "Take it. This is the storage chip of the mainframe crystal processor of Wuing Land's most confidential laboratory. I believe that the data of his most cutting-edge projects must have been stored inside, for example, the procedures that have been performed on you. Those things should be of great help to unraveling the secrets in you. Li Jialing grabbed the Cosmos ring and breathed fast. Thinking for a moment, he asked again, "What happened to Wu Yinglan?" Liao replied, "Now that even Manjusaka, the city in the sky, has been blown up, of course, he was killed by me. But speaking of which, his strengthening mutations at the last moment were truly something. I once practiced a technique named apocalyptic body. His mutations were like an upgraded version of the apocalyptic body. Had he not underestimated his enemy, it would have been quite tricky to deal with him. Right, when I eavesdropped on Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan's conversation, they mentioned that Wu Yinglan had performed exactly the same type of procedures on you as he did on himself. Also, the refinements on you seemed even more advanced. Does that mean you will be like Wu Yinglan when you are in an extreme outburst?" After hesitating a moment, Li Jialing nodded his head dutifully. "Yes, while my combat ability is not as tough as his right now, we are on the same path." "So," Liao grew excited, "you can turn into a magnificent and hideous primeval beast like Wu Yinglan did? Come on, make a change and show Brother Yao what it's like." Li Jialing, "No, Liao, why are you so reluctant? I'm not asking you to do it for fun, but only in order to measure your extreme combat ability, so that I can draft a few tailor-made tactics for you and figure out if there are ways of teamwork in a battle for the two of us. You must know that there is a long future road up ahead where too many battles are awaiting us. Lawless, unrestrained freedom? How can you get such a precious thing so easily?" Li Jialing bit his lips softly, with a hint of confusion and panic beaming out of his eyes. Ever since his independent will was awakened, the young man with unique origins and experiences had considered it his sole purpose to rise against Li Lingfeng and to escape from the cage. It almost felt that he lived his life for a single goal. When he was in the cage, every second of his life was fulfilled. He felt that he was one step closer to his target after every second. However, now that he was about to get rid of Li Lingfeng's control, he was somewhat at a loss about where to go next. Brother Yao was quite right. The universe was a large place, but where could he find real freedom? After a moment of silence, Li Jialing said, "Where are you taking me to, Brother Yao? Let's run out of the martial meritocrat sector with a space jump and find a world far, far away from here first." Liao performed final tests as he admitted to Li Jialing frankly, "When I fought Li Lingfeng, I elicited some very interesting intelligence from him. Our speculation before was correct. There is indeed a very amazing relation among you, Li Lingfeng, and Li Linghai, Queen of the Imperium. After we are out of danger, I'll explain everything to you in great detail. But you must understand one thing first. Until the issues between you, Li Lingfeng, and Li Linghai are completely resolved, you will never find real freedom. Do you agree?" Liao did not intend to deceive Li Jialing. On one hand, he was hoping to reach out to Li Linghai, Queen of the Imperium, through Li Jialing, so that he could observe the operation of the power center of the Imperium at the closest distance. It required Li Jialing's cooperation, and honesty was the foundation for any cooperation. More importantly, he was now 99% sure that Li Jialing was his foster father's child, and probably the only one. Liao had deep feelings for his foster father. Naturally, he did not wish to push his foster father's biological son to a different side, in which case the two of them might be engaged in life-and-death battles one day in the future. At the very least, from his experiences with his foster father in the Heaven's Origin sector, his foster father was more inclined to the ideology of the Cultivators. He was a kind, righteous, and warm man. Liao did not think that his foster father would want his biological son to become a selfish, iron-hearted, and even inhumane immortal cultivator, a cockroach that was armed to teeth. Li Jialing looked at Liao carefully for a moment, before he nodded his head slowly. "I agree. However, leaving Li Lingfeng and Li Linghai aside, I'm more curious about the role you are playing in the whole incident, Brother Yao. Was our encounter really a coincidence?" Liao said, "It was. You can stop overthinking." Li Jialing frowned deeply. "I still find it hard to believe, and I feel that something is greatly wrong with your arrival, Brother Yao. So, let's change a different way of asking. Were you and me not related at all before our encounter? Liao was slightly dazed. Li Jialing, the little freak that had been built by Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng together, was truly unexpectedly smart. He couldn't help but scratch his chin as he said, "Let's get out of here first. I'll explain it to you later." "So, that is a yes?" Li Jialing blew a whistle in contentment with a simple and brilliant smile of a common young man. He took a long breath in relief and sat down comfortably while leaning against Liao's hibernation capsule. Not scared of Liao anymore. Tilting his head and looking at Liao's back, he said in a low voice, "Brother Yao, do you know that I have never trusted anyone in my entire life? Not Li Lingfeng, not Wu Yinglan, or anybody else in the Li family. I never believed anything they said." The young man paused for a moment. His Adam's apple moved up and down as he said softly, "However, I have decided to take a gamble. I would like to trust someone without any reservation for the first time. I only hope that I'm making the right decision." Jingle Bell began to shiver softly, and its shell that was as smooth as jade was covered in a dark red halo. Blowing away the stones and dust on it, the starship flew to space. "You can never be wrong to trust me." Liao laughed aloud while the starship trembled violently. "Look, haven't we already escaped?" Boom! 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 Before Liao concluded his sentence, more than 10 violent fireballs already burst out around Jingle Bell. The rocks were spluttering out and crashing the shell of the starship in cracking noises. The tiny stealth exploration starship was shaking as hard as a canoe in a surging tide. Li Jialing was knocked away, and he hit the ceiling with his head, which almost stunned him and made him rub his head hard. Perhaps the raging, rampant, shocking performance earlier had used up all of Liao's luck. Their almost perfect escape plan finally had a small error at the last moment. Li Linghai detected where Jingle Bell was in time. Leading almost 10 starships of the immortal cultivators, he came at the enemy aggressively. Although the distance was too long for them to lock onto a tiny Jingle Bell, it was absolutely not a problem to aim at the gargantuan 9th satellite of the 5th planet of the galaxy. Cannons of mystic rays, crystal railguns, and all kinds of space torpedoes bombarded the 9th satellite like a storm, until it was almost falling apart into pieces. "Come on. You don't have to go that far," Liao shrieked. "The space around us is so unstable. How can we perform a space jump? What do we do now?" Li Jialing clenched his fists hard, his face pale but with brutality beaming out. "I would rather die than being captured by Li Lingfeng back into the Li family to be studied like a freak and a monster. I might as well try my best to avoid that. It's true that we must try our best, not to fight against Li Lingfeng, but to see if we have enough luck." Gritting his teeth, Liao quickly altered the space jump pattern on the control panel and changed the destination into the nearest habitable planet in the star map database, before he turned on automatic navigation and landing. "However unstable space is, we have to jump out of here first. The time is too urgent for us to charge energy and lock onto the destination. We can only try a super near space jump and see where it will take us to." Crack, 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 crack. Under the scourge of the blasts and the pieces of rocks, the shell of Jingle Bell and the supporting structure inside were being twisted and broken quickly. Gaps and dents visible for the naked eye had shown up. A starship that had been reduced to such a degree was absolutely unsuitable for a space jump. Even a gap as thick as a finger might result in the fallout of the entire starship during the journey in the four-dimensional space, and it would be trapped there forever. It was the common sense of all common senses. However, Liao already did not have any choice. He could feel Li Lingfeng's overwhelming fury even though the man was in the cold space tens of thousands of kilometers away. He would rather be buried in the chaotic storms in the four-dimensional space than fall into the hands of Li Lingfeng. It can't be helped. We have to wager on our chances now. Liao's eyes were so red that blood seemed to be dripping. Spiritual energy flowed out of his every pore and covered the entire starship like an invisible air mass. It equaled a defense layer of spiritual energy for Jingle Bell, and it also increased the cohesion of the internal components. On one hand, Liao was now in the divinity transformation stage, which guaranteed the intensity and stability of his spiritual energy output. On the other hand, Jingle Bell was a lightweight starship, and it was no more than 30 meters long from head to toe. That was why Liao could support it on his own. Otherwise, Liao wouldn't be able to stand the shots at all under the scourge of such vehement bombardment. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! The bloodiness in Liao's eyes was bursting out, and Jingle Bell grew out 2 black wings of spiritual energy like a crystal suit or a colossus. Every feather on the wings was spurting out waves backward crazily, accelerating Jingle Bell to the highest speed as it charged at Li Lingfeng and the immortal Cultivators' starships. The mystic rays and electromagnetic bullets that the immortal Cultivators' starships shot out smashed over and exploded around Jingle Bell nonstop. They were like the hellish claws extending out of the void trying to snatch Jingle Bell, only to be blocked and parried by Liao's defense time and time again. Even so, Jingle Bell was still shrieking hard in quakes, as if it might completely fall apart in the next second. Li Jialing was so scared that his face turned pale. Despite all the terrible monsters he had seen in the Li family and the Beehive prison, the young man had never imagined that there could be such an insane man as Liao. Li Lingfeng's Tempest God also turned into a streak of azure light rushing at Jingle Bell. Should it hit the starship in a head-on clash, even a god would not be able to rescue the stealth exploration starship. Crazy, demonic laughter burst out of Liao's chest. His eyes and his lips were ripped apart, and his skin was breaking too, as if his body of flesh and blood was already incapable of stopping the outbreak of the simmering spiritual energy inside his body. Jingle Bell's speed had been accelerated to higher than ever when it confronted the Tempest God, Li Lingfeng's Colossus. Catch me if you can, idiot! Liao condensed his wild laughter into a telepathic thought and sent it to the enemy. In the meantime, he smashed the control panel hard. Space jump activated. In the next moment, the thousands of saber auras triggered by the Tempest God slashed at Jingle Ball overwhelmingly and unstoppably. Almost 1,000 destructive rays also spurted out of the immortal Cultivator's starship, blocking all the possible ways of escape for Jingle Bell in all directions. However, before the saber auras, the mystic rays, the space torpedoes, and the electromagnetic bullets reached it, fuzzy ripples already appeared right in front of Jingle Bell. Ripping apart the three-dimensional universe, they formed a mysterious round gate, which seemed to be a hole that had been dug out by a worm. Jingle Bell dived into the hole and disappeared, as if it had submerged into an invisible swamp. All the attacks from the immortal cultivators missed their target, only managing to tear apart the shadows that Jingle Bell left behind. When the fireballs perished, the gate of ripples had vanished into the vacuum too. Liao and Li Jialing had successfully jumped out of the siege of the immortal cultivators and escaped from the martial meritocrat sector. Go after them! Looking at the empty space before him, Li Lingfeng roared with the utmost fury. His voice was completely twisted as he roared. Even if we have to go to the edge of the cosmos, the two of them must be caught. I will rip them apart in person. Beep, 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 beep. G, 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 G. Do, 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 do. All the magical equipment units that could ring or sound were shrieking. All the magical equipment units that could not sound were also screaming, moaning, and crying in the most ear-splitting frequency. However, even the orchestra of exclamations of the magical equipment units could not eclipse the roars from Liao and Li Jialing. It was truly the most dangerous space jump that Liao ever had in his entire life. It was 10 times more dangerous than when he crashed into Skeleton Dragon with Sparkle years ago and jumped to an unknown land together with the creature. At the very least, there were few damages on the shell of Sparkle, and it was still relatively stable in structure. He felt that he was a fly that had been thrown into a toilet and was being flushed into the abyss of the universe along with the turbulent water currents. He was being minced apart into pieces 100 times in every second, and every second felt as long as 100 years. His muscles, his bones, his neural network, and even his every cell had collapsed. Even the mitochondria and the cell cores were ripped apart by force and jumbled randomly after squeezing and kneading. He seemed to be pressed into a giant cell himself. There was no telling how long the excruciating feeling lasted, but they suddenly felt their bodies becoming lighter, and they were thrown from the four-dimensional space back into the three-dimensional universe like wasted paper that had been crumpled into a cluster. Just like leaping to the surface of an ocean all of a sudden from 20,000 meters down below. Although he was finally able to breathe in the fresh air, the inadaptation in the shift still almost made him vomit his internal organs out. Liao was in relatively good condition. He heard Li Jialing gagging so hard that the young man seemed to be throwing out his heart, livers, kidneys, lungs, and spleens. But Liao had no time to take care of Li Jialing, because he already heard the automatic navigation and landing system of the mainframe crystal processor uttering the most devastating shrieks, and he saw the gigantic planet that was next to the starship. The good news was that the automatic navigation and landing system of Jingle Bell proved to be trustworthy, and the star map of the Imperium from more than 100 years that Di Feiwen, the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet, gave him still worked. The two of them had truly been brought to the closest world to the Martial Meritocrat sector. The bad news was that the automatic navigation and landing system of Jingle Bell was too damn trustworthy. Instead of jumping to the zero-gravity vacuum in space, they had directly jumped into the gravity sphere of an enormous planet. The strong gravity immediately captured the tiny Jingle Bell. Also, because Jingle Bell suddenly appeared from the void and did not have a relatively stable inertia with the gravity of the planet, the tidal forces immediately ripped Jingle Bell apart. Even the shell had been removed one piece after another. Boom! 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 Enormous fireballs burst out from the bottom of Jingle Bell, declaring the doom of all the power units. Having lost all the impetus, Jingle Bell fell from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters like a heavy block of iron. At any other time, Liao and Li Jialing could have summoned their crystal suits easily, flown in the sky, and landed softly like feathers. However, they had just been through a highly dangerous space jump, and they were suffering from the sequela caused by the raging space ripples. Their bodies were now an utter mess. How much spiritual energy could they possibly condense? By the time Liao managed to focus some of his attention and a cluster of spiritual energy appeared, they were only a few hundred meters away from the ground in a starship that was more like a shooting star. Ah! Liao blew out spiritual energy crazily and built 9 buffer layers in front of the broken Jingle Bell while hinting Li Jialing to put on his crystal suit. Boom! The moment the two of them put on their crystal suits, Jingle Bell finally crashed into a devastatingly huge fireball in the middle of a deafening explosion. The remnants and the components burned furiously and were sprayed to dozens of square kilometers nearby like dandelions by the wild wind, never to be seen again. Jingle Bell had been completely wasted, including the set of magical equipment units that could assemble a super-remote information transmission base in space to contact his hometown. Liao woke up half a minute later. After realizing the fact, he repeated "fuck" for another half minute. As he struggled to breathe in the stinky air, the stinging feeling in his lungs reminded him of how bad the air of the planet was. Looking at the horizon and observing his surroundings, Liao couldn't help but gasp hard. What a harsh, habitable planet it was. There was no telling what kind of weird materials were contained in the atmosphere here, but the sky seemed to be covered in dark clouds and black fogs all the time. Crazily dancing bolts of lightning were everywhere among the clouds. Now and then, some of the bolts of lightning would dive down from the sky and smash the ground into tides of electric arcs. It was almost like an extremely weird forest of lightning that did not disperse at all after a long time. Under the gloomy sky, Liao could not see any plateau or signs of human development. Folds that rose to the sky could be seen everywhere. The terrain of the place was similar to that of Boneyard, except that it was even more rugged than on Boneyard. At the very least, the folds on Boneyard were patterned and in circles, while the folds here or the apophysis were wry, interconnected, and disordered, like the tusks of the underground beasts that had been bared out of the ground. Bolts of lightning and sandstorms were happening in all places. Measuring the wind speed with the probe magical equipment on his crystal suit, Liao discovered that even in the relatively steady area where he was at, the wind speed had surpassed the level 3 strong wind in the Federation. In the meantime, in the areas far away from where the giant rocks were rolling all the time, the wind must have reached the level of hurricane or super hurricane. It was needless to say that the tornadoes were standing on the horizon. They were moving slowly, swallowing the thunders and bolts of lightning, like giants whose heads reached the sky. What a wretched place it is. Is this really a habitable planet? Liao saw with his own eyes that a giant rock hundreds of meters in diameter was absorbed by a tornado surrounded by bolts of lightning and broke into pebbles and shrouded in electric arcs. He couldn't help but remark in amazement. He immediately retrieved the data of the few sectors near the Martial Meritocrats sector and compared them to the hellish view. Then he frowned even harder. This is the Sand Primitive Sector. 2128 Sand Primitive Sector. When Liao found Li Jialing in the mess of debris, half slithering and half crawling, the young man was trying to move away from the garbage on him. Voila! Liao waved at the garbage, and the broken remnants flew away immediately, freeing the young man from the cage. This is... Looking at the rough environment around, Li Jialing was more or less stunned too. Pondering for a moment, his voice somewhat shivered as he asked, "Have we jumped to the Sand Primitive Sector?" "Yes. I have found the mainframe crystal processor from the debris just now and checked the automatic navigation and landing system again. We have indeed jumped to and landed on the only habitable planet and the home planet of the Sand Primitive Sector." Liao said, "How much do you know about the Sand Primitive Sector?" The Martial Meritocrats sector and the Sand Primitive sector were two deeply involved worlds that were similar to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. Of course, they were not as close as the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, which were a pair of twin worlds, but the distance between them was still much shorter than the regular distances between sectors. Otherwise, the first exploration fleet sent out from the Martial Meritocrats sector wouldn't have discovered the Sand Primitive sector first or introduced the natives of the Sand Primitive sector, which led to the destruction of the Martial Meritocrats civilization and the birth of the immortal cultivators. Therefore, when Liao commanded Jingle Bell to automatically search for and lock onto the nearest world to the Martial Meritocrats sector according to the star map, it was only natural that they jumped to the Sand Primitive sector. The intelligence about the Sand Primitive sector that Liao knew of was all from Su Changfa and Di Feiwen. It was the outdated information from more than 100 years ago, and their descriptions about the Sand Primitive sector were mostly quite obscure. Li Jialing, however, knew more about the issue. Pondering for a moment, he said, "Li Lingfeng once told me something about the Sand Primitive sector. By the time Black Star the Great returned to his hometown with infinite wrath, the Martial Meritocrats sector and the Sand Primitive sector had already been highly integrated. They even had a coalition government and were sort of the same civilization. Therefore, when the Martial Meritocrats sector suffered the attacks of the Imperium's fleets, the same thunderous blows happened to the Sand Primitive sector too. The civilization was completely destroyed, and the planet was reduced to a scarred land of nothingness." No, that is not entirely accurate. The Sand Primitive sector had been a land of nothingness in the first place. It was a great desert where the environment was terrible and life was highly difficult. Otherwise, the people of the Sand Primitive sector wouldn't have tried so hard to immigrate into the Martial Meritocrats sector with all their wisdom. The Sand Primitive sector was not very suitable for the survival of human beings in the first place. According to the evaluation of habitable planets in the Imperium, it was at the worst and most unacceptable level, and its index of human survival and development was close to zero. The strikes from the fleets of the Imperium only made the situation worse. It completely became a lifeless land of silence and death. Later, the Imperium seemed to have turned the Sand Primitive sector into a gigantic laboratory of magical equipment too. But different from the Land of Sins, the place was used for the experiments of massive destruction with no consideration for the survival of human beings at all. After hundreds of years of experiments, the natives of the Sand Primitive sector completely went extinct. The place has been completely forsaken since then. After all, the experiments of massive destruction could be conducted in any random desolate planet. There was no reason why they had to come here after a long journey for the experiments, right? The Sand Primitive sector right now is exactly an abandoned and forgotten world whose values have been fully exploited. In the 1,000 years of war between the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, or in the Universal War earlier between the Star Ocean Imperium and the rebellions of the Blood God, the extraterrestrial devils and the remnants of demons, it wasn't rare for vigorous, prosperous worlds to be entirely blown up and reduced into desolate worlds. The sand primitive sector does not have anything unusual. Liao nodded his head thoughtfully. Then he asked somewhat curiously, "If it does not have anything unusual, why do you appear scared just now?" While the environment of the sand primitive sector was harsh, it was only so for the ordinary people. Liao had the apocalyptic body that had been modified by the mental devil. His primeval cells had all been activated, and the organs inside his body were much more strengthened than general cultivators. Li Jialing, in the meantime, had also been through multiple procedures and could turn into a ferocious animal as hideous and aggressive as Wu Yinglan at any moment. The two of them were both out-and-out monsters. Although the air of the planet contained tremendous lethal elements, they could not cause any harm to the two strangers. Besides, Liao carried abundant water, food, and crystals in his cosmos rings. There wouldn't be a problem at all if they were to lurk here for a while. Li Jialing, however, replied rather worriedly, "However, the sand primitive sector is still slightly different from other abandoned worlds. I'm told that a lot of apparitions live here." Apparitions? Liao blinked his eyes. "What is that?" "They are like the extraterrestrial devils of the lowest level, except that they are much more brutal," Li Jialing explained. The sand primitive sector was the territory of the sand primitive natives at the beginning, and the unique training system of the sand primitive sector was different from the mainstream hierarchy of the refinement stage, the building foundation stage, the core formation stage, the nascent soul stage, and the divinity transformation stage of the outside world. The natives of the sand primitive sector worshipped the Qiyu cult. When they practiced the techniques to the best, they could summon God Qiyu into their bodies, which would grant the unparalleled combat ability to even the ordinary people. According to the studies of the Imperium, it was some sort of berserker technique that involved psychological hints and self-hypnotization to activate the forces deep inside the brain. The natives of the sand primitive sector who practiced such a technique would have weird changes in their souls, and it was very possible that tremendous apparitions would be left after their death. Liao had once communicated with Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu, an expert spectral cultivator in the ancient sages sector. He had some basic understanding of the arts of the spectral cultivators and the difference between ghosts and apparitions. All the intelligent creatures had a soul in the world of cultivation. If a person's soul and will remained after their death, it would turn into a ghost. Ghosts boasted most of the memories, self-awareness, and personalities when they were still alive. Other than the loss of the body of flesh and blood, they were not significantly different from the living people. That was why the Star Glory Federation had granted all the ghosts fundamental human rights and treated all of them as special human beings. But not all the ghosts were lucky enough to maintain a stable form and structure for a long time. Or rather, the ghosts who could maintain a stable form for a long time were the minority. Most of the ghosts would soon be disrupted by the radiation and the magnetic fields of the outside world after losing the protection of the body of flesh and blood. They would be shattered and lose most of their memories and personalities. The soul pieces that had lost their true selves with only the slight instincts of life left were known as apparitions. Apparitions were some sort of transitional beings between life and pure energy. Without too many interferences, they would be naturally transformed into pure energy and included in the vigorous cycle of life of the universe. But if they were under evil influences, or if the master of the apparitions used to be a ferocious, brutal, bad-tempered guy when alive, it was also possible that the apparitions would not disperse for a long time. They might even absorb the foul and negative energy around and gain destructive strengths. Some theorists held that the apparitions were the initial form of the extraterrestrial devils. Some other theorists believed that, while the apparitions were not technically extraterrestrial devils, they were the soil for the birth of the extraterrestrial devils. When thousands of apparitions were combined, it was possible for a strong extraterrestrial devil to be born. Li Jialing said, "Most of the people who practiced the Qiyu cult were the fearless, disobedient rogues. Their souls did not disperse after their death, but turned out countless apparitions that still haunted and roamed the scarred land of desolation. Even the hundreds of years of destructive experiments from the Imperium failed to completely annihilate all the apparitions. According to Li Lingfeng, the authorities of the Imperium changed their mind later. They wanted to close the Sand Primitive Sector for 100 or 200 years as a way of preservation to see if the apparitions in the Sand Primitive Sector could evolve into beings such as extraterrestrial devils. If they could, the Imperium studies on the origins and the evolution of extraterrestrial devils would make a giant leap forward, and the Sand Primitive Sector would be valuable again for the tests of magical equipment and techniques designed to resist the extraterrestrial devils. Liao raised his eyebrows. Is that so? Yes. Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan talked about it before. Li Jialing said affirmatively. During one of their chit-chats, they mentioned that it wouldn't be that many years before the reopening of the Sand Primitive Sector. If the few projects on the Land of Sins are all successful, they would have enough capital to bid for the monopolization rights of the Sand Primitive Sector. If they could win the lease of Sand Primitive Sector and invent some secret techniques to resist the extraterrestrial devils or even enhance their combatability with the extraterrestrial devils, they would certainly make a fortune. There are still more than 10 years to go before the reopening. Besides, it would be a public bidding instead of a clandestine deal. So, they simply talked about it openly. I see no reason why they would lie about it. So, I'm worried that some powerful apparitions, or even things like extraterrestrial devils, are active on this planet. It will be quite a disaster. While talking, Li Jialing looked far away at the gloomy, raging winds and fogs. The bolts of lightning were condensing into appalling faces in the tornadoes, as if extraterrestrial devils were grimacing at them. Extraterrestrial devils? Liao grinned and said casually, "Rest assured, I estimate that there can only be some unworthy apparitions or insignificant devils living on the planet. Otherwise, the authorities of the Imperium would have opened the Sand Primitive Sector in advance to reap them. Even if there are really extraterrestrial devils, I happen to be their ancestor. They will definitely be a great deal." Liao and the mental devil both licked their lips. Last time in the Star Glory Federation, the two of them worked together to rip apart the Internet devil and devoured tremendous tenebrum energy from the enemy, which laid down a solid foundation for the upgrades later. The sweet and refreshing feelings were still lingering in their tongues. At first, Li Jialing thought Liao was bluffing, but after he saw Liao's casualness and recalled his rampant killing inside Manjasaka, the city in the sky, like a lunatic, he couldn't help but shudder in coldness. It's possible that the guy is not bluffing. The young man secretly mumbled to himself. Judging from how brutal and violent he was, it should come as no surprise at all if he did swallow some extraterrestrial devils before. Swallowing hard and observing the environment he was at carefully, the young man felt that he was further and further away from the absolute freedom that he always dreamed about. Sighing helplessly, he said, "Then, what do we do now, Brother Yao?" "Calm down, Brother Yao always has a solution. The environment we are in seems to be very rough, but in fact, everything is under my control." Liao raised the many cosmos rings on his fingers and declared confidently, "First of all, before I found you, I had collected tremendous remnants of the Starship, especially those related to the space jump unit. Even at the moment before the crash, I also specifically released abundant spiritual energy to protect the most valuable unit. It is still in perfect condition without any damage. Secondly, now that this place is the Sand Primitive Sector in the past, and the activities of human beings were very frequent, it will be much easier. While the people of the Sand Primitive Sector were barbaric and aggressive, their civilization had advanced to a very high level, especially since the contact with the Martial Meritocrat sector. Through the advanced technologies they learned from the Martial Meritocrat sector, they produced a fairly large space fleet, to the point that the resistors in the Martial Meritocrat sector had to develop a global sword network to deal with them, right? Considering for a moment, Li Jialing nodded his head. Yes, that's correct. The people of the Sand Primitive Sector must have been good at space voyages too. So, problem solved, Liao said with a smile. Just like the Land of Sins, there must be a lot of remnants of the starships of the Sand Primitive people on this planet. No matter how powerful the destructive weapons were, it's unlikely for them to have completely wiped out all the remnants of the starships, right? Besides, my cosmos rings have stored a lot of units, crystals, and fuel that I got from Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Just rest assured. As long as we found enough remnants, with Brother Yao's marvelous skills in refining, it will be more than easy to fix and strengthen a starship that is above average. Together with this space jump unit in my hands, it won't be a problem to escape from the sand primitive sector. As long as we run out of the planet with the strengths of you and me, wouldn't we be like fish in an ocean and birds in the sky? Who can possibly stop us? Looking at the sky worriedly, Li Jialing did not loosen his furrowed eyebrows at all. He asked suspiciously, "Is that so?" "Of course." Li Yao patted the young man's shoulder and announced, "Trust Brother Yao. There can't be any accident this time." Li Jialing pointed at the sky. "But look, Brother Yao. What is that?" Li Yao looked at where the young man was pointing, only to discover that the surging, murky sky was as agitated as if simmering. Ripples spread out non-stop, revealing immeasurably deep holes. Quite a few daunting starships of the immortal cultivators, like whales sinking in an ocean, were ripping the sky and slowly landing. Right before the immortal cultivator starships was a colossus that was brimming with spiritual energy and killing intent. What else could it be other than Li Lingfeng's Tempest God? "You've got to be kidding me. He has tracked me down all the way here." Liao was dumbfounded. Has the guy lost his mind? Why does he have to capture us instead of handling the mess in the Martial Meritocrat sector? How is he going to face the infinite wrath of the big shots of his family? Li Jialing. "Well, Brother Yao, not that I don't trust you, but do you think we should run separately? Cut the crap. Let me think." Liao tapped his forehead and thought hard for a moment. Then, his face suddenly changed as he snapped his fingers and said, "Right, it was my negligence. Although I took many things into consideration, I never examined the big picture from Li Lingfeng's perspective. The target Li Lingfeng is pursuing right now is not me but you, Li Jialing." "Me?" Li Jialing blinked his eyes and pointed at his own nose. "Am I so important?" "Absolutely," Liao said. "I thought that Li Lingfeng, as an expert in the divinity transformation stage, would have stayed in the Martial Meritocrat sector to clean up the mess if he was rational enough to weigh the pros and cons, in order to preserve his power and the hope to move a step forward in future. If I were the only one who escaped, he might have made the choice helplessly despite his fury. But I brought you away, which made the situation entirely different. He could let go of me, but he absolutely could not let go of you." "Why not?" Li Jialing was confused. "You destroyed Manjusaka, the city in the sky, Li Lingfeng's dozens of years of investment, while I simply escaped because I had enough of his enslavement and exploitation. I did not even cause any actual damage for him. Why would he rather let go of you than let go of me? Because you are 100 times more valuable than me." Staring at the Tempest God and the immortal cultivator starships in the sky, Liao said solemnly, "If we are to view the issue from Li Lingfeng's perspective, his fiasco this time has caused irreversible losses, which basically means the end of his path of power. He will barely be able to keep himself safe after he returns to his family. However he cleans up the mess, bends his knees to the big shots of the family, and concedes to the competitors of his generation, nothing can change that, right?" Li Jialing immediately nodded his head and analyzed with the calmness that far exceeded his peers. "Yes, the failure this time is simply too terrible. It is almost the greatest shame of the Li family in the past hundreds of years. Whatever remedies Li Lingfeng takes, I'm afraid he will not be forgiven by the big shots of the family. Even if he is forgiven, it will still be the best weapon for other competitors to attack him with in the future. Chances are little to none that he accedes to the throne of the leader of the family and wins the title of Kurfürst in the future. Therefore, there is absolutely no way that he can clean up the mess in the Martial Meritocrat sector." Liao said, "Then, with your understanding about Li Lingfeng, do you think he will simply abandon all his ambitions after the failure, conceal all his vigor and aggressiveness, and withdraw from the stage of the universe as a common warrior of the Li family, or perhaps an elder one day in the future?" "Absolutely not." Li Jialing gnashed his teeth. "I know Li Lingfeng very well. His ambitions may be disproportional to his talents, but he is never a quitter. Whatever methods he must resort to and whatever prices they mean, he will certainly have a desperate struggle. So, he has to catch you, Liao said solemnly. It is meaningless now to go back and clean up the mess in the martial meritocrats sector. The game there is already too messed up for him to win. Instead of submitting humbly like meat on a chopping block and begging for the mercy of the big shots of his family and his peers, he might as well have a desperate attempt to knock over the chessboard and put his fate back into his control again. As the saying goes, the strong ones are never to be punished. As long as Li Lingfeng is strong enough, even if he has made a horrible mistake, the big shots of his family and his peer competitors will not be able to slate him with the debacle this time. Thinking for a moment, Li Jialing asked, "Then, how can he grow strong quickly enough?" Liao said, "Naturally, it is impossible for Li Lingfeng to achieve a qualitative leap in his own strength in only a couple of days. However, he may get what he wants with the strength of somebody else, which is Li Linghai, the queen of the Imperium of true human beings. I suspect that Li Lingfeng had been planning to work with Li Linghai, his biological sister and the queen of the Imperium, since the very beginning. Of course, it would only be nominal cooperation, and he would be in fact controlling the queen's forces as the dominator of the alliance. When the brother and the sister joined their forces, he would be able to negotiate with the competitors and the seniors in his family. For the purpose, he carefully refined you as a leverage. At that time, Li Lingfeng still had the support of his personal armed forces and the big shots within the family. He also had the Heavenly Eye Group and Manjusaka, the city in the sky, as his fundamental bases. So, he was not in a hurry to show his hand to the queen. Or rather, he could have prepared for a while longer until his odds of success were greater. But now that he had lost everything, the game with Queen Li Linghai has become his only hope. If he can join hands with the queen, he will still have an opportunity to make a comeback in the family, or he will truly be doomed for good. Naturally, your importance as a leverage has been increased to an unprecedented level. You are his everything right now. That is why he has marched to the sand primitive sector despite all the costs. He is not here for revenge but to grasp you again, whatever it takes. Li Jialing was silent for a moment. Instead of raising any doubt for Li Yao's meticulous, dazzling analysis, he asked an unexpected question. Tell me, is there really a special relationship between me and Li Linghai, Queen of the Imperium? After a brief daze, Li Yao said, You are very smart. Li Jialing smiled bitterly. Rubbing his head, he said, I do not want to be smart, but you will never know what a painful price I paid when Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan tried to build me into such smartness. After a moment of hesitation, Li Yao said, What will you do if my answer is yes? Nothing, Li Jialing said expressionlessly. Li Lingfeng, Li Linghai, any other members of the Li family, and the powerful celebrities and the ambitious small fry from other immortal cultivator families are all the same. They are all jackals of the same lair. I do not want to be related to any of them or to live their life at all. I only want to live a free life where nobody commands me, enslaves me, and exploits me. Li Lingfeng can never use me, nor will Li Linghai, no matter how we are related, and no matter what they have given me, even including my most precious life. The sensitive and smart young man had already vaguely guessed something from Li Yao's analysis. But the stubbornness and disobedience in the deepest part of his eyes had never changed. Burned by the young man's firm eyes, and sensing the strength that bellowed out of his soul, Li Yao couldn't help but smile. All right, let's figure out what we can do to get away from Li Lingfeng's hunting again, Li Jialing said. There is no way to escape at all here. On an abandoned planet of such a harsh environment, where we do not even have a starship, how exactly can we get away from Li Lingfeng's hunting? It is exactly because of the harsh environment that we have a chance of survival. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao scanned the environment and the speed and direction of the wind. Trust me, the large starships brought by Li Lingfeng are not suitable for the battles in the standard gravity within the atmosphere, even less so on a planet where the magnetic field and the spiritual energy are so disordered and the weather is so extreme. They are like whales that are stranded, and they are much more unused to the environment here than we are. As for starships, who says we don't have any? Aren't there plenty right there? Liao pointed at the sky. In the sky were the immortal cultivator starships brought by Li Lingfeng. Even if we are left with no choice and Li Lingfeng pushes us into desperation, Liao sniffed, I will still have an ultimate method to reverse failure into victory, and he will definitely be caught unprepared. Li Jialing grew very curious, unable to come up with any ultimate countermeasure now that they were already stuck in such a dangerous environment. He couldn't help but stutter. What can that be? Very simple. Since you are Li Lingfeng's most important leverage. Grinning hideously, Liao opened his fingers and attracted the young man to him. Shaking a sharp dagger out of his cosmos ring, he stuck it to the young man's carotid artery and declared gravely, if Li Lingfeng really goes too far, I will simply kill you and destroy his only leverage. He and I will die with each other. Let's see who's more scared. Li Jialing was covered in cold sweat. What kind of cultivator are you? The kind of cultivator that can survive. Liao retreated his dagger, licked his lips, and observed the sky for a while. Then the color of his face suddenly changed. Not good. Li Lingfeng has discovered us. How is it possible? It's such a large planet, right? We caused tremendous spiritual waves and infrared radiations during the crash. It is only reasonable that he can track us down. Let's go now. Their crystal suits were undamaged in the crash, and there was sufficient fuel in the reactors. Therefore, with dazzling light spurting out of the power rune arrays, they turned into two streaks of brilliance and charged at the mountains where the terrain was most unfavorable and the thunderstorms were most intense. Boom! 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 Li Lingfeng's starships opened fire non-stop, building highly rising volcanoes around the two of them. The magma and the metal shrapnel smashed at them overwhelmingly, only to be blocked by Liao's volatile and ever-moving tentacles of spiritual energy. Before Li Lingfeng's colossus approached, Liao and Li Jialing already marched into the forest of lightning that was enshrouded in black fogs, and the cries of gloomy winds one step in advance. Boom! Crack! The environment within the thunderstorm was even tougher than they imagined. Under the blowing wind, the raindrops that were surrounded by electric arcs seemed to be on parallel to the ground and shooting at them vehemently like bullets, raising colorful ripples on their spiritual shields. The bolts of lightning as thick as boas and as hideous as dragons struck the ground straightly, spraying countless balls of lightning on the surface of the planet, which did not disperse until more than 10 minutes later. The highly rising folds on the ground were all shattered by the lightning strikes. The smaller rocks had all been blown away by the furious wind, colliding with each other at a high speed in midair into a weird belt of floating stones. They were like the sharpest teeth of the monsters. The magnificent power of the great nature was something that even the starships of the immortal cultivators did not dare to mess around with easily. Even Liao and Li Jialing had to slow down in the thunderstorm despite their monstrousness. Increasing the intensity of the spiritual shields, they tried hard to resist the scourge of the wind, the lightning, and the broken stones. With the help of the pale light when lightning illuminated the sky, Liao vaguely saw a collapsed building standing deep within the folds and mountains not far away. When they drew near to observe more carefully, they discovered that it was a religious building that looked like a temple. Perhaps it was high, magnificent, and awe-inspiring hundreds of years ago, which could be seen from the dark, gargantuan statues that were still standing inside the temple. But right now, after hundreds of years of scourges from the lightning, corrosions from the wind, and blows of stones, the splendid temple in the past had only the shivering, dilapidated walls left. The iron-made, impressive statues had also been split apart by the bolts of lightning. They were more or less melted and inclined to two sides. This should be a Qiyu temple. Observing the building carefully for a while, Li Jialing said in a low voice, people of the Sand Primitive Sector worshipped the Qiyu cult in the past. The Qiyu temples were the most important buildings in their civilization. They were mostly the hearts of the towns or the tribes. Looking at the collapsed temple before his eyes, Liao had a lot of mixed feelings. It had been more than 100 years since Su Changfa told him the stories about the Martial Meritocrat sector and the Sand Primitive sector for the first time in Kunlun. No matter what a barbaric, zealous, and bloodthirsty role the people of the Sand Primitive Sector played in the destruction of the Martial Meritocrats sector, it was already no longer important, because their civilization embraced its doom almost immediately after the civilization of the Martial Meritocrats sector did. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. The Martial Meritocrats sector in the past turned into the land of sins, and the only things left by the Sand Primitive sector were probably the collapsed Chiyu temples. The civilizations of mankind were sometimes extremely tensile and powerful, and yet, they sometimes could also be as vulnerable as the candles in a storm that might completely die out at any moment. While Liao was pondering, creepy noises suddenly echoed from the collapsed temple. Then, hundreds of half-transparent energy entities crawled out. The spiritual energy around was highly disordered, but the energy entities did not seem affected at all. They simply hissed at Liao and Li Jialing aloud before they lunged at the strangers aggressively. Apparitions! Li Jialing exclaimed in shock. The apparitions that evolved based on the negative feelings such as hatred, regrets, and violence of the people of the Sand Primitive sector in the old days after their destruction? They are apparitions? They don't seem very different from regular devils to me. Liao smiled and moved his hands quickly to cast his spell. Crimson flames of spiritual energy soon condensed into the image of a giant almost 5 meters tall. With dazzling brilliance beaming out, it extended its arms agilely and grabbed a few apparitions without any trouble. After crumbling them into the purest negative emotions, it devoured the prey. Naturally, it was the skill of the mental devil. In the first place, the mental devil and the extraterrestrial devils came from the same origin. One might even say that it was a very special extraterrestrial devil in a unique form. In the ultimate battle in the Star Glory Federation, it also absorbed all the Tenebrum energy of the Internet devil and gained a deeper understanding of the structure of the Tenebrum energy. The so-called apparitions were not even real extraterrestrial devils but only slightly more advanced than the pure negative emotions. However many of them there were, they were like lambs sent to a tiger when they approached the mental devil. The mental devil gulped in the apparitions that were lunging over and soon swallowed all of them without leaving out any. Still unsatisfied, it uttered the weird noises of hunger and ravenousness. The remaining apparitions wasted no time running back into the wind and lightning, not having the courage to mess around with the unparalleled devil. Li Jialing, on the other hand, was truly dumbfounded. He did not expect that everything his brother Yao spoke was true. When the man said that he was going to eat the apparitions alive, he was indeed swallowing all of them without any concession. He couldn't help but have even more complicated remarks on Brother Yao. What is going on? Liao cleaned up all the apparitions in the Chiyu temple quickly, but there was confusion all over his face. Narrowing his eyes, he looked back beyond the thunderstorm. Li Lingfeng and his lot did not chase after us, did they? It seems they didn't. Li Jialing was slightly dazed. Is it because the lightning, thunders, tornadoes, and stones here are too violent for their starships to break in? Even so, they should have small assault warships, all-terrain armed shuttles, and crystal suits, right? Shouldn't they send a large batch of warriors to invade the place and surround us? Li Yao's nose flipped fast, as if he smelled danger from the air that still carried the scent of electric currents. Not right. Something's seriously not right. Li Lingfeng seems to have run into some trouble. Outside of the thunderstorm, very feeble explosions that sounded like broken bubbles were vaguely coming over from the obscure horizon. Li Yao's expression changed quickly. He was even more anxious than when he discovered that Li Lingfeng had followed him here. The 8 starships that Li Lingfeng brought seemed to have been assaulted, and it was quite an unexpected attack, Li Yao mumbled. Who is insane enough to attack an expert of the prime generation of the Li family, one of the 4 Kurfürst families, at the heartland of the Imperium of true human beings? Li Jialing observed. Well, isn't it you, brother you? No, that's not the same. Li Yao's eyelids twitched, and his expression was more and more grave. I only played a trick on Li Lingfeng and went on a rampage while the place was out of his reach. It is impossible for me to have a head-on clash with Li Lingfeng. But right now, somebody seems to be annihilating both Li Lingfeng and his 8 starships. Who can possibly have such capabilities, such boldness, and such precise control over the timing? Is it an accident? Or has somebody been observing Li Lingfeng from the dark the whole time, waiting for the opportunity to cut his throat? Let's go to the Qiyu Temple. Liao circled around the Qiyu Temple with Li Jialing for a few rounds, but instead of hiding inside the Qiyu Temple, they found a natural underground fissure behind the temple. The result of Li Yao's scanning suggested that the fissure was connected to a complicated cave with many branches, which led to the surface of the planet through another fissure 5 kilometers away. Since there were exits on both ends, it was the best shelter for them. Inside the underground fissure, the roars of the thunders were finally less disturbing. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Li Yao closed his right fingers and touched the center of his eyebrow where the spiritual root was located. Spreading out his senses to the maximum, which passed through the chaotic thunderstorm, he watched where Li Lingfeng was at. 2131 in the thunderstorm. The thunderstorm was simply too chaotic and intense and echoed deep inside Li Yao's soul like 10,000 vortexes, which significantly disrupted his senses. However, in the meantime, it provided perfect protection for his telepathic thoughts, making it impossible for the two parties who were engaged in the fierce fight to notice him. Through the pouring rain and the rumbling thunders, Li Yao gradually painted a fuzzy, modeled picture inside his head. The 8 starships that Li Lingfeng brought were patrolling and searching like tyrannosaurs that were as huge as mountains. However, from the dark corners, 100 velociraptors marched out. They should be assault warships, hunting warships, and full-terrain arm shuttles designed for the battles within the atmosphere. Breaking apart the formation of the tyrannosaurs with their blow, they bit the critical parts of the tyrannosaurs brutally. Li Lingfeng did not anticipate that he would encounter a second enemy other than Li Yao in such an unpopulated, forsaken world as the Sand Primitive Sector. He wanted to command the starships to float beyond the atmosphere, but there was already no time. Everything had its own advantages and disadvantages. The main 4 starships that could be 3 to 5 kilometers long were indeed awesome in the vacuum of the space, but in the atmosphere with high gravity, high friction, and disordered spiritual energy, their shortcomings, including the enormous weight, the weak anti-gravity units, the clumsiness in turning, etc., would all be exposed. The enemy's small starships, on the other hand, seemed like the cutting-edge models that were designed most recently. Despite their small size, their firepower was no less impressive. Also, they had come in full preparations, and their first round of barrage already ripped apart the plate armor of Li Lingfeng's starships, raising a series of dazzling fireballs. This is a planned attack. Li Yao thought to himself. This is definitely not an accidental encounter, but a fatal attack launched by a mysterious new force, which had been monitoring and following Li Lingfeng all the way, until Li Lingfeng was separated from his main troops and recklessly asked the main 4 starships to cut into the atmosphere. Li Yao's telepathic thoughts were concealed and made to appear as the waves of lightning in the thunderstorm as he continued searching the battlefield. Very soon, he locked onto Li Lingfeng's coordinates. The man's colossus Tempest God had unleashed the most devastating tides of spiritual energy that were even more eye-catching than a volcano eruption. Naturally, Li Yao couldn't have missed him. However, Li Lingfeng did not have any opportunity to deal heavy damage to the enemy's starships because his opponent was another colossus. What's happening? Another colossus? And one that is even stronger than Li Lingfeng's Tempest God? Li Yao's heart was racing, and he was breathing fast. He felt that all his pores were stinging as if somebody were stabbing needles at him. If the spiritual energy that Li Lingfeng was spurting out right now was like the infinite magma erupting out of a volcano, the colossus that was fighting him right now was like a boundless ocean that was filled with the most horrifying swirls. However much magma erupted from the volcano, it would be completely swallowed by the swirls without leaving any drop after it flowed into the ocean. Of course, Li Lingfeng just had a fierce battle with Li Yao, and the shock and unsteadiness of his mind was inevitable after his decades of hard work was destroyed. Also, the power units of his colossus had been sabotaged by Li Yao, which resulted in the plunge of his speed. They were all the advantageous factors for him. However, based on the collisions of the spiritual energy from the 2 colossi, Li Yao estimated that, Even if Li Lingfeng were at his peak state and his colossus were just maintained with absolutely no damage and that he had the most sufficient supplies, he still would have been no match for the mysterious enemy. Are you kidding me? My combat ability right now is more or less at the middle level of the divinity transformation stage. I don't have a slight chance of defeating Li Lingfeng in a head-to-head battle. So, he must be at least at the high level of the divinity transformation stage. But right now, the mysterious enemy is beating Li Lingfeng up as easily as eating a pie, which means that the mysterious enemy is at least at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, or even higher. Liao swallowed hard and did not dare to think any further. While the mysterious enemy's target was Li Lingfeng right now, Liao was in the Imperium of true human beings where everybody was a potential foe after all. He did not think that the mysterious enemy had come here to rescue him. Now that the enemy had been monitoring and following Li Lingfeng, they certainly had witnessed everything he did in the martial meritocrat sector, and they knew that Li Lingfeng jumped to the sand primitive sector in such a hurry just in order to capture him and Li Jialing. Then here came the question. Would the enemy let go of him and Li Jialing after they took down or captured Li Lingfeng alive? This is bad. Li Yao's face suddenly turned extremely awful. He was absolutely confident to survive from the hands of Li Lingfeng, who had more ambitions than capabilities and who was only slightly stronger than himself. However, the new mysterious enemy gave him the feeling of a viper that was as thick as a boa and could turn into a dragon to swallow the world at any moment. It was someone much more sophisticated than Li Lingfeng. While Liao was thinking quickly on countermeasures, Li Lingfeng had already failed. Liao sensed that his Tempest God spurted out a cluster of most dazzling spiritual energy first, as if a supernova were rising from the ground and blossoming to the maximum abruptly. Then, it collapsed at a visible speed, as if it were reducing from a supernova into a black hole. Nothing could be sensed anymore. Generally speaking, it was the sign that a colossus had been completely blown up. However, Liao captured Li Lingfeng's intentions keenly. The guy was about to escape. The immortal Cultivators starships that Li Lingfeng brought crashed at the mysterious enemy's colossus relentlessly. While they were obviously no match for the mysterious enemy, they did manage to postpone the enemy for a few minutes. Taking advantage of the precious time, Li Lingfeng retreated his colossus into the cosmos ring and put on a stealth crystal suit quickly just like Liao did a moment ago, diving into the thunderstorm and disappearing into the disordered spiritual waves. Let's go. Pondering for a moment, Liao rose suddenly. We have to find Li Lingfeng. What? Li Jialing was dazed, finding it hard to believe his ears. Find Li Lingfeng? Wouldn't we be feeding us to him? Also, it seems to be a mess out there. How can we find him? We are not feeding us to him, and we do not have a choice right now. Liao sighed and said with a bitter smile, as to how we can find Li Lingfeng, that is not a problem, because he is secretly sending out spiritual waves to all directions. He is expecting us, concealing their spiritual energy and sent to the minimum. Liao and Li Jialing moved soundlessly in the thunderstorm like the ghosts of two loaches. Very soon, they discovered Li Lingfeng, who was staggering forward in the bolts of lightning and storms. A few days ago, Li Lingfeng was still intimidating and awe-inspiring, giving the feeling that everybody was under his control. He was truly like a powerful, unparalleled expert. But the Li Lingfeng right now, although not having many wounds on his body, was brimming with fear and panic, which were flowing out of every gap on his crystal suit. He couldn't have looked more wretched, like a wild dog whose tail had been cut off. Witnessing such drastic changes on him in only a couple of days, even Liao had to feel sorry for him, although he was an enemy. He seems to be suffering from very serious internal injuries, Li Jialing said affirmatively. If we join our hands to ambush him, there will be a good chance to take him down. Wait a moment. I don't think Li Lingfeng is our primary problem anymore. Pondering for a moment, Liao made the call. Let's talk with him first. There are many secrets about you that we have to dig out from his mouth. Don't you agree? Liao and Li Jialing showed up in the storm, one in the front and the other in the back, staring at Li Lingfeng, who was not far away like two shadows without real entities. Li Lingfeng sensed their existence immediately. Quivering, he wiped his helmet that had been covered in icy rain. In a triangle, the three of them confronted each other in silence in the middle of the roaring winds and the pouring rain. In the next moment, Li Lingfeng made an unexpected move. He touched a rune array on the left temple of the helmet, retreating the helmet into the crystal suit. As a result, his entire head was exposed to Li Yao and Li Jialing without any protection. It was a gesture of submission or friendliness. Li Yao chuckled in a low voice. Lord Li has been wounded, and very badly? Do you need any healing drugs? I happen to have some. The lightning illuminated the bleak land, and Li Lingfeng's face indeed couldn't have looked more awful. Ignoring Li Yao's mockery, he gnashed his teeth. Didn't you want to die together with me? This is your opportunity. If we attack each other right now, we will truly be holding each other to death. Come on. The choice is yours. If you want to fight, let's fight. Walla! Walla! Lightning struck next to Li Lingfeng, showing unprecedented determination on the face of the unworthy man of a noble family. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao locked onto every muscle and every pore on Li Lingfeng's whole body without leaving any chance for him. He asked very cautiously, "Who is chasing you right now?" "That is a really patient hunter." Li Lingfeng sniffed. "It seems that you have sensed the enemy's magnificence and brutality too. After the 8 starships that I brought over were completely wasted. You were too scared to not respond to my call and show up, right? When a mantis is capturing a cicada, a sparrow is lurking behind to take them both. Yes, this is exactly a reoccurrence of such an ancient but fatal trick. However, are you really a cicada? Tell me who you are exactly. And you?" He turned his eyes to Li Jialing and stared at him resentfully, declaring, one word after another, "Why did you betray me?" Li Jialing's pupils were constricted to the minimum. His body shook slightly but was quickly stabilized. Opening his hands, he said casually, "I am an immortal cultivator. Betrayals are anything but unusual for us, right? Do I need a reason?" "You?" Li Lingfeng's eyes almost bulged out of the sockets as he mumbled. "You do not have the slightest idea who you are and what you are faced with. You are truly idiotic and asking to be killed. Then, just tell him frankly." Li Yao suddenly thought of something. He said, "Tell Li Jialing who he is, who his parents are, and who the mysterious enemy is that is chasing you right now." After a brief silence, when he simply allowed the raindrops to hit his face hard until it was covered in dents, he finally said a name in the end. Li Linghai. The one who had been following and hunting Li Lingfeng at the heartland of the Imperium of true human beings against all rules was actually Li Linghai, his biological sister and the queen of the Imperium. It was a shocking, unexpected, but perfectly reasonable answer. Who else except the queen of the Imperium could boast the capabilities to crush Li Lingfeng the moment they met and forced him to escape in desperation? Li Yao was full of curiosity for the queen of the Imperium, who was suspected to be his foster father's lover in the past. He knew that ever since Wu Yingqi, a man of the time, rose unstoppably 1,000 years ago and established the Imperium of true human beings, there had never been an emperor as dominating as Black Star the Great in the Imperium. The emperors that followed were worse and worse. Also, because of the natural restraints of the vastness of the universe, the imperial authority had been collapsing the whole time. Today, the emperor had already been marginalized, and the warlords were rising and almost dissecting the Imperium. The emperors had to be elected by the 4 Kurfürsten. Naturally, they were under the control of the powerful warlords as puppets. Li Linghai, as the queen of the Imperium, was naturally a tool for the 4 Kurfürst families to monitor and control the emperor. However, from Li Lingfeng's lines, it was not hard to tell that the queen of the Imperium did not seem willing to submit to her fate as a surveillance tool, and she had her own ambitions. Also, if the emperor were only a puppet of the warlords, how could he have commanded the army to secure such a strategic triumph in the front line against the Covenant Alliance? Even if it was part of the Covenant Alliance's scheme of retreating for a better attacking position. As Li Yao and the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet had speculated before, the emperor's leadership over the army of the Imperium was certainly unquestionable. In the enormous counterattack of the Imperium that lasted years, what kind of role had Queen Li Linghai been playing, and what was she up to exactly? Was Imperium's counterattack only aimed at the Covenant alliance, or was it? Thinking quickly, Li Yao did not change his expression at all, but simply said with a chuckle, "Got it. Your schemes have been seen through by the Queen. You are screwed." "Yes, I am screwed." Li Lingfeng did not refute at all, but simply stared at Li Yao and Li Jialing in desperation. He grinned hideously. "But you are going to die with me. Both of you." "Lord Li, I remember that we have communicated sincerely earlier." Rolling his eyes, Li Yao said unhurriedly, "You wouldn't be so naive as to think that you can hide the relationship of yourself, Li Linghai, and Li Jialing right now, would you? Of course, your doom is inevitable. But why will anything happen to us?" "Ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" Li Lingfeng burst into laughter. In the violent thunderstorm, his messy hair was dispersed and danced crazily in the wind. "So, you idiots know nothing of the truth. Especially you, Li Jialing. I raised you out of goodwill and gave you the best resources. Even my own descendants never received such great treatments. Finally, you have been refined into the best expert in the younger generation of the Li family. And this is how you repay me? You are truly ungrateful. You don't know what you are doing at all. There's no need to embellish yourself." Li Yao stepped forward and stopped before Li Jialing. He then said coldly, "We have learned about all your schemes. What now?" Regarding Li Jialing's real identity, do you want to talk about it? Or do you want me to? "I don't have anything to hide at all. I plan to find an appropriate opportunity to tell Li Jialing in the first place. What's wrong with saying it out frankly right now?" Li Lingfeng couldn't have looked more candid. There was no telling if he was faking it or he had been truly planning for that. Pausing for a moment, he said again, "However, before we get to the bottom of everything, you must make clear of one thing first. What do you think my ruthless sister Li Linghai is here for? And who is she trying to kill?" Li Yao said, "You, of course. Is that really a question?" Li Lingfeng smiled miserably. "Wrong. She may have learned about everything I did and therefore grew determined to kill me. However, if she wants to kill me, there will be countless opportunities for that. She has no reason to pick such a risky way." Li Yao blinked his eyes. "Is she here to kill me?" "Wrong again." Li Lingfeng panted quickly, and staring at Li Yao with utmost hatred, he said in a hoarse voice, "I admit that you are very strong. Perhaps a mysterious, malicious force is looming behind you, and you cannot be regarded as a Mr. Nobody. But no matter how strong you are, it is not enough for the Queen of the Imperium to attack you in person." Li Yao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. Unless Li Linghai boasted the techniques of divination, she couldn't have predicted that he would appear in the Martial Meritocrats sector and then jump to the Sand Primitive sector. However, the Sand Primitive sector was a forsaken world without any living creature. The three visitors from outer space were all there were. Now that Li Linghai's target was neither Li Lingfeng nor Li Yao, it could only be Li Jialing. Li Yao bulged his eyes and asked in disbelief, "She is here to kill Li Jialing?" "Yes, exactly." Li Lingfeng laughed aloud like a crazy lunatic. "I took everything into account and made the most thorough plans, but I still gravely underestimated my ambitious, brutal, and ruthless sister. I thought that even if the secrets were leaked out and she somehow learned the matter, it would have been absolutely impossible for her to get Li Jialing away from my hands. But little did I expect that she never intended to save anyone. She is here just to kill her own biological son." Voila! The most dazzling lightning passed their heads. Li Jialing seemed to have been slashed right in the face. What did you say?" With a pale face, the young man asked with his lips trembling. Li Yao moved horizontally and put his hand on the young man's shoulder, sending in a stream of spiritual energy to help him stabilize his soul and his mind. "I'm saying that you are Li Linghai's biological son, my biological nephew. Now, your own mother is trying to kill both of us and keep our mouths shut forever so that she will have no troubles in the future." In the craziest, creepiest, and most hateful laughter, Li Lingfeng asked, "How about it? Is it clear enough?" Although Li Yao had given Li Jialing some information before, allowing him to have a basic understanding of the relationship between him and the Li siblings, The darkest answer seemed to have astounded the young man deeply. He was lost for words for a long time. Li Yao, on the other hand, considered the loopholes in Li Lingfeng's declaration quickly with a gloomy face. What now? You think I'm lying? Li Lingfeng sensed the subtle changes of Li Yao's soul quickly. He sneered. Now, it is your turn to think carefully with your computational ability of the divinity transformation stage. In fact, the whole matter is very simple. Li Jialing is the biological son of our almighty queen of the Imperium, but it is truly, truly, truly a shame that my dear nephew's father is not his majesty, who is invincible, unconquerable, undefeatable, with a feat close to Blackstar the Great. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who will suffer most should such a great scandal be exposed? Yes, the Li family will definitely suffer a heavy blow. Even I will be affected by the astounding scandal. But wouldn't it be the queen herself who would suffer the worst? My sister's ambitions are even greater than mine. In the past 100 years, she seemed to be docile to the family and has accomplished all the missions that the family entrusted to her dutifully, as if she were truly loyal to the family and to the warlords and willing to be a tool to control the emperor. But in secret, she has been raising loyal subordinates and making friends with the smaller warlords at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium as well as the young, bottom-level officers in the space fleets. She gradually established her own force, and when the family vaguely noticed her ambitions, it was already too late to get rid of her. Although my sister is immeasurable, and even I don't know what she is pursuing exactly, I am very certain that it requires the supreme power as the foundation, whatever it is. If the scandal that she has a bastard son behind the emperor's back is disclosed at such a moment, the enterprise that she has worked hard on for 100 years will be completely ruined. Her power, her position, her strength, and her ambitions will all be for nothing. So, smart and mysterious man, tell me, does Her Grace have any reason to keep such a great nuisance in the world instead of annihilating him completely to eradicate her weakness? Li Yao's eyelids twitched quickly. He gnashed his teeth. Is it going to help anything even if Li Jialing is killed or you are? Is there no evidence at all for such a great matter? For example, have you not kept any stuff like experiment data or blood samples that you tell her you will disclose if you die? Those things are all indirect proofs. They are not enough to overthrow a mighty queen. Li Lingfeng sneered. The big shots of the leadership of the Imperium have done too many clandestine deals in secret, but as long as there is no direct proof, there will always be a way to cover or even eliminate the deals. In regard to this particular issue, there is only one direct proof, which is Li Jialing himself. As long as Li Jialing is killed and his body is reduced into nothingness, however many indirect proofs other people may present, she can always argue that they are fabricated just in order to slander the queen. With the queen's position and power today, such feeble attacks will not hurt her at all. Therefore, she can let me go today and allow me to escape in desperation like a stray dog. After all, I have lost everything and do not pose a big threat to her. Nobody will, or rather, nobody dare believe me. But she absolutely will not let go of Li Jialing, because Li Jialing is the only one who poses a potential threat to her position, her power, and her ambitions. After hearing that, Li Jialing finally couldn't help but grunt and vomit a mouthful of dark blood. He almost collapsed on Li Yao's body. Are you all right? Li Yao hurried to support the young man. He thought for a long time only to come up with no words of comfort. Don't overthink it. In fact, this is quite normal. A lot of people experienced it before. I'm sorry, my dear nephew. I plan to find a better opportunity and tell you everything gradually. Li Lingfeng said coldly. However, you have forced me into this. Also, maybe informing you of everything in the most straightforward way is of greater help for you to recognize your fate and the coldness of the stars above your head. 2133 The young man's armor and tusks. Are you really all right? Li Yao felt that Li Jialing's soul at this moment was like a shaking plaza that was about to collapse abruptly, and inside the plaza were countless crystal bombs that would explode at first touch. With cold sweat pouring off his head, he continued comforting the young man considerately. I know that such a family ethical drama must be too hard for you to accept for the time being. Why don't I stall your uncle first, so that you can burst into tears and wail hysterically for a while. That will be unnecessary. Li Jialing took a deep, deep breath. Liao seemed to hear every muscle and every nerve inside the young man's body being stretched so tightly that even his bones were about to be minced apart before they were gradually relaxed one after another. The young man calmed down. It was quite a creepy, if not terrifying, feeling. The young man seemed to have turned into a completely different person in only a few seconds. Outside of his true self in the deepest level, a thick, cold armor that was embedded with tusks had taken shape. Or rather, he had removed the armor of the regular young man that was his disguise and finally revealed his cold, indifferent, heartless, and dark true self. "I'm fine. I really am," Li Jialing said in a low voice. Brother Yao was quite right. As an immortal cultivator, and growing up in a swirl of power like the Li family, parental bonds are nothing but jokes. This is quite regular. Well said. Li Lingfeng burst into laughter. Of course you are fine. That is the only way that you can deserve my decades of tutelage for you. For all those years, I have taught you schemes, betrayals, slaughters, and negotiations. I taught you to be untrustworthy, iron-hearted, and seek only after your own interests. Everything I did was meant for you to be as calm and rational when the moment came as you are right now. Even the ancient people knew that those who are born into the royal family will never be privileged enough to enjoy the love and friendship of the ordinary people. That is the price of power. Crushed by the absolute power, any parental bond will be blown into nothingness. The Li family controls so many worlds. Our power is 100 times greater than that of the sovereigns in ancient times. On the other hand, your mother is the authentic queen of the Imperium. What a mother-son relationship do you expect with your identities? Wouldn't you be too silly if you expect so? You're quite right, uncle. Li Jialing replied calmly. His voice that was as cold as an iceberg made Liao shudder. The young man was more and more adapted to his role after only 10 seconds. He scorned, "However, why should we trust you 100%? Even if Li Linghai is truly my gene provider, is she really here to kill me? Is it possible that you are simply making things up in your desperate struggle, because you don't have any other choices now?" Liao swallowed and asked in a low voice, "Hey, are you really all right?" Li Jialing said indifferently, "I'm fine. In fact, I've never felt better. At the very least, I know who I am and where I came from now, don't I?" Liao was slightly dazed, not knowing how he should respond to the young man who was terrifyingly calm. Li Lingfeng said solemnly, "With everything coming to this point, is there any reason for me to deceive you? You can figure out everything if you think about it carefully. If she hadn't been planning it, how could Li Linghai have arrived so fast? It's been less than 24 hours since Mr. Mysteries next to you disrupted my quest of dying light and blew up Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Even the reinforcements of the Li family in the front line haven't been mobilized, gathered, regrouped, and teleported to the Martial Meritocrats sector. How on earth can Li Linghai be so fast? Also, the matter has nothing to do with her at all. As the Queen of the Imperium, she should have more important things to attend to. Why is she qualified and have the time to meddle in my affairs? There is only one possible answer. She has been here since a long time ago. She did not come for Mr. Mysteries next to you. It was possible that she did not even know his existence. Since the very beginning, her target has been very clear, which is you. I estimate that she has long learned the secret that I've been hiding you under my custody. But she simply held herself back and pretended she knew nothing of it while concocting in secret how she could completely dispose of you. It was her best opportunity when I left the Li family's fief for the Martial Meritocrats sector to push forward the quest of dying light. Her secret fleet must have been lurking somewhere at the edge of the Martial Meritocrats sector while monitoring my operation. Perhaps if Mr. Mysteries hadn't intervened, she would have jumped out of nowhere and performed a cutthroat attack at the most intense and chaotic moment in the middle of the quest. Li Jialing asked, "If it was a secret fleet, it couldn't have had a large number of starships. How could they have broken into Manjasaka, the city in the sky? Don't you understand?" Li Lingfeng raised his voice as he said, She only needed to break into Manjasaka, the city in the sky, if she wanted to rescue you. But if her purpose since the very beginning was to kill you and keep your mouth shut, she would not need to bother my main fleets and the space fortress at all. She only had to jump out of nowhere and obliterate the area you were at after ascertaining your coordinates. Then, she could just escape without alarming anyone. She could even let Starlight take the blame for the assault. If everything went well, she would have returned to the capital of the Imperium in 3 days. By then, even if I had abundant indirect proofs in my hands, what could I do? This must be what was on her mind. The starships and crystal suits that she brought this time do not have any sigils or emblems. They must be a secret troop that she founded in person. But the starships have been through sanding and added with many wasted metals, which are in fact a similar style to the ragged starships of Starlight. Are these still not enough to prove my point? Of course, nobody expected that this mysterious friend here would suddenly pop up and disrupt everything, both ruining my decades of hard work and completely interrupting Li Linghai's pace. She was forced to chase us to this place at risk. Liao rubbed his nose. Well, you're welcome. It was my pleasure. Li Lingfeng glared at Liao, and the brutality in his eyes was even more eye-catching than the flashes of lightning in the sky. Tilting his head and thinking for a while, Li Jialing said slowly, even if what you said is true, it doesn't prove that she has no intention of saving me. What if her secret fleet was lurking at the edge of the Martial Meritocrat sector just in order to steal me away at the most critical moment? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. You still have some sort of expectations for your gene provider or your birth mother, if you will, don't you? I suggest you abandon such naive and ridiculous ideas because they will only make it more painful. Li Lingfeng grinned hideously. Do you think that I am both cruel and sordid? Then let me tell you, compared to your mother, who seems to be straightforward and outspoken but has such a sophisticated heart that she almost deceives the Li family and even the entire Imperium, your uncle is almost a pure and flawless cultivator. Are you not curious about one thing? If you are Li Linghai's biological son, why did you fall into my hands, and why was I the one who raised you up in secret? Also, why have I invested so many resources on you without caring about the costs, to build you into a secret weapon to deal with Li Linghai, when I know your relationship with Li Linghai very well? Isn't it common sense that mothers and their children are naturally connected? Was I not scared that you would join Li Linghai's side after you found out the truth, in which case I would be losing everything and gaining nothing? Li Jialing was slightly dazed. Perhaps you were too conceited to think that I would ever find out about the truth? Hehe. If you think that way, you are underestimating your uncle and your birth mother greatly. Li Lingfeng said, your uncle is in the divinity transformation stage, and your mother's level is even higher than mine. As long as the two of you meet each other at close distance, how would she not have recognized that you are her biological son? When that happens, it would be a probable event that the son and the mother would team up against me. So, wouldn't I be committing suicide and raising a gravedigger for myself? Liao and Li Jialing both frowned and thought hard. It did make no sense. However arrogant Li Lingfeng was, there was no reason why he would leave such a great loophole. I was bold enough to do everything I did, and I was confident that you would stand by my side even if you learned the whole truth. For a simple reason. In a smile, Li Lingfeng spat out the answer unhurriedly. Because this isn't the first time, but the second one, that Li Linghai has tried to kill you. She killed you once decades ago. Or to be more exact, she disposed of you while you were still in the fetus state. At that time, she thought that she had completely disposed of the redundant fetus that was you. Little did she know that you survived the catastrophe and was saved by me in the end. Li Linghai at that time did not have the intimidating power and strength that she has today. So, I was still able to cover your existence for decades and eventually found a way to raise you up in secret. Do you understand now? Although Li Linghai is your birth mother, she has always considered you a trouble. She tries everything she can to kill you, and she already killed you once. As for me, I am only your uncle, and I did not save you because you are family, but because I regarded you as leverage and intended to build you into a secret weapon. However, objectively speaking, it was indeed me who saved you, raised you, and protected you at the most critical moment. I even summoned all the resources at my disposal to bring you up without any reserve." Li Jialing's body trembled, and his voice became even colder. "So, I owe you a thanks, uncle? Hehe. I never expected a thank you from you. I know that you hate my guts, but I couldn't care less about your gratitude or hatred." Li Lingfeng sniffed. "I am now only telling you the truth as it is. Then, please think carefully with the calmness and rationality that I have inculcated into you after all those years whom you should side with, your uncle who saved and raised you, or your mother who has been trying to kill you time and time again." 2134 Business is business. Li Jialing hesitated. No matter how many armors and tusks were hidden in the young man's heart, and how much darker and more sophisticated he was than his peers, his experiences were limited by his age after all. Even if he were the sharpest sword in the darkness, it would still require the wetting and polishing of time for him to have an edge to cut apart the stars. Li Lingfeng's words sounded too true for Li Jialing to tell their veracity. His mind in a mess, he somehow glanced at Li Yao again, as if this brother Yao, who appeared out of nowhere, was his greatest reliance right now. But little did he know that Li Yao was in quite a headache himself. After advancing into the divinity transformation stage, Li Yao was even more skilled at the perception of other people's micro-expressions, heartbeats, scents, and even quakes of the souls. In other words, it was easier for him to tell if other people were telling the truth now that his senses were keener. While Li Lingfeng was of a higher level than him, the man was heavily wounded, and his soul gave an unsteady, flickering feeling. It was barely possible for the guy to completely fool him. In the meantime, Li Yao sensed clearly that when Li Lingfeng made the statements, his facial muscles, his heart, his nerve endings, and his soul did not show any anomalies at all. At the very least, based on Li Yao's experience, he should be telling the truth. "Are you serious? Li Linghai is brutal enough to kill her own biological son?" Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue, feeling that his head was exploding. Ever since his foster father's last words were revealed more than 100 years ago, Li Yao had been uncannily mesmerized by the name Li Linghai. The reason was very simple. Li Yao believed that his foster father was a kind, righteous good man, and his foster father had made it clear in his last words that should Li Yao or the Star Glory Federation run into trouble one day, they could go to Imperium of True Human Beings and find Li Linghai, who would definitely offer protection. Since his foster father was a good guy who had faith in Li Linghai and was even probably in a romantic relationship with her before, Li Linghai should be a good person too, or at least the lesser of the evils among the many immortal cultivators. It was exactly what Li Yao thought at the beginning. His plan was to trace Li Linghai through Li Jialing and see if there were possibilities of concession or even cooperation between him and the least bad immortal cultivator. One might even say that Li Yao's main purpose after sneaking into the heartland of the Imperium of True Human Beings on his own was to search for Li Linghai. But according to everything Li Linghai said just now, the queen of the Imperium of True Human Beings was almost the epitome of the immortal cultivators. Her ruthlessness and cruelty could almost be called classical, and she did not hesitate to abandon her son for power. If she could kill her blood son without frowning, what could the foster son of her former lover more than 100 years ago mean to her? Li Yao's dream was rather beautiful, but it was a pity that the cruel reality was too damn freezing. What's there to hesitate about? The few starships that I brought to the Sand Primitive Sector are about to be torn up by Li Linghai. Make a decision now. Li Lingfeng opened his arms with a low and firm voice and the most honest expression. Yes, Jialing, I admit that I have been lying to you all the time. In fact, I should have told you the truth earlier to avoid such misunderstandings, which resulted in you running away. However, please think for a moment in your uncle's shoes. In the past, your nature was not completely awakened, and your uncle could not perceive your psychological state clearly. If I told you the truth, only to upset you and even make you mentally deranged, what could I have done? Also, after you learned the truth, your demeanor would certainly be different from the past. Should you expose any loopholes, you might be causing a disaster to yourself at any moment. It must be noted that the Li family had been extending our hands into the royal palace the whole time, but ever since Li Linghai's influences grew strong enough, She was reversely infiltrating the Li family from the royal palace. Even I was not certain that she was unaware of your existence. As it turns out, however prudent and vigilant I was, she still discovered you and has led a secret squad to dispose of you in person. Good boy. I know you are a smart person and an out-and-out immortal cultivator. Let's not talk about the groundless familial bonds but the most simple and substantial interests. Yes, I admit that I thought you were a rare good when I rescued you at the beginning, and I simply wanted to build you into a secret weapon or a valuable bargaining chip for the highly dangerous game between Li Linghai and me. However, during the procedures of refinement, I gradually discovered the infinite potentials hidden underneath your weak appearance. They were the strength inherited from Li Linghai that awed me. Hehe. None of my descendants, both the sons and the grandsons, were worthy of anything. Even the most distinguished one of them had the aptitudes and ambitions that could only be called plain at best. His accomplishments would be limited, and it would be his best to help the family to manage a resource planet. He was not as good as 1/10 of you. Since you had such amazing potential, and you were my blood nephew who could sort of carry on the genes of my bloodline, was there any reason why I shouldn't raise you well and refine you without bothering the costs? In conclusion, was I making use of you? Yes. Did I regard you as a leverage and a weapon? Yes. Did I hope that you could kill Li Linghai someday? Still yes. But did I raise you wholeheartedly? Yes. Did I invest 10 times more effort and resources on you than I did on my biological sons and grandsons? Yes. Did I wish you to be my real heir, to pass on my genes, my power, and my title? Yes. Just think carefully about everything that I've done to you, and you will know that I am not lying at all. The relationships of human beings are all about manipulation. I make use of you, and you make use of me. Is there anything bad about that? To have the values that other people are interested in making use of is more reliable than any familial bonds. Let me repeat myself. Our interests are in accordance. We can absolutely work together to accomplish a great cause and control the family one day. The Li family in the next 100 years will be ours. However, your interests and Li Linghai's are not exactly on the same page. She already killed you once you were still a fetus. Do you think she will let go of you this time? Li Jialing breathed fast. He clenched his fists and gnashed. I have no interest in your power struggles at all, yours or Li Linghai's. The blood connections of mother or uncle are utterly meaningless in my eyes too. I only want to live a life of absolute freedom where I can do anything I want. Absolute freedom? Li Lingfeng was slightly dazed before he burst into laughter. You silly boy. The universe is boundless with countless stars, but fights, slaughters, rules and regulations that you have to abide by and unparalleled experts who can blackmail you, browbeat you, control you, hurt you, and meddle with you are everywhere. Where exactly can you find a life of absolute freedom? Let me tell you, if you really want to live a life of absolute freedom, it is very simple. You have to seize absolute power through whatever means possible. Only when you have absolute power will you have absolute freedom. When you become the master of a planet and boast the absolute power of the planet, you will have absolute freedom on the planet. By the same logic, when you become the lord of a sector with the supreme power, you will be absolutely free in this world. You can kill whoever you want to kill and do whatever you want to do. Even if the world is turned upside down, nobody will dare to tell you to stop. Hehe. If you can dominate the Li family someday as my heir, many sectors will have to listen to your command, and countless starships will obey your will. In the fief of the Li family, you will be unrestrained and enjoy absolute, lawless freedom. The young man began to breathe heavily. Peeping at Liao, he said in a low voice after hesitating for a long time, You have said a lot of things, but what do you want exactly? I have a tiny plan, but whether or not it can work out will depend on the mysterious man next to you. Li Lingfeng focused his eyes on Liao again, but the brutality deep inside his eyes was all gone, replaced by cleverness and cunningness. If I am not mistaken, you are not a real cultivator, are you? After a brief silence, Liao chuckled. Of course not. How could the daydreaming fools like Cultivators have raised an expert of the divinity transformation stage and used him extravagantly as a scout? And how could they have such a well-maintained colossus? You should know what a great pressure it is for the logistics department better than I do, fellow cultivator Lee. It can't be done without the support of a grand industrial system with full facilities and well-trained personnel. Do the cultivators meet the conditions? They couldn't have afforded a leg of the colossus even if they sold all their belongings. Liao addressed Li Lingfeng as Lord Li at the beginning, but fellow cultivator Li right now. It was obviously a hint that they were on the same boat. I assumed no less. The bullshit such as a cultivator from the sky can only deceive the 3-year-olds and the ignorant hominoids. Li Lingfeng said coldly. Then, who might you be exactly? And what is your purpose of going through all the dangers on your own? In any case, the fancy combination of a colossus whose combat performance is better than the Tempest God and an expert in the divinity transformation stage is not something that the mobsters at the edge of the Imperium can present. Do you know how popular and eye-catching your Heavenly I Group and your Slaughterstream platform were in the past 100 years? Liao said, as the saying goes, the bird who flies in the lead always gets shot first. The Slaughterstream is a new invention that has never been seen before in the past 1,000 years, and it is an interesting but scary thought to control the Imperium through the media. There are bound to be some pedantic, obsolete forces who dislike your Slaughterstream and do not want you or the Li family to control a new, unknown strength. Just consider me as an agent sent by the obsolete forces that do not like Slaughterstream and do not want you to grasp the new power. I am here to sabotage your cause, and they will take the opportunity to attack you to ruin your stream platform and swallow the Heavenly Eye Group. Don't be angry. It's nothing personal. In fact, I, for one, quite appreciate your ideas and creations. The Imperium is simply too moldy and ancient. It's time to let in some fresh air. However, an order is an order and business is business. I'm sure you understand me. 2135 Turn a foe into a friend? I am not angry. In fact, I appreciate your honesty, which is a good beginning for our cooperation. Li Lingfeng said sullenly. At the very least, it is much better to admit to the truth than to persist in the ridiculous identity of a cultivator. Liao couldn't help but tap the helmet of the mystic skeleton battlesuit to retreat the facial cover. With the look of, I do feel the same on his face, he bulged his eyes and said, You think that the identity of a cultivator is funny and absurd too, right? That's too fucking correct. When those assholes devised the identity for me, I thought exactly the same. I cursed them exactly on the spot. What is your problem? Is there something wrong with your head? Are you not considering reasons and logic at all? I would certainly have to reveal the capability of the divinity transformation stage and my colossus in the mission. But the cultivators are a bunch of stray dogs and mobsters who have been killed and brutalized since 1,000 years ago. What kind of foolish person would believe that the cultivators could send someone in the divinity transformation stage to carry out the mission in a colossus? It was absolutely impossible. Even pigs wouldn't have believed that. The readers would have criticized the author for being too unbelievable, outrageous, and adding too many lucky factors to the supervillains that were cultivators even if it were in a novel. It was needless to ask how it could deceive you and the cunning, smart big shots of the Li family. To be honest, I have pretended to be a lot of people in my life. I can even play a 16-year-old whore vividly. But it is truly a very troublesome challenge to pretend to be a cultivator in the divinity transformation stage this time. I totally can't imagine what exactly makes a divinity transformation stage cultivator. What is on their mind, or what they look like? Li Lingfeng nodded his head slowly. I understand it very well. The high and mighty big shots of families and the commanders of the coalition fleets never care about the actual situations in the front line but always expose the specific executors in all kinds of unnecessary dangers. Liao rolled his eyes and put on a cunning smile. What now, fellow cultivator Li? Are you trying to test which family or space fleet I come from? It does not seem important. All in all, guess how those sons of bitches replied to me. They argued that victors did not need to explain and would not be punished. As long as I could sabotage your plan neatly and destroy Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Nobody would care if the cultivator from the sky was true or false. Or rather, even if all the forces and everybody knew clearly that I was a fake cultivator and in an obvious disguise, so what? Your stream platform would already be destroyed, and the Heavenly I group would likely be merged and swallowed by other people. The cultivator from the sky would never show up again. It would be clean and neat without any sequela. Right? No, there is sequela, Li Lingfeng said coldly. The tails of the cultivators would spread out in the sea of stars. Countless hominoids would be inspired by the non-existent scumbag. They would cause great trouble and seriously jeopardize the overall interests of the Imperium. Liao laughed. I didn't know that fellow cultivator Li is such a noble patriot. But rest assured, the Imperium is so magnificent, and the cultivators could barely be called an ailment. A questionable tale and a few videos that could be fabricated by any crystal processor can't hurt the foundations of the Imperium. Besides, that is all the families and relatively independent space fleets have been doing. The interests of the family and the fleet are always placed above the interests of the Imperium, right? Yes, you have made it in a very remarkable way. Li Lingfeng narrowed his eyes and said, one word after another. Even though I am on your opposite side, I have to admit that it is a clean, rapid, and textbook stealth and sabotage operation. Other people will only appreciate your ruthlessness, decisiveness, and heartlessness, without being bothered by your ridiculous false identity as a cultivator. Liao raised his eyebrow and blew a whistle. He said with a smile, You really do not hate me? Your peace of mind right now strikes me as a bit pretentious. Fellow cultivator Li, of course I hate you. I want to skin you, cut you into pieces, and burn you into ashes. When he thought of the damage Liao caused to Manjusaka, the city in the sky, the brutality inside Li Lingfeng's eyes was running out again. To be honest, if it were yesterday, or even just half an hour ago when I had 8 warships and hundreds of elite warriors hunting you together, I definitely wouldn't have let go of you but asked you to beg to be killed. I would have tortured you alive for 10 years, before drawing out your soul and shattering it, making you die for good. But is there any point in saying that right now? Even if I hate your guts, so what? Right now, the greatest threat to me is not you but Li Linghai. In the meantime, the greatest threat to you is not me but Li Linghai too. Like you said just now, business is business. There's nothing personal between you and me. Even if we do have the greatest hatred toward one another, we can always make concessions at a life and death moment, right? Liao rolled his eyes again and again, and the smile on his face was even more intense. Yes, business is business and interests are interests. Anything can be bargained and negotiated for survival. Besides, you are just a tool. Li Lingfeng said, I know everything about the experts above the peak of the nascent soul stage who are public in the Imperium, including their techniques, their attack patterns, and the colossi they use. All their data are in my head, but you are certainly not among them. So the answer is obvious now. You are a secret weapon domesticated by a certain family, just like I raised Li Jialing, and Li Linghai raised her secret armed force, Deep Ocean Fleet. Like you said just now, you can pretend to be countless people in the most vivid way, and even acting as a 16-year-old whore is not a problem for you. It better proves my speculation. You are the kind of creatures like pretenders or ghost warriors, who are trained to help the family with the clandestine businesses through the most bloody, dark, and dangerous missions, right? Liao's pupils constricted violently. As if he were stung by a non-existent needle, his voice suddenly turned cold. Ghost warriors? I don't like the sound of that. I know you don't. Li Lingfeng smiled. Every deeply rooted ancient family has tragic persons like you, who can never show up with their real faces or enjoy the dignity, power, and glory that they deserve despite their dominating strength. Instead, they have to carry out the most dangerous, evil, and ugly missions time and time again. One moment of carelessness, and they will either be killed miserably in the front line or thrown out as a scapegoat when the scheme is exposed. Take your mission, for example. There's no need to describe the dangers in sneaking into Manjusaka, the city in the sky, for sabotages on your own and to face my thunderous fury. You may be killed by me at any moment. Even if you return in one piece for now, Should any information be leaked, the Li family may burst into fury and trace back to the schemer behind the curtain, the force that you belong to. Chances are that you will be traded or sacrificed. TSK, TSK, TSK. When I think that way, while I am quite miserable right now, your conditions are no better than mine. In the confrontation of the two of them, Liao seemed to be unable to hold back his temper for the first time. He said coldly, "Fellow cultivator Li, what is it that you are trying to say? We seem to be running out of time. What I want to say is that we are actually the same type of people. I understand you." Li Lingfeng was even more sincere than when he talked to Li Jialing a moment ago. "Although you are in the dark while I am in the light, we are actually the same tools for our families. Haha. Everybody knows that I am the best within the prime generation of the Li family, the well-acknowledged next Kurfürst. But how many people know that I am just a target that the big shots of the family have pushed to the front? If a tree grows taller than other trees in the forest, it will be destroyed by the wind inevitably. Do the seniors of my family not understand such a simple logic? If they truly want me to be the leader of the family and the Kurfürst, there is no reason why they should tell everybody about it eloquently. Shouldn't they simply train me, support me, and give me more troops and power in secret? But now, they have promoted it on a large scale and informed everybody in the world that I am very likely to be the next leader of the family and the next Kurfürst. What is the meaning of that? They are obviously pushing me to the stage to help them shoulder the storms and arrows from inside and outside of the family as a cover for the real future heir in their hearts. Hehe. They thought that I was truly bemused by my ambitions, but I knew exactly what they planned. I will never admit to being a tool. Manjasaka, the city in the sky, the Heavenly Eye Group, the Slaughter Stream platform, and everything about Li Jialing were the attempts I made to get rid of my pathetic fate. I am the captain of my own fate. The real big shots of the Li family consider me as a fool, a puppet, and a tool, but I will let them know who will laugh to the end and who is most qualified to control the entire Li family. As he approached the end, Li Lingfeng was already yelling. Li Jialing, who had been raised by Li Lingfeng in secret since childhood, never knew that his uncle whom he deemed a fiend had such a side. He was stunned for a moment. Sensing his subtle changes of feelings, Li Lingfeng smiled at the young man casually. "Why, Jialing, you did not expect that your uncle to be someone like this. In fact, you should have. Where exactly do you think the insubordination and sense of competition deep inside your soul came from?" Pausing for a moment, he extended his hand at Liao again and said slowly, "Also, I believe that any expert who has advanced into the divinity transformation stage is unwilling to have their fate controlled by a family, a fleet, or a sect, and to live like rats in the gutter that will never see the sunlight. Your colossus is so tough. Do you not want to let it appear in the sky of the capital of the Imperium in broad daylight someday?" Liao. Well, truth be told, I did give it some thoughts before. 2136 Wisdom back online. It is useless to just give it some thoughts. Li Lingfeng suddenly raised his voice and declared in an oppressing way, "My fellow cultivator whose name I do not know but who is as pitiful as me, although you have been covering yourself up, I have already figured out your identity and your situation from the traces you left behind." Liao was slightly dazed. "Have you?" First of all, raising an assassin, assaulter, and saboteur in the divinity transformation stage in secret while hiding it from everybody else, and having a colossus that is not registered in any database in the Imperium, even taking the entire Imperium into account. The forces with such capabilities can only be the 4 Kurfürst families and the few warlords of the coalition fleets who rose recently. Your origins can be beyond the few forces, Li Lingfeng said resolutely and unquestionably. However, with such a remarkable background and amazing capabilities, you have been used by the force behind you as a secret agent to carry out such a mission that is bordering on suicide. It appears to me that your life in your force can't be too comfortable. It is possible that you are hated, envied, and ostracized too. Somebody might even have hoped to kill you through me, didn't they? Otherwise, I can't think of a reason why a high and mighty expert in the divinity transformation stage would come to ruin Manjasaka, the city in the sky, at such great risks. There are no benefits in it for you in person, and it is 99% likely that you would be killed. It's just like right now, had Li Linghai not arrived all of a sudden, you would have been killed by me a long time ago. As an expert in the divinity transformation stage, you should be able to calculate the gains and losses in the blink of an eye. How could you have done such things rashly? It is utterly unreasonable. Li Yao's pupils enlarged and constricted, and the veins on his face were visible now and then too. He said slowly, "Fellow cultivator Li, should I compliment you for your wisdom that is finally back online and showing the computational and deduction abilities of the divinity transformation stage?" Li Lingfeng sneered. "Eliminating all the unreasonable and illogical choices, my speculation is the only possible truth. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain your arrival and what you did at all." After a long silence, Li Yao finally heaved a sigh and said, "It may be the truth, but so what? Everybody in the universe has their restraints. Even if you are as strong as a god, it is impossible for you to do whatever you want. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures and various sources that someone in the divinity transformation stage consumes every day are astronomical. The seemingly powerful colossus also requires an enormous industrial system for maintenance. There are also issues of fuel, ammunition, and replacement of weapons. Without the support of a family, what can I do by myself and my colossus? Therefore, although I know I'll be hanging by a thread if I take the mission to sabotage your territory in the Martial Meritocrat sector on my own, although I know that the fake identity of Cultivator definitely cannot fool everyone in the entire Imperium, although I know that there is a good chance that I will be killed by you, or be hated by you who are at a higher level in the divinity transformation stage than me for the rest of my life, even if I am not, although I know that the entire Li family will consider me as prey should the incident be exposed, and I will very likely end as a sacrifice in the private deals, although I know clearly that it is a scheme of someone in my force to kill me indirectly. I know everything clearly, but so what? So what? You're quite right. I'm just a tool, the sharpest saber. However sharp the saber is, it cannot decide whose hands it will be grabbed in and what it will slash." As he approached the end, blood was glistening in Li Yao's eyes, and his voice was filled with anger and resentment. Li Lingfeng observed him quietly for a while before he suddenly chuckled. "It seems that I was not wrong at all. We truly share the same unfortunate life. It seems that I should not loathe you but the force behind you, the guys who went through all the trouble to destroy my lifelong work, the Slaughterstream platform and the Heavenly Eye group, and who intended to destroy you by the way too." The blood inside Li Yao's eyes was shining as he said gloomily, "Yes, maybe those guys wanted us to kill each other in a battle, which would have been a stone that killed two birds." Blinking his eyes, Li Lingfeng put on an even more sunny smile. He said, "We've been fighting and chatting for a long time, but I don't seem to have learned my fellow cultivator's name yet." Pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, "Call me Vulture Li Yao." Li Lingfeng glanced at Li Jialing, and there was even more certainty in his eyes. Li Yao narrowed his eyes, and with hostility beaming out again, he said, "Why have your senses been locked onto Li Jialing? You want to tell if I gave you a false name through his indirect reactions? I have no doubt that you gave me a false name." Li Lingfeng chuckled. "However, judging from the reactions of my little nephew, you gave me the same pseudo-name as you gave to him, which more or less proved your sincerity." Li Yao glanced at Li Jialing and mumbled, "I'm feeling more and more that I underestimated you yesterday. I thought that you were just a random guy in a noble family who had more ambitions than talents. But as it turns out, as the dangerous moment of life and death, your wisdom is soaring like a volcano eruption. Even such a top secret that Vulture Li Yao is a false name has been seen through you immediately. How impressive. Enough talking. Now that we have more or less learned each other's cards, what exactly do you want, fellow cultivator Li?" Vulture Li Yao, fellow cultivator Li, right? Don't be so vigilant. You may find it hard to believe, but I really don't mean any harm to you right now, nor am I qualified to. I just hope that we can warm each other up and give each other a hand. Opening his hands, Li Lingfeng said frankly, "You know it better than anybody else that the quest of dying light has been completely messed up. Manjasaka, the city in the sky, has been demolished, and the heavenly I group is hopeless. Whatever influences that I have built in the past decades are possible to fall apart. It is impossible for the big shots of my family to continue trusting and supporting me like before. All in all, I am poorer than any moment in the past 100 years, and it is barely possible for me to make a comeback on my own. Why would I refuse the friendship of another expert in the divinity transformation stage under such circumstances? And it is one with such a powerful colossus, no less. Friendship. Liao sneered. What will I get? Same. The friendship of an expert in the divinity transformation stage. Li Lingfeng smiled. Although I do not have anything right now, my core troops haven't suffered any damage. They are still cleaning up the mess in the Martial Meritocrat sector, unaware of what is going on here. The wretched sand primitive sector has been screwed up by the hundreds of years of destructive experiments. It is barely possible for us to send signals out. The bottom line is, as long as you help us survive the crisis right now, I'm absolutely confident to rise again. By then, if you really want to change your fate, I believe you wouldn't mind receiving some selfless help from the real controller of the Li family. Would you? The alliance of two experts in the divinity transformation stage is enough to make the universe tremble. How does it sound? Do you want to show up in the most glamorous seat in the Imperium openly and claim the power and glory that belong to you? Li Yao's eyelids bounced violently, and he ground his teeth like a grater. In an even more hoarse voice, he said, "That's all? You want to fool me into selling my life to you with such weightless bullshit? Of course, that's all about the future. Right now, what matters most is my dear sister and her grace of the Imperium." Li Lingfeng sniffed the air, his nose tip quivering non-stop. "She has already entered the thunderstorm and is searching for us in the middle of the pouring rain and the thunder. It is a pity that the magnetic field here is too chaotic. She can't lock onto our coordinates for the time being, but it won't be long before she does. How about it? I don't believe that you are not interested in the Queen," Li Yao said, somewhat unnaturally. "Why would I be interested in the Queen?" With a "you can't fool me" look on his face, Li Lingfeng said, "Stop pretending, fellow cultivator Li. We have been communicating well and genuinely. Now that a great enemy is underway, is there any need to hide at all? If you and the force behind you are not interested in the Queen, how on earth could you have learned so many secrets?" Li Yao was dazed for a while, and the defense on his face gradually loosened as he said, "All right, I admit that the major forces in the Imperium are all greatly interested in the Queen. After all, as you said just now, she has gradually revealed her ambitions, and she poses a threat to many different people, doesn't she? Who can argue with that? My sister is turning more and more unpredictable, immeasurable, and even horrible after only 100 years." Li Lingfeng sighed and said, "Pushing her to the throne of Queen was perhaps the gravest mistake that the Li family made in the past 100 years. But who could have foreseen that she would grow into something like this? All in all, she has got everything she needs, and she is about to bear the most aggressive tusks. At such a critical moment, she absolutely will not allow any unexpected factor to disrupt her plan. The three of us have to be killed here. If we continue brutalizing each other, we will only be killed by her one after another. There's no chance of winning at all. However, if we can join our hands, with two experts in the divinity transformation stage and Li Jialing, a perfect experiment subject that Wu Yinglan and I carefully refined, we will not entirely be on the losing side. It must be noted that Li Jialing's existence has always been her biggest secret. Even the Deep Sea Fleet, the secret troop that she founded on her own, will not be allowed to learn the truth. Besides, she couldn't have guessed that we would join hands. She thought that the two of you had escaped into the deepest part of the thunderstorm. So, she would certainly come here to hunt on her own without bringing any help. This is our best opportunity. Li Jialing had been listening in silence all the time. He finally couldn't help anymore. And so, he asked, "You want us to kill her together?" Li Lingfeng chuckled. "I didn't say that she must be killed. I know that you might be unable to make up your mind for that. However, getting her under control, talking to her, and making some deals with her, or asking her to tell the truth of your origins. Do you find that acceptable? Rest assured, your uncle wouldn't bear to kill your mother, Liao said to the young man coldly. He still wants to control the forces deep inside the royal palace with your living mother. Or to put it more frankly, he wants to swallow the forces that your mother accumulated in secret in the past 100 years to realize his own ambitions. Do you understand? 2137 The Weird Queen. Smart. Giving no denial at all, Li Lingfeng simply grinned. If the queen truly dies, many people will smile even in their dreams. But will that bring us any good? We will simply be doing somebody else's a favor, won't we? Besides, she is my sister who shares the same father and mother with me after all. If possible, I do not want to completely end up on bad terms with her. My plan is to talk to her nicely and see if we can combine our resources. Then, if I want to take back what is mine in the Li family, or she has any plan, or fellow cultivator Li has other ideas for the future, it will be easier for us to achieve the purposes if we help one another, right? I believe that as long as we join hands, faced with the sincerity of two experts in the divinity transformation stage, even my sister would have to think about it carefully. I'm done. Please cherish the rarely seen opportunity. Fellow cultivator Li, you should be well aware that if I hadn't run into today's misfortunes, I definitely wouldn't have told you so many secrets and so many truths. Now that you have learned so many secrets, it is impossible for you to return in one piece. Cooperation with me is your only way out. Otherwise, even if the queen and I don't kill you, thousands of people will if they know you know it. All in all, the lives of the three of us now lie in your hands. Vulture Liao. You will decide where we will go next. Liao's eyebrows were furrowed, and his expressions were changing all the time. His eyes were now filled with brutality and now as profound as abysses. His eyeballs were also rolling crazily, as if he were calculating the moves in the game. Finally, he said cautiously, "It seems that I do not have a second choice other than trusting you. However, I have to figure out a few things first, which concerns the odds of success if I take action." Narrowing his eyes, Li Lingfeng stared at the edge of the thunderstorm and said hastily, "All right, just ask." Liao said, "What exactly is the greatest disagreement between you and Li Linghai? You are biological siblings. Although familial bonds are never what we, the immortal cultivators, care for, the two of you shouldn't have too many conflicts of interest. It should have been possible for you to communicate well and deal with the older generation of your family together. Why have you become so antagonistic to each other? Isn't such a civil war too stupid?" The question seemed to have poked Li Lingfeng's critical parts. The muscles on his face jumped crazily for a while. Then, perhaps because the situation was too urgent for him to make up any lies, he pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, when my sister became the queen of the Imperium, it was impossible for her to return to the Li family as the leader and the Kurfürst. So, theoretically speaking, she can't be my competitor, and it is only reasonable that the two of us form a stable alliance of interests, with one inside the Li family and the other in the capital of the Imperium. However, more than 100 years ago, when the Li family was selecting a queen, she was still a junior without much influence, while I already distinguished myself and had a say in the matter. Regarding the issue of her entering the royal palace, I might have played some tricks which might have caused her to hate my guts even to this day." Liao thought of something. "She didn't want to become the queen?" Li Lingfeng nodded at Li Jialing. "If she were willing to be the queen, why on earth would my little nephew here be born? However, it was already more than 100 years ago. Power tastes like the most delicious wine. Whoever enjoys one drop of it will not be able to get rid of it anymore. In recent decades, I could tell that she quite enjoyed being the queen. However, the thing about hatred is that it will eventually be worn out by time. The greatest disagreement between her and me is not the old grudge but our different beliefs." "Beliefs?" Liao was slightly dazed. "You are both ambitious, immortal cultivators. Are your beliefs any different?" "They are absolutely different. My sister's dreadfulness is utterly beyond the imagination of other people. Even the big shots of the Li family have never seen through her completely. Only I, as her biological brother who shares the same bloodline, can notice a thing or two unusual in her. When he mentioned Li Linghai, Li Lingfeng even shivered slightly. He struggled to continue. My ambition is to be the leader of the Li family and one of the four Kurfürsten, which is not exactly a big secret. It is even safe to say that every immortal cultivator in the four Kurfürst families has the same ambition as mine. I believe you are the same too. Do you not want to be the master of your force? It is a very common ambition. Nothing extraordinary. But my sister is different. In the few close-distance contacts with her over the last couple of years, I could clearly sense that what she wants is much more than a simple Li family. She wants the entire Imperium. Li Yao's eyes were glittering. Are you suggesting that Li Linghai intends to rule over the entire Imperium? Li Lingfeng shook his head. If only it were so simple. I'm highly suspicious that her burning ambition will eventually destroy the entire Imperium. Destroy the Imperium. Li Yao was truly stunned for a moment. Li Lingfeng might not be the smartest person in the world, but he was without a doubt a bold, determined man. Even someone like him had been awed by Li Linghai's ambitions. What was Li Linghai trying to achieve exactly? Taking a deep breath, Li Yao managed to calm himself down and asked, "Fellow cultivator Li, you seem to be overstating. Do you have any proof?" "I do not have any direct evidence." Li Lingfeng shook his head and said, "However, for those in the divinity transformation stage like you and me, we can sense a lot of things through subtle traces based on our intuitions. In many cases, conclusions can be drawn without concrete evidence." Intuitions? Li Yao smiled. Your intuitions told you that our queen was as horrifying as that? Trust me, there's no need for me to lie to you at such a moment, Li Lingfeng said in a hurry. I was perhaps the earliest person who discovered her horrors in the entire Imperium. The reason was simple. Decades ago, I accidentally intercepted the fetus of my nephew Li Jialing. After learning the background of the fetus, I tried to restore my relationship with her with the fetus as a leverage. Li Yao interrupted him. I'm afraid that you did not want to restore the relationship but hoped to blackmail her, so that she would stand by your side in the competition of the leader of the Li family and the Kurfürst, right? It's the same. Li Lingfeng said. The bottom line is, after receiving Li Jialing's fetus, on one hand, I asked Wu Yinglan to devise a set of most perfect fetus strengthening plans, preparing to develop him at an appropriate moment. On the other hand, I secretly ran investigations on Li Linghai, trying to grasp more of her weaknesses before we showed our hands to each other. However, while I was utterly ignorant before the investigation, I couldn't have been more shocked after the result of the investigation was out. As it turned out, my dear sister was not a loyal, dutiful tool of the family as she appeared to be at all. She had built a secret armed force known as Deep Sea Fleet, in secret. And she had also extended her influences into the critical departments of the Imperium, gathering power and establishing her own forces. There was no telling what she was up to at all. Not just that, her personality and her abilities had been through drastic changes, and she was like a totally different person from before. I even had a very ridiculous feeling. Her Grace of the Imperium of True Human Beings was not my biological sister at all. At least not the Li Linghai that I escorted to the royal palace in person more than 100 years ago. What? Greatly surprised, Li Yao thought quickly. Somebody replaced or possessed her? It's impossible. Li Lingfeng shook his head. It is a serious issue. It is absolutely impossible to possess the Queen of the Imperium. The rigorous tests on blood samples, cells, genes, and even soul waves every year proved that the woman is indeed my biological sister Li Linghai. Otherwise, considering the brainwashing methods of the Covenant Alliance and the brain-invading techniques of the extraterrestrial devils, if the queen could be possessed or replaced, wouldn't the same thing happen to the emperor and the warlords? The vast imperium would collapse abruptly. However, despite knowing for a fact that the woman is my biological sister Li Linghai, I still feel creeped out time and time again. For example, more than 100 years ago, before my sister became the crown princess in the capital, she was a very pure battle-type immortal cultivator and an elite warrior of the family. She was even an overly sentimental and indecisive person. She was indeed talented and even more gifted than me in training. No matter how complicated and abstruse a technique was, she would grasp them after a quick look. When she was in her 20s, she was already able to fight and even match with the warriors in the prime years of their lives in my family, and also me who had already distinguished myself. However, for the standards of the immortal cultivators, she was simply too merciful, naive, innocent, and ignorant of the treacherousness of human minds. Perhaps it was exactly because of her qualities of sentimentality, leniency, and innocence that she was finally picked by the family as the crown princess as that time and the future queen. Liao nodded his head. Got it. A woman whose feelings were so abundant that she was almost fragile would be easier to be restrained and controlled by the family. She would serve better as a tool to monitor the emperor for the family. Should anything go wrong, she would have lots of weaknesses that you could take advantage of. Li Lingfeng hesitated for a moment, but he still nodded his head. You're right. None of the four Kurfürsten wishes to see an ambitious, sophisticated, and uncontrollable queen. Such tender, sentimental women who are highly dependent on the family have always been the best candidates for queens in every generation. On the other hand, although everybody was aware of the truth behind the political marriage, it was necessary to take the feelings of the prince or his majesty himself into consideration too. It would be too simple and crude to see a well-trained, cold, and ruthless female spy as the crown princess or the queen. Should the prince or the emperor be provoked and grow resentful, it would be rather bad. Therefore, the four Kurfürst families still hoped to pick an unsophisticated, truly attractive woman, preferably with some unnecessary innocence, naivety, and kindness. Finally, it was my sister Li Linghai who was chosen in the end. 2138, the rapidly growing young man. That explains a lot. I must thank you for your enlightenment, fellow cultivator Li. Liao said, I've heard a thing or two about news from the royal palace whose authenticity I was not certain about. The force that I belonged to was involved in the issues of the election of the crown princess too. However, those guys only wanted me to train myself hard into a slaughter machine with more bronze than brains. So, they never cared to explain the inside information to me so clearly, Li Lingfeng said with a smile. There is still a lot more intelligence that we can communicate with each other after things are settled here. Liao sniffed, giving neither approval or disapproval. Please continue, fellow cultivator Li. If the queen was a kind woman, if not weak in nature, why are you so terrified of her right now? That is the problem. My sister's personalities have changed greatly in the past decades. She has turned even colder, more ruthless, and more iron-hearted than me. Perhaps she already changed more than 100 years before she entered the royal palace. But she disguised herself very well and nobody discovered it. Li Lingfeng sighed and turned to Li Jialing. Jialing, I do not want to lie to you. At first, I wanted to use you as a leverage because I thought it would be hard to completely eradicate one's nature no matter how cruel and cold your mother tried to be. And that when we met, she would more or less show some hesitation or loopholes. In a competition of two experts, one moment of hesitation or loopholes would be more than enough to decide the outcome of the battle. I even thought that, even if she was relentless enough to dispose of you when you were a fetus, which in fact was nothing more than abortion, she would certainly hesitate slightly when she saw you standing before her as a grown man, right? But I was wrong. I truly underestimated my kind-hearted, sentimental, and docile sister. Or maybe she had encountered amazing incidents in the past decades, which granted her terrifying opportunities. All in all, when I fought her just now, I intentionally used you to disrupt her mind. But I sensed very clearly that she couldn't care less about you, and that she was exactly here to kill you. There was not the least maternal love in her at all. You must trust your uncle. Furthermore, I would like to disclose an even greater secret to you. In the past 100 years, my sister and His Majesty had 12 princes and princesses in total, 4 of which died. According to my secret investigation, the deaths of at least 2 princes were highly suspicious and very likely to be related to my sister. Li Yao and Li Jialing were both stunned. Li Yao asked, somewhat in disbelief, "Are you implying that she has already killed at least 2 of her own children?" "Very possible, believe it or not. There's no need for me to lie to you about that, right?" Li Lingfeng sneered. Jialing, you should understand it now. Ancient people said that even ferocious tigers do not eat their own children. But your gene provider is a fiendish woman 100 times more ferocious than a tiger. If you have the slightest expectations or extravagant hope in her, it will be you who suffer in the end. Li Jialing swallowed hard. Despite the super modifications that Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan performed in his head, everything that happened today was enough to make it explode. Liao narrowed his eyes. So to speak, something is truly wrong with the queen? Of course. Li Lingfeng said. Think about it. She was just a mediocre woman who knew nothing but fighting at the beginning. But in only 100 years, she founded her own forces while keeping it a secret from the spies of the 4 Kurfürst families and so many warlords. During the full counterattack of the Imperium against the Covenant Alliance, she also helped the Emperor to consolidate his authority in the army and even won the support of the tremendous bottom-level officers in the army. Such sophisticated planning and the resources and wealth that were required for her to recruit her subordinates while deceiving everyone, where did they come from? They couldn't have just come out of thin air. Could they? Got it. It seems that the queen indeed has great secrets behind her. Liao's eyes glittered with greed and bloodthirst. So, you wanted to tame the queen, monopolize the secrets, and grow even stronger than the queen? Yes, that was what I had been planning in the past decade. Li Lingfeng opened his arms and admitted frankly. But the situation is different today. I would like to, and I have to, share the big secret with you. Liao rolled his eyes quickly and asked, one last question. How strong is the queen exactly? Very strong. At least a minor level higher than me. Li Lingfeng seemed truly desperate for cooperation. Not fearing that it might scare Liao away, he said, this is another amazing and uncanny issue. The queen is a tool we use to monitor the emperor. She shouldn't have any secrets. The family has been paying close attention to her training all the time. However talented she is and whatever fortuitous incidents she went through, there is no reason why she can be so strong. Besides, she spent most of her time in the heavily guarded royal palace. What kind of fortuitous incidents could she possibly have run into? Liao once heard Di Feiwen, the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet, talking about those anecdotes before. Ever since Blackstar the Great, the biggest enemy for the Emperor of the Imperium was not the Covenant Alliance or the Cultivators, but the large and small nobles and warlords including the 4 Kurfürst families. The central government and the local forces continued the tug-of-war in a dynamic balance, which was the main theme of the 1,000 years of history of the Imperium. Also, as the territory of the Imperium expanded, it was only natural that the strength of the warlords and the local forces grew stronger, and the authority of the Emperor was gradually diminished. Eventually, they became the puppets of the nobles and the warlords. To avoid the reappearance of an unprecedented man of the time like Blackstar the Great, the nobles and the warlords couldn't have been more cautious of the royal family. The education and the training of the royal family, in particular, were under the close watch of the 4 Kurfürsten. The tutors of the royal family were all selected by the warlords. There were specific regulations regarding the arts and techniques that they could practice. The disobedient and persistent members of the royal family were very likely to die abruptly of mental derangement. It was absolutely impossible for an emperor or a certain royal prince to pick up an unparalleled technique from the royal library and rise unstoppably after grasping it. Since Li Linghai was a member of the Li family, what she had been practicing should be the techniques of her family too, and the status of her training within the royal palace should be under high control. So, how exactly did she advance into the peak of the divinity transformation stage even higher than Li Lingfeng? Liao's head was in a mess. But thankfully, Di Feiwen had told him a lot of the inside information about the Imperium before, which spared him of the ignorant look on his face. Li Lingfeng continued cheering him up. However, there is no need to be too worried, fellow cultivator Li. Although the Empress' absolute combat ability is higher than ours, she has snuck into the Martial Meritocrat sector and the Sand Primitive sector for an annihilation operation, which must be kept a secret from everyone. It is difficult for us to kill her, but it wouldn't be too realistic for her to kill 2 experts in the divinity transformation stage with 2 colossi even if she is at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, right? On the other hand, we do not even need to have a head-on clash with her, but only need to threaten her that we will run away for a few days, which will put her in a very awkward situation when the main troops arrive. Therefore, we do have bargaining chips to play the game with her. I stand by what I said. As long as we can put down our grudge and join our hands sincerely, she definitely would not be bold enough to attack us. Li Yao's fists were clenched, loosened, and clenched again. Finally, he made up his mind and nodded his head slowly. Fine. I'll work with you for now and figure out what trump cards the queen has. Spectacular. Li Lingfeng clapped his hands and smiled. Then, please hide somewhere, fellow cultivator Li and my nephew. She is unaware that the two of you are right here. You will be an unexpected troop. Wait! Li Jialing bulged his eyes and glanced from Li Yao to Li Lingfeng again through lightning and rain. He gnashed his teeth. I haven't promised anything yet. Huh! Li Lingfeng frowned in a daze. Jialing, I thought that you were already calm and rational enough after a dozen years of strengthening and refinements. As your uncle, I have explained everything to you just now. If you still can't make the right decision because of rashness, hatred, or parental bond, you would be such a great disappointment. I couldn't care less about the parental bond. Even if Li Linghai is really my gene provider, so what? Li Jialing was trembling hard, but he managed to go on. However, I still can't completely trust you. There are still too many obscure details in the whole matter. Who is my father exactly? Is he from the Covenant Alliance? And how did Li Linghai make acquaintance with someone from the Covenant Alliance, keep each other's life seeds, and even combine them into a fetus in the end? Why did he do that? Where is my father? I will not be taken advantage of again like a fool until all the questions are clear to me. Li Lingfeng couldn't have looked more awful. He glanced at Li Yao again, as if he were weighing the pros and cons of confessing everything. A moment later, he said coldly, So you have guessed it too. That does make sense. Now that I have told you your real identity, the origin plan that was corrupted by the Covenant Alliance would not make any sense, and the incomplete path of ultimate benevolence deep inside your head would be inexplicable. Yes, your father is indeed from the Covenant Alliance. But as to the specific details, even I only know the general picture. Wait, I do not want to hear it from you. God knows if you are lying to me again, Li Jialing demanded. I want to hear it from Li Linghai in person. If you truly want me to cooperate with you and deal with Li Linghai, you will find a way to allure her to speak out all the truth and to corroborate your words. Then I will make a judgment myself. If what you said just now is true, we will certainly give you a hand at the critical moment. If not, you can go to hell. You? Li Lingfeng did not expect Li Jialing would play such a move. Even Li Yao couldn't help but smile. Fellow cultivator Li, it seems that of everything you said, at least one thing is true. You have truly invested all your efforts and resources on your nephew. He has been built into such an excellent talent. 2139 Queen in White. At this moment, the rumbling thunders far away grew apparently intense, as if something had stabbed into the fauna of the dragon like lightning. The three of them looked at far away, only to discover that the thousands of bolts of lightning on the dark horizon at the edge of the thunderstorm were all twisted weirdly and gathered in the same direction, as if they were attracted by a certain mysterious force. Billions of sparks that looked like a galaxy of stars were raised. Li Lingfeng changed his facial expression. With dense sweat leaking out of his forehead, he said hastily, Fine. I promise you that I will find a way to make your mother admit the truth. I hope that you are calm and rational enough to not get yourself killed before that. Let's go. Li Linghai is about to come. Li Yao knew it was time to leave. He dragged Li Jialing and took him to hide in the thunderstorm. There were too many broken stones and rugged ravines in the thunderstorm they were in. They were all places where they could hide. With Li Yao's delicate control over the spiritual energy right now, it was not a difficult task at all to conceal the scent and waves from him and Li Jialing. When they hid in the mud at the deepest part of a ravine and adjusted their body temperatures to exactly the same as the environment, the young man hadn't recovered from the shock yet and found his performance just now hard to believe. I really checkmated Li Lingfeng just now and forced him to concede? Why do I feel that Li Lingfeng is rather weird today and does not have his usual sense of oppression at all? Even his computational ability seems to have dropped, and he doesn't seem tricky to deal with at all. It is not a matter of oppression or computational ability, and he did not suddenly turn stupid, Li Yao said with a smile. It was only because his absolute capabilities had hit rock bottom, and he was left with no choices under such circumstances. Think about it, the Li Lingfeng that you were faced with was the future Kurfürst, who was deeply trusted by the family and boasted the Slaughterstream platform and the Heavenly Eye group. He had the best cards in his hands, and when you played a game with him, he could easily throttle you with a few random cards. But right now, he has run into a dead end and lost everything. Not only are his base and his family's trust gone, but he is also being hunted by his dreadful sister. How do you expect him to play a game with you when his head may fall from his neck at any moment? Even the best cook cannot make food without ingredients. Strength is the basis of everything. Both deceptions and acting skills are just petty tricks. Their effects can only be maximized under the support of magnificent strength. If you have a handful of worst cards, it is absolutely useless however you bluff your enemy. The thing about humans is that they always tend to believe what they are willing to believe. For Li Lingfeng right now, does he have any choice other than believing that the two of us are cooperating with him sincerely? As the saying goes, a dying patient will go to every doctor possible. That is exactly the case right now. That explains a lot. The man couldn't have foreseen he would be as miserable as today. Could he? Greatly enlightened, Li Jialing couldn't help but put on a gloating smile. He then glanced at Li Yao again and asked suspiciously, "But speaking of which, are you a cultivator or an immortal cultivator, Brother Yao? Why do I feel that you were lying to me at the beginning and speaking the truth to Li Lingfeng just now?" Li Yao said, "Are you serious? I am an out-and-out cultivator. Trust me. I was deceiving him, not you. But I don't think that you being a cultivator makes any sense. It will be more logical if you are an immortal cultivator, or a dark assassin and a ghost warrior, raised by a powerful force such as the four Kurfürst families," the young man said solemnly. "As you said so yourself just now, even the morons who have nothing but water in their heads would not believe that you are a cultivator. Li Yao, this issue is very complicated, absurd, and hard to explain. I'll explain to you later if we have the chance. Anyway, you can trust me for now. Just look how righteous, merciful, generous, and kind-hearted Brother Yao's style is. How can I not be a cultivator?" Li Jialing, Li Yao. This is just a minor joke to lighten the mood in case you are feeling low. All in all, we can leave my identity aside and focus on you first. You have just heard many great secrets. Don't feel too sad. After a brief moment of silence, the young man said softly while biting his lips, "There is nothing to be sad about. In fact, after all those years of secret procedures, and because of the incomplete weird barriers inside my head, I had vaguely guessed that my gene provider was no random immortal cultivators but an eminent person in the family. Besides, Li Lingfeng obviously held ill intentions when he raised me without bothering the costs. I'm only a teenager, and it's impossible for me to break into the divinity transformation stage. However, he refined me. I couldn't be of much help to him in terms of combat ability, so the answer was obvious. My origins were extraordinary and somewhat valuable for Li Lingfeng. So, after learning that one of my gene providers was Li Linghai, Queen of the Imperium, I honestly did not feel much, except that I should have thought of it earlier. However, it was truly beyond my expectations that she tried to kill me multiple times. Li Yao put his hand on the young man's shoulder and sensed the quiver of his every muscle in silence. Li Jialing pushed Li Yao's hand away softly. Putting on a stubborn smile, he pretended that he did not care about it. However, it doesn't matter now. I never had much hope for my birth parents after all. If you never have hope, you will never be disappointed. If you never trust anyone, you will never be deceived or betrayed by anyone. If you have foreseen the darkest future, you will not be too painful when the darkness does arrive. They are the doctrines that I lived by to survive all those years, and I will continue to abide by them in the future and live a good life. Looking at the tooth marks on the young man's lips and the shimmers in his eyes as he pretended to be tough, Liao did not know what to say. After a long daze, he finally said, "At the very least, you can trust me. I will never deceive you or harm you." Hunger flashed in Li Jialing's eyes. "Really?" Liao replied resolutely, "Yes. I swear that even if Li Linghai does not treat you as a son, Brother Yao can still be your only family. You can absolutely trust me." "Absolutely." Li Jialing. "All right. Then, Brother Yao, please tell me honestly where you came from, who you are, why you are here, and whether or not you know my birth father." Liao. "Well?" Li Jialing smiled. "Forget it. I know that you do not want to talk about it right now. I'll just believe you one more time, considering that you would rather hesitate than make up a random lie to trick me, Brother Yao." Liao smiled too, and he took a long breath in relief. "That's right. I'll reveal the answers to all your questions at an appropriate moment. But right now, I only want to stress that you must not absolutely trust Li Lingfeng. I always feel that your mother Li Linghai is not a completely bad person. Or rather, even if she has done some irregular things, she might have her reasons." Li Jialing nodded his head. "I never trusted Li Lingfeng 100% in the first place. That was why I asked him to confront Li Linghai and tell us the truth." Liao said, "That's good. No matter what, I hope you can give your mother, as well as yourself, an opportunity." The young man was silent for a moment. He replied, one word after another, "I know what you mean. I am just me. I will not become Li Lingfeng or Li Linghai. I will always be Li Jialing." While two of them were talking, the thunders far away were already running close like a torrent outbreak. Hundreds of bolts of lightning were twisted and reflected, constituting a bridge of the void at the altitude dozens of meters from the ground. The clouds nearby were all vaporized into colorful mists, which spread out in rings and resisted the agitated spiritual energy and the disordered magnetic field. A small world, which was absolutely unaffected no matter how great the thunderstorm in the outside world was, had been created. A pure white, flawless, and glittering crystal suit, stepping on the bridge made of lightning, walked to the three escapees through the colorful mists transformed from clouds. The white and flawless crystal suit seemed to have absorbed all the violent energy between the sky and the earth the moment it showed up. The pouring rain and the lightning were suppressed. Even the crazily shaking tornadoes were frozen and completely destroyed after her entrance. The ripples of spiritual energy that escaped from the broken tornadoes turned into visible streaks of brightness as they flew and hovered around the white crystal suit, as if they were building a special altar or a glamorous throne for her. Wow! Such a dominating vibe. Liao secretly clicked his tongue. He examined the white crystal suit on Li Linghai's body carefully, only to discover no gap at all. It seemed to be carved out of a whole piece of natural white jade. The features of naturalness, simplicity, and smoothness were best carried out, giving the weird feeling that the crystal suit had no loopholes at all and no place for other people to land their attacks on. Some of the raindrops occasionally fell on the crystal suit, only to raise colorful ripples on the surface of the pure white crystal suit, as if diamond shields were rising. Liao had never seen such a weird material before. It might also be concerned with certain primeval treasures or some amazing refining technologies that he had never heard of before. The basic performance of the crystal suit alone should be better than his mystic skeleton bloodwing. The queen's acuity and delicate control of domain were also incomparable to him, who had only been in the divinity transformation stage for only a couple of days. The queen of the Imperium of true human beings turned out to be so strong. No wonder Li Lingfeng was terrified of his sister, although he was at the high level of the divinity transformation stage. Li Lingfeng was sitting cross-legged on a rising dais between two ravines. Instead of running, he had stabbed a shiny saber before him and unleashed overwhelming spiritual energy. Burning his life and soul, he had boosted himself to the strongest state, as if he were about to fight one last battle with Li Linghai. 2140 The past 1 century ago, the fury of the divinity transformation stage was never to be underestimated. Despite Li Lingfeng's unremarkable performances when he was faced with unexpected setbacks, He had the combat ability of the divinity transformation stage after all. Now that he was acting as if he were going to fight with his life, the ground was ripped apart, the rocks were shattered, and even the bolts of lightning were affected by his magnetic field, forming an indestructible fortress around him together with the rocks and the rain. He did look somewhat magnificent right now. Voila! It was Li Lingfeng who attacked first. The azure spiritual energy slashed apart the land like a visible saber, and the gap that was as thick as a boa zigzagged all the way to Li Linghai's feet. The pure white crystal suit stopped at the end of the gap. The airborne stairs made of lightning turned into a glittering throne, making her stand in the middle of the thunderstorm like a monarch of gods. Although there was nothing that could be called expression on the mask carved out of the white jade, her intense disdain could be sensed obviously. Not running anymore? The queen of the Imperium mocked casually from behind the jade mask. Her voice was quite eccentric. When first heard, it couldn't have sounded more pleasant and elegant, mixed with some of the condescending indifference. It was exactly the most standard, perfect, and flawless voice that a queen should have. However, when Liao examined it, he felt that the voice seemed to have been processed carefully. Every wave in every syllable had been micro-adjusted to the perfect condition before they were sent out by broadcast rune arrays. This was a carefully modified voice. Even the feelings of mockery and nonchalance were fabricated. The real feelings and will of the voice's master had been hidden deeply, making it impossible to tell what was on her mind at all. Very impressive. Liao's pores that had been constricted to the minimum were almost expanding again and leaking cold sweat. The queen was giving him too much pressure. Although she had only spoken 3 words, she seemed even more terrifying than Li Lingfeng a few days ago, when the man was mysterious, unpredictable, and confident of his victory. Liao even vaguely had an illusion. He was unable to tell whether the queen had spoken to Li Lingfeng or whispered the 3 words into his own ears next to him. He couldn't help but shudder hard. Li Lingfeng also trembled hard. Holding his saber tightly, he demanded, "Li Linghai, don't be too outrageous. If I am really to escape at full speed without caring about anything, you may not be able to catch me in 3 days and 3 nights. What can you do by the time the troops of the Li family and other families come? However, it will do neither of us any good. I will be as doomed as you. You and I are biological siblings who share the same parents after all. I do not want such a thing that will only satisfy the foes and dishearten the friends. That's why I have chosen to wait for you here for us to have a proper talk. This is not because I'm scared of you. Satisfy the foes and dishearten the friends?" A low chuckle came over from below the jade mask again, before Li Linghai said casually, "So, after more than 100 years, you remember again that you are my biological brother and we are family. We haven't talked for 100 years. What do you want to talk about right now? Our siblinghood. We should definitely talk about our siblinghood. Perhaps you had some misunderstandings about me regarding certain things 100 years ago. However, so many years have passed, and we have both been through drastic changes. There is no grudge between a brother and a sister that cannot be resolved. Right?" Li Lingfeng rolled his eyes quickly and said, "However, let's leave siblinghood aside and focus on parenthood, for now. Let's talk about your own children, shall we?" There was no hesitation or fluctuation in the voice from below the jade mask, which almost sounded like a recording that was stored earlier. "His Majesty and I have 12 children. Which one of them do you want to talk about?" Li Lingfeng sneered. "My good sister and our dear queen, let's not waste our time beating around the bush. What I'm going to talk about is not the 12 children that His Majesty and you have, but the 13th child, the one you had with someone from the Covenant Alliance and the one you are here to kill today." The jade mask responded with silence. Li Lingfeng said, "If you do not talk, I'll consider it your admittance. Tell you the truth, I have indeed chased them all the way here to the Sand Primitive Sector. But the Sand Primitive Sector is not a land of desolation and nothingness. Quite a few starships are docked here. Where are the starships from? It's very simple. You know that the Sand Primitive Sector is very close to the Martial Meritocrats Sector, and the place will open in another few decades for the devils that have been sealed for almost 300 years. Wu Yinglan and I were very interested in the Sand Primitive Sector, and intended to build the place into a second land of sins. Because of our advantage of the short distance, we often snuck into the place for explorations. For safety reasons and for the convenience of our operations, we hid a few small starships that were filled with fuel and very easy to control here. It shouldn't come as a surprise. Should it? Let me tell you, even if you kill me right now, it will be useless. The little guy where your blood and the blood of the Covenant Alliance flow can still run loose in space on one of my starships, which wouldn't be too good, would it? So, let's talk about it and figure out how we can resolve the issue. Then we can deal with the annoying old guys in the family. How does it sound? The jade mask kept silent, almost giving the feeling that it was not a crystal suit, but a lifeless statue. It was not until half a minute later that Li Linghai finally touched the left temple of the helmet softly, dissecting the helmet and retreating it into the crystal suit. The most astonishing, beautiful face was revealed. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. He couldn't help but shriek in his heart, "Wow, a white-haired girl." The queen of the Imperium before his eyes should be more than 150, and even close to 200 years old by age, but she still had an unworn face where time seemed to have been frozen. Her eyes, her cheeks, and her teeth were as captivating as they had ever been. In the meantime, the contours of her face were more or less feeble, giving the feeling that she was a lonely, pitiful flower in a devastating storm, which had brought her too much pain and suffering. Whoever saw her would grow to have the urge to protect her. She did not have the aggression and the detachment in her voice at all. However, all the feelings were based on ignoring her hair and her eyes. If counting her pure white hair that was as dustless and glistening as a crystal waterfall, and her eyes that were almost transparent and reflecting white light without any sign of blackness, the tenderness became domination, the weakness became brutality, and the seemingly feeble lines provided a major contrast for her cruelty and condescension. It was perhaps inaccurate to describe her as an example for all the mothers in the world. However, her astounding style was definitely befitting for the queen of the Imperium of true human beings. "Your mother is rather cool." Li Yao secretly sent a feeble wave into Li Jialing's head. The young man turned around inch by inch and glared at him. After she took off the helmet, she seemed to have unlocked a certain seal. Li Linghai's aura was improved to the highest, almost making the whole sky of lightning kneel before her. Her white hair moved on its own although there was no wind, and she stared at Li Lingfeng with her almost transparent eyes for a long time before she finally asked, "How much do you know exactly?" "Who else knows? What I know is much more than you expect. If you don't believe you, I can tell you a short story, dear sister." Rolling his eyes, Li Lingfeng began to speak before Li Linghai replied. More than 100 years ago, a gifted, smart, elite female warrior with infinite potentials emerged in a certain deeply rooted, powerful family of the Imperium of true human beings. She defeated many competitors in a series of championships within the family and won the appreciation of many seniors and big shots of the family, who prepared to dedicate more resources to her and teach her more advanced and sophisticated techniques of the family. However, the elite female warrior who was almost perfect had one tiny flaw. For an immortal cultivator, she was too gentle, if not docile, despite her magnificent combat ability. To cure her of the illness of sentimentality and leniency, the big shots of the family decided that she should have more real-life battles as trials. Therefore, she was drafted into the exploration team of the family as an exception, and she was asked to explore the unknown world fragments in space. It is well known that almost all the sectors have been discovered after the Imperium's expansion to this day. Continuing to explore outer space is both costly and difficult. It is not a fair deal. However, there are still countless broken small worlds, or world fragments, that are scattered in the sea of stars. It is possible that relics from tens of thousands of years ago, the secret treasures of the senior experts, or even the colossi, the ultimate weapons of the primeval era, can be found in those places. Therefore, other than the troops against the Covenant Alliance in the front line, the exploration teams of the world fragments were the best armed forces of every family. It was not hard to tell how much the family valued her from the fact that she was drafted into the family's exploration team, which she just distinguished herself. Unfortunately, The starship that the young female warrior was on encountered a cosmic storm on her very first mission. They were blown to somewhere unknown by the violent space turbulence. The starship was destroyed, and there were huge casualties. But out of their expectation, they did find a mysterious world fragment in the unknown place in the depths of the universe. However, in this mysterious world fragment, they ran into another exploration team, which was from the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, the Imperium's sworn enemy. The exploration team of the Covenant Alliance was also nearly blown apart in the cosmic storm and wandered all the way to the place. Having nowhere to run to in the world fragment, the two exploration teams, which had lost abundant crew members and assets, were both eager to loot trophies from the enemy in order to repair their starships. Naturally, the most heated battle began the moment they met. The fierce battle went on, until almost everybody died with each other in the end, except for the young female warrior who was on her first mission, as well as a refiner from the Covenant Alliance. Liao almost cried out when he heard, "A refiner from the Covenant Alliance." He was now almost certain that the refiner of the Covenant Alliance that ended up in the mysterious world fragment together with the young female warrior in Li Lingfeng's mouth was exactly his foster father, who wandered to the Star Glory Federation in the Heaven's Origin sector at the edge of the cosmos later. If Li Lingfeng was not lying, what unusual stories happened between the man and the woman who belonged to hostile sides, and what kind of influences did their encounter cause to them? At the very least, from Liao's eyes, the incident should be the turning point of his foster father's life. His foster father came from the Covenant Alliance, and based on Liao's understanding of the Covenant Alliance, people there all repressed their feelings and self-will and could barely be called humans. They were utterly different from his impressions on his foster father, who was warm, kind-hearted, generous, and sometimes lonely. How did his foster father turn from a standard local of the Covenant Alliance into the middle-aged man that Liao met in the magical equipment graveyard? One who had the feelings of a normal human and even sometimes burst into tears late at night. It was possible that the answer lay in the mysterious world fragment. He observed Li Linghai's countenance in secret. Although the white-haired queen's helmet had disintegrated and retreated, her face still seemed covered in a transparent mask. It was impossible to tell her real feelings. However, she did not stop Li Lingfeng from continuing the story. Li Lingfeng smiled. All that happened later was only the young female warrior's side of the story, because she claimed that the world fragment was a rarely seen floating world fragment, which seemed to be drifting erratically between the three-dimensional and the four-dimensional space. Its entrance and coordinates were completely unpredictable. Nobody else had ever found the world fragment again either. All in all, according to the young female warrior, the two parties both had only one last survivor, but she was a warrior and the other survivor was a refiner. Naturally, she was at an overwhelming advantage and suppressed the enemy easily. To explore the world fragment and to dismantle the magical equipment units on the enemy's starship for the maintenance of her own starship, the young female warrior of the Imperium did not kill the refiner of the Covenant Alliance, but forced him to start exploration and maintenance. She even made up her mind to capture the guy back to the Imperium alive. Because the starship was too seriously damaged, and their hands were highly limited, it took them half a year before they finally managed to repair the Imperium starship. The man and the woman spent half a year in the mysterious world fragment that nobody knew about all by themselves. But they found nothing. It was an unattractive world fragment, with barely any resources or relics and not of any value to be developed. Naturally, it was still the young female warrior's side of the story. All in all, half a year later, they finally escaped from the world fragment on the starship of the Imperium and returned to the Imperium. However, before they were discovered by the border patrol of the Imperium, something uncanny happened. According to the young female warrior, the refiner of the Covenant Alliance kept a few powerful weapons to himself in secret during the half-year's maintenance and exploration, and he attacked her at the last moment in an ambush, trying to seize the starship and escape back to the Covenant Alliance. But after a fierce battle, the refiner of the Covenant Alliance was killed by her, and even the body had been absorbed to the vacuum of the space through the broken holes on the shell of the starship. Naturally, it was impossible to locate a tiny body in the vast universe. It was about the whole incident. By the time the patrol teams of the Imperium discovered the young female warrior, The ragged, collapsing starship had only her and abundant bodies of the immortal cultivators that she brought back on board. She was the highest authority to tell everything that happened in the past year. Of course, I have to admit that everything that the young female warrior said so far is flawless without major loopholes, my dear sister, right? Yes, Li Linghai said casually. There are indeed no loopholes. Yes, the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance have been sworn enemies for 1,000 years. Cases were rare where the immortal cultivators negotiated peace with the people of the Covenant Alliance. Besides, the young female warrior had also struck other people as meek, kind-natured, and readily bendable. How could the seniors and big shots of the family have realized that she was lying? Li Lingfeng smiled. Most importantly of all, the family arranged quite a few loyalty tests where her mind was questioned for her, asking her to repeat every detail that happened in the past year for hundreds of times. But no loopholes were identified at all. Eventually, her statement was considered real and trustworthy, and there was nothing wrong with her at all. She was back to the battle sequence of the family. Although she was back to the battle sequence of the family, her problems of submissiveness and sentimentality seemed even more serious than before. She sulked and was in a daze every day, and nobody could tell what was on her mind. Her potentials in training were almost drained. Her performance was not even as good as a year ago. Everybody thought that her mind was affected by the cruel encounter, and incurable holes had been left deep inside her soul. No matter how she trained herself, it would be impossible for her to grow into a natural, smooth, and flawless super expert. Her seniors and the big shots of the family abandoned her one after another too. Later, the family got a precious opportunity of picking a crown princess. After selections and negotiations, she was sent to the Imperial Terminus sector, capital of the Imperium, to be the crown princess first. Decades later, after the former emperor passed away and the crown prince acceded to the throne, she naturally turned into the almighty queen of the Imperium. Li Linghai listened in silence and observed indifferently. Is there any problem? Up until now, no problem at all. With the most brilliant smile, Li Lingfeng said, however, a minor problem came right next, which I would like my sister to enlighten me with. Why did the eminent, well-revered queen of the Imperium, after living in the capital for decades, suddenly retrieved one of her life seeds, combined it with a life seed of someone unknown from the Covenant Alliance into a fetus, and launched it into the depths of the universe inside a very advanced automatic starship, as if she wanted the fetus to develop into a healthy baby inside the universe and escape from the power turbulences of the Imperium to live a free, unrestrained life in somewhere remote. Li Linghai's face was as hollow as before, and she did not give any response. But the lightning below her feet suddenly turned bright and violent, like ferocious dragons. Li Lingfeng sniffed. Grabbing his saber tightly, he showed his determination of a desperate fighter again as he shouted, "It seems that your grace is neither interested in my story nor willing to answer my questions. Right? Fine. I'll tell the story to the seniors of the Li family, or even the experts of other families, and ask for their enlightenment." Li Linghai's almost transparent eyes were constricted into the size of needle tips, and she held the lightning dragons below her feet from lunging. Li Lingfeng laughed and said, "That's right. I have never wanted to fight you since the beginning. I only want to chat with you and ask you a few questions. What exactly happened in the mysterious world fragment 100 years ago? Did you control the refiner of the Covenant Alliance in order to maintain the starship with him? Or did more things that you didn't care to admit happen? Also, is the mysterious world fragment really as barren and unpredictable as you described? Is it possible that many priceless treasures are hidden inside, and it is a rarely seen relic? The oddest of all, if something was really wrong and you were lying, how did you pass the meticulous loyalty tests of the family? Was it because you already received some heritages from the relic 100 years ago? Some techniques that were enough to resist the interrogation of the mind. As a bystander, Liao more or less had answers about the questions as he eavesdropped. It seemed that Li Linghai did lie to her family 100 years ago. She and Liao's foster father were certainly much more than a victor and a captive. The two of them must have grown deep feelings for one another during the half a year's time. Otherwise, His foster father wouldn't have mentioned Li Linghai in his last words or asked Liao to come to the Imperium for her if he ran into any trouble. On the other hand, the world fragment that Li Linghai and his foster father discovered couldn't have been a forsaken world that was unattractive and barren. The reason was simple. Little Black was found in the world fragment by his foster father. Black Wing's seal was quite sophisticated itself, and the liquid magical equipment form after the seal was broken was also the best medium for human beings to use the colossi. The enhancement and buffer effects were multiple times better than the neural connection liquids that the Federation produced on its own. Liao and the Federation's masters of refining had run detailed analyses on Little Black and speculated that it might be a product of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. The Star Ocean Imperium was the first magnificent empire of human beings that unified the entire universe in the modern times. The cultivators of the contemporary sense were born from there. The civilization was so brilliant and remarkable that it was tantalizing for the cultivators in a lot of aspects even today. There was also half of the weird key. Other than Little Black and the last words, Liao's foster father had left him half a weird key. Judging from the style and the material, it was not a product in recent millenniums but very likely a piece of magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium too. His foster father asked him to bring the half key to Li Linghai if he had the opportunity. Perhaps Li Linghai had the other half of the key. What could the key open after the two parts of the key were combined? The mysteries haunted Liao, but he was finally able to see the shimmers in the dark night, no longer utterly confused and clueless. Also, Liao made the bold estimation that, even in the worst-case scenario, where Li Linghai had indeed become a cruel and heartless person who cared for neither the relationship with Liao's foster father nor her biological son Li Jialing, she would still be badly in need of the half-key in Liao's hands that dated back to the age of the Star Ocean Imperium. It was now more or less a new leverage for Liao to keep himself alive and to play the game with the queen. Li Linghai was still silent, as if she hadn't heard a word that her brother said. However, Liao vaguely noticed that thousands of cracks had appeared on the invisible mask on her face, and the feelings in the deepest part of her heart were slowly leaking out. Li Lingfeng sensed his sister's subtle changes too. Even more confidently, he went on, "If the queen cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I do have an immature speculation that I would like to propose. Perhaps the young female warrior had a lot of stories with the refiner from the Covenant Alliance deep inside the mysterious world fragment, but she kept it a secret and did not report it to the family. The things at the beginning were probably true. The exploration teams of the two parties did have a brutal battle, in which most people were killed by each other. She and the refiner from the Covenant Alliance were the only survivors. With her combat ability, it was naturally more than easy to capture the enemy and keep him alive in order to maintain the starship and explore the world fragment with the guy's skills in refining. However, while there was no telling what happened when the man and the woman were all by themselves in the half-year that followed, their relationship far exceeded the boundary of a captive and an enemy, and the most passionate love burst out. It was incredible, wasn't it? By logic, a well-trained immortal cultivator who held unquestionable loyalty to the Imperium would absolutely in no way fall in love with someone from the Covenant Alliance. People of the Covenant Alliance, on the other hand, were all human-shaped machines whose feelings and emotions were under high control or had been obliterated altogether. How could they have boasted the ability to love? Therefore, nobody has ever thought that way during the past 100 years. But when I reflected on the whole incident, a eureka moment suddenly occurred to me. Was it possible that the world fragment itself contained certain anomalies, such as traps, arrays, or ancient relics and heritages, and that the two of them encountered something and received something, which interfered with their souls and facilitated a certain degree of mutations in both of them? The mutations allowed the refiner from the Covenant Alliance to break the blockage of the three fundamental laws and gain the ability to feel, and subsequently, fell in love with someone for the first time. In the meantime, the female warrior who used to be meek, innocent, and unsophisticated, was given a certain dark heart that even the big shots and the loyalty tests of the family could not see through. On closer look, the speculation does make a lot of sense, at least on the refiner of the Covenant Alliance's side. A human-shaped machine who had been suppressed by barriers all the time and never tasted any kind of feelings learned for the first time what was love, what was hate, and what were human beings' natural-born urges after the shackles were completely shattered. Then, at exactly such a moment, he found a beautiful, captivating girl right next to him. Wasn't it only natural that he fell in love with her devotedly? The female warrior, on the other hand, had encountered a cosmic storm and the death of all her companions on her very first mission to the Sea of Stars away from the family. It was only natural that her soul was greatly shocked. When she was in the middle of the perilous, mysterious world fragment, it wouldn't be strange that she regarded the refiner from the Covenant Alliance, the only man nearby, as the sole reliance and gradually grew feelings for him, right? I can totally imagine in what a clumsy and passionate way the refiner from the Covenant Alliance would express his love after his seals were broken and his desires were released like wild beasts. The female warrior who used to only know training and fighting in the family had never been faced with such a situation too. It was only natural that she lost her defense and threw herself to him. Crack, crack. The land below Li Linghai's feet was torn apart in huge explosions. The cracks extended to all directions like dragons in the most appalling way. Liao, however, secretly frowned. He knew that it was a sign that Li Linghai's mind was disturbed, and she lost control over her spiritual energy, which was certainly not good. It appeared that Li Lingfeng was indeed onto something she would rather not talk about. Li Jialing was breathing hastily too, and he almost couldn't keep the stealth state. Liao thought that the young man was already remarkable enough to have kept cool for such a long time after eavesdropping on such astonishing information. Li Lingfeng's cockiness was almost flowing out of every pore on his face. He went on. It was a shame that good days could not last. The unfortunate couple from antagonistic sides couldn't hide in the world fragment forever after all. After the starships were repaired, they had to go separate ways. The female warrior reported after her return that she killed the refiner from the Covenant Alliance in person. Was it true? I'm inclined to a negative answer. Perhaps they repaired their respective starships with the resources in the relics inside the world fragment, before they returned to their own sides on two different starships, never to see each other again, except that they hid the relationship that must never be leaked deep down inside their heart. Perhaps the female warrior thought that it was just a minor episode in her life, and she would soon forget everything. Even though she couldn't, the memory would be nothing more than a collection in her heart that she could play with now and then. But she had greatly underestimated a sentimental woman's eagerness for love. It was especially so when she was forced to marry a man that she did not love at all as a tool of the family and to go to the heart of the Imperium, where she would monitor or even manipulate her husband according to the orders of the family. The cold and dark contrast made the wonderful memories of the world fragment in the old days turn into a cluster of venomous thorns that gradually grew inside her chest and slowly entangled her heart, her limbs, and her head. Perhaps she had never been in love with her husband, had she? Even though she tried to forget everything of the past and to transfer her feelings for the refiner of the Covenant Alliance to her husband, the orders from the family would not allow her to do that. She was not allowed to have any feelings for her husband, which would affect the great cause of the 4 Kurfürst families to control the Imperium. Sometimes, I am even suspicious if she ever loved the 12 children that her husband and she had. None of the children were born out of her own intentions. She was only forced to retrieve her life seeds and fertilize them when there was no choice. She had no feelings for the children at all. Whenever she saw her husband and those children, she would be reminded of her desperate fate and become even more desperate. The desperation reached the climax in the year when her husband turned from Crown Prince to His Majesty. Perhaps until then, she had illusions that some accidents might happen, and another prince would become the emperor, or that her husband would simply die an abrupt death. After all, there were too many crown princes who died abruptly in the history of the Imperium. In that case, her life in the future would be more or less freer, and it was even possible for her to flee from the center of the power swirls. But after the crown prince turned into His Majesty, and she turned from the crown princess into the queen of the Imperium, she would be trapped in the desperate cage at the capital of the Imperium forever. In utmost desperation, or perhaps under the inferences of the feelings that other people did not know, she did the most appalling and bold thing in the spur of the moment. She secretly retrieved one of her life seeds and unfroze the life seed of her lover from the Covenant alliance that she had kept by her side for decades. After combining them into a zygote, she found a way to get an unmanned exploration starship, which was granted the abilities of automatic navigation and nurturing human babies after modifications. She placed the fetus into the unmanned exploration starship, set the destination to be the edge of the cosmos, and launched the fetus out. Why did she do that? Perhaps after giving birth to so many biological children that she did not love. She yearned to have a baby that she truly wanted to give birth to with the one that she truly loved before. Perhaps she considered the baby to be some sort of reincarnation for her. She hoped that the child would go to a place that nobody could find in her replacement, where the child would be far away from slaughters, conflicts, schemes, tricks, deceptions, and betrayals, living a free and unstrained life. Perhaps it was just a soundless rebellion of her against the family? Or rather, did she want the child to find the man, her lover from the Covenant alliance who had broken the boundary of the 3 fundamental laws? Can you tell me the answer, Your Grace? And my dear sister? Li Linghai shivered slightly. Her calmness when she just arrived was entirely gone. You are quite imaginative. Narrowing her eyes, Li Linghai sniffed and said, What a shame that you are not a culture-type immortal cultivator. Hee. It has nothing to do with imagination. It's all about computation and deduction abilities. Tapping his head softly, Li Lingfeng said, Did you know that I spent 30 years drawing the psychological portrait of you without leaving any details? Also, we share the same parents after all. Although we do not know what is exactly on each other's minds, we do have a lot of similarities in our thinking. After 30 years of repetitive deductions and computations, I believe that my speculations up above are at least 70% likely to be correct. There's no need to deny it. Just let me finish. The most spectacular part is about to come. In fact, the story was quite warm and sweet so far. Wasn't it? It was quite normal for a woman to do something silly in her rashness when she was captured by love, right? But our queen was definitely no common woman. She was a woman who had certain amazing experiences in the mysterious world fragment, which triggered weird mutations in the deepest part of her heart, and who had been soaked in the swirls of power for so many years. Power is like drugs. As long as you touch any of it, you will never be able to get rid of it. You will only fall deeper and deeper and grow more and more addicted. Having sunk in the swirls of power for decades, the queen had enough of working as a puppet and a tool of the family and made other plans. She intended to seize the highest power, but the fetus that was a combination of her bloodline and the bloodline of the guy from the Covenant alliance, which was a product of her rashness, was obviously her greatest weakness and loophole. There would be dire consequences should it be discovered. Therefore, from almost the moment the unmanned exploration starship was launched, she regretted, or rather grew rational again. She immediately made up her mind to destroy the unmanned exploration starship and the fetus inside. She did put it into practice too. She caught up to and blew up the exploration starship in the depths of the space, obliterating the trouble for good. At the very least, she thought she did. The young man's breath suddenly turned heavy, and he almost cried out. Liao hurried to pinch Li Jialing's neck, in case the young man exposed the two of them to the dreadful white-haired woman. Li Linghai's whole attention seemed to have been fixated on Li Lingfeng, or rather, Li Lingfeng's mouth. She appeared to be in a trance, and her delicate, flawless face seemed to be falling apart. From the cracks, a hint of regret, hatred, and persistence for power leaked out, but she failed to notice Li Yao and Li Jialing's anomalies. However, after only a few seconds, the feelings were all frozen, as if the invisible mask had been glued and repaired again. Her heart was utterly frozen, without the tiniest loophole. It seems that since the moment you ordered to blow up the unmanned exploration starship, my dear sister has become a person whom you loathed and despised in the past, a monster that feeds on power, just like me. Li Lingfeng said with a smile. Yes, the fetus was only a product of your momentary rashness. Or rather, it was the last residue of the soft-minded and sentimental Li Linghai in the past. As the fetus was destroyed in the explosion of the unmanned exploration starship, The Li Linghai of the past completely died too. From an utterly deformed corpse arose a brand new person, an ambitious queen of the Imperium with stealthy intentions. Such a queen of the Imperium would never care about the methods and the sacrifices to achieve her purpose, including even her own children. Therefore, after she learned that the damn fetus, her sole weakness, was not destroyed but raised up, she wasted no time preparing to destroy the fetus for a second time and to kill her own son, an obstacle that hindered her ultimate purpose in person. That is why you are here today. You are here to kill but not to save, aren't you? Li Linghai was silent for such a long time that Li Yao and Li Jialing thought that she might deny it, or at least come up with an excuse. But in the end, the pale-eyed queen of the Imperium simply smiled and said, "Which procedure went wrong exactly? The unmanned exploration starship." Yes. Seeing that Li Linghai gave no denial, Li Lingfeng knew that Li Yao and Li Jialing must have heard the cruel answer. He said with an even more brilliant smile, "I had long been secretly watching you behind the family's back before that. My original purpose was merely to learn the inside information of the royal palace from you so that I could gain greater benefits in the family. At that time, your wings were not fully grown yet, and your wisdom was far from impeccable. How could you have escaped everyone's attention when you got an unmanned exploration starship and performed such weird mutations? You should really thank your brother because I helped you kill 2 persons at that time and prevented the secrets regarding the unmanned exploration starship from leaking out. Otherwise, instead of us 2 being the only witnesses, the whole world would have learned the issue. That explains a lot. I was truly too innocent, naive, and reckless in the past." With one of her hands in her back, Li Linghai rubbed her temple with the other hand, as if she was regretting her stupidity in the past. Looking at her brother through the finger gaps with her gloomy eyes, she asked, "So, what do you want exactly by raising up my child after decades of work? He is not just your own son, he is my nephew too. If you do not cherish your son as a mother, it is only reasonable for his uncle to raise him up, isn't it?" Li Lingfeng said with a smile. Then he suddenly changed his expression and raised his voice as he continued, "I should be asking you the question, sister. For decades, you have been recruiting subordinates in secret and establishing a secret fleet. Recently, you seem to be getting in touch with the young, bottom-level officers of various fleets of the Imperium, which had been gathered together for the Imperium's attack toward the Covenant Alliance. What are you up to exactly? Hehe. However great the misunderstanding between you and me is, we are siblings after all, and you will forever be a member of the Li family. It doesn't matter if you hurt yourself when you act recklessly, but your brother and your entire family may be burned by the fire that you have ignited. We may be doomed forever. So, whatever your plans and purposes are, why don't you say them out frankly? Let's communicate well. In case you ruin yourself, me, the family, and even the entire Imperium with your misbehaviors." "Ruin the Imperium?" Li Linghai chuckled. With what could be determination or zealousness beaming out of her eyes, she said, "No, I am rescuing the Imperium. Rescuing the Imperium." Li Lingfeng was amused. He waved his arms and said, "The Imperium of true human beings today includes the most prosperous sectors in the entire universe, with a concourse of valiant warriors and strong experts and millions of starships. We have just crushed the Covenant Alliance, our old nemesis, on the battlefield. This is exactly our most flourishing moment in the past 500, no, the past 1,000 years. Why on earth does it need rescuing? Do you mean what you said? Or are you simply just throwing the brainwashing propaganda out of habits?" Looking at Li Lingfeng in the eyes, Li Linghai said casually, "Enough of the crap. You and I are both aware that the Imperium today is no longer the Imperium from 1,000 years ago, and the immortal cultivators today have changed from the real immortal cultivators from 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, when Wu Yingqi, Black Star the Great, established the Imperium of true human beings, what a promising, thriving, and an unstoppable country it was. At that time, everybody was full of ambitions. The hominoids were the fuel, whereas the immortal cultivators were the engine and battle units on the iron tank. Everybody was united to push the civilization of mankind forward in the infinite sea of stars. Expand, expand, and further expand. Evolve, evolve, and evolve non-stop to achieve the limits of the universe and make our civilization and human beings the strongest battle species in the universe. That was the loftiest ideal of the immortal cultivators 1,000 years ago. But has such a magnificent dream been fulfilled after 1,000 years? Hehe. Not to mention exploring the land that has never been visited by ancient people bravely and surpassed the limits of all the intelligent lives in history. We have not even discovered and conquered the maximal territory of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago yet, and we are not as good as the Star Ocean Imperium in many aspects. That's ancient people from 10,000 years ago. What have we accomplished after sacrificing the lives of billions of hominoids as the fuel? Isn't the so-called dream a great joke? Li Lingfeng blushed. He couldn't help but argue. Sister, don't be too imposing. You know clearly that the Star Ocean Imperium inherited the enormous heritages of the Demon Beast Empire that endured 30,000 years. It also received the direct enlightenment of the primeval civilizations, namely the so-called Book of Revelation. That was the reason for the gigantic leap of the civilization of mankind. There were almost 10,000 years of wars in darkness after the Armageddon Rebellion and the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium. Many worlds fell apart and developed on their own, unable to reach out to others. It's been only 1,000 years since the Imperium of true human beings reunited the territory again. Also, we are faced with the threat of the uncanny enemy that is the Covenant Alliance. Nothing can be helped even though we cannot restore the glory of 10,000 years ago for now. Have you wavered as an immortal cultivator just because of that? No, I have never wavered as an immortal cultivator, and I have always been the most loyal believer of Blackstar the Great. It is you, the selfish, greedy, corrupted, and conspiring worms, who have betrayed Blackstar the Great and the real immortal cultivator's lofty belief that everything can be sacrificed for the civilization of mankind. You have degenerated into the slaves of your personal desires. You are the fake immortal cultivators. Li Linghai bulged her eyes and sneered. It would be understandable if we could not achieve the dreams and oaths of 1,000 years ago for now because of temporary difficulties. But look at the murky Imperium today. Look at the corrupted, decayed nobles, warlords, and benefit takers. Look at the bugs who cling to their own territories and interests and who spare no efforts extending their claws to fight for the cake with no consideration of the overall interests of the Imperium and the civilization of mankind. Are those people really comparable to the pure, real, immortal cultivators 1,000 years ago? Do they really deserve such a glorious title as Immortal Cultivator? The simplest example will be the battle between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. The battle this time is a long-prepared counterattack after a rest of hundreds of years. The expedition army includes the best fleets and experts of hundreds of sectors. They have indeed conquered dozens of worlds unstoppably, all of which are resourceful, prosperous, and strategically important. Right now, the Covenant Alliance has been heavily wounded, and it is in the middle of dying struggles. As long as all of our nobles and fleet commanders remain united and forget sacrifices and personal interests, we will have a great chance to break into the heartland of the Imperium and eliminate the Great Trouble forever. Even if we cannot demolish the Covenant Alliance, I believe that we will at least deal such a critical blow that the enemy will not recover in 300 to 500 years. It will lose all the bargaining chips to compete for the hegemony of the universe with the Imperium. Even I can think of such a simple logic, but why can't you? Why can't the noble ministers in the court think about it? Why can't the family leaders, the warlords, and the fleet commanders think about it? The real reason is that nobody is willing to risk fighting an arduous annihilation battle at the heartland of the Covenant Alliance at great sacrifices. Nobody is willing to face the desperate counterattacks of the Covenant Alliance when it is dying. Everybody is simply keeping their eyes on other people. It will be best if they can take all the advantages after the fleets of other warlords perish together with the fleets of the Covenant Alliance. Even worse, while the war is not over yet, all the warlords have got their eyes on the dozens of prosperous worlds that have been newly conquered. Countless claws already can't wait to reach for the hotcakes when they are not even out of the oven yet. Therefore, although the situation in the front line looks great, the war cannot go on anymore. The nobles and the military theorists that they sponsored proposed countless reasons that we should not attack recklessly as if they were real. They claim that desperate enemies must not be chased after and swear that the Covenant alliance is too maimed to be the Imperium's problem in the next 100 years, and the Imperium has secured the victory of 1,000 years. Perhaps the stupid hominoids will believe that crap, but both you and I know that we are missing out on the greatest opportunity, right? This is exactly the situation of the Imperium today. The Imperium of true human beings seems powerful and even on the rise, but it is in fact at dusk right now, and it is rotten to the bones. 2144 A pig is a pig. Li Lingfeng opened his mouth but came up with no rebuttal. He rolled his eyes crazily, and there was no telling what was on her mind. He approached Li Linghai quietly, and the muscles and nerves on the two sides of the spine were constricted. He was ready to attack at any moment. Li Linghai felt none of it. Her voice grew louder and harsher. The nobles and the warlords rule over everything. Their beliefs have degenerated. The social stratifications have been rigidified. The channels of ascension have almost been entirely cut off. The high and mighty pretentious immortal cultivators are in fact parasites who resort to every method possible to earn personal benefits under the disguise of the immortal cultivators and the civilization of mankind. They consider the Imperium as a tree that will never fall, and they all pierce into its roots hard to absorb its nutrition. They waver and hesitate when they encounter an enemy, and they lunge forward like hungry wolves when they encounter benefits. They blatantly exploit the hominoids under the name of the Imperium, but all the gains from the exploitation fall into their own pockets, not spent for the nourishment of the Imperium at all. In the end, the Imperium has to take the blame for them. Is there any essential difference between such a dusky, dying Imperium and the Star Ocean Republic that we overthrew in the past? It is even worse than the Star Ocean Republic. 1,000 years ago, the corrupted, croaking Star Ocean Republic was also haunted by too many problems to be cured. Black Star the Great rose and created the Imperium with a set of just fair and open systems in order to completely eradicate the many problems of the old systems so that everybody who worked hard and did not hesitate to sacrifice would have a chance to distinguish themselves. That was the only way to carry out the full potentials of the civilization of mankind. But today, after 1,000 years, the Imperium that was vigorous, hopeful, and just where everybody had a shot as long as they worked hard, is already gone and replaced by a duplicate of the Star Ocean Republic. The aristocrats and the noble families today are no different from the corrupted MPs of the Star Ocean Republic in the past, those pretentious, hypocritical, and selfish cultivators. Are they? It is true that hominoids are a type of fuel that can be sacrificed. But don't forget that Black Star the Great's original purpose was to boost the civilization of mankind to a new peak at a high speed with the sacrifice of the fuel. The sacrifice of the hominoids should be valuable. They should be sacrificed for the ultimate interests of the civilization of mankind, not for the interests of a noble or the personal desires of a certain immortal cultivator like they are today. The immortal cultivators who do such things have deviated from the original purpose of Black Star the Great, the real founder of the true path of immortality and the Imperium. They do not deserve the glorious name of immortal cultivator at all, and they are jackals of the same lair compared to the cultivators of the Star Ocean Republic in the past. The Imperium that is governed by such fake immortal cultivators, however powerful it looks on the surface, does not have the real corresponding strength inside. Cannot take any strike, and it may collapse abruptly at any minute. Does such an Imperium not require rescuing? Li Lingfeng was rendered speechless for a long time. Then he gradually grew solemn as he said, "So, the Queen actually has the lofty ideal to restore the glories of Black Star the Great? It is true that all kinds of problems have been accumulated after 1,000 years. The entanglement of interests and the sediment of conflicts have resulted in the lingering diseases that can barely be removed, especially during the recent hundreds of years. That is why reform has become the common wish for all the elites of the Imperium in the past century. All wise people are thinking hard about how to reform the Imperium to create a prosperous era again. My Heavenly Eye Group and the Slaughterstream platform are also minor tries for the reform of the Imperium. We should work with each other now that we share a common purpose. Hehe. Don't compare me to you. Li Linghai sneered. First of all, it is just a fantasy to resolve the conflicts and reform the Imperium through the slaughter stream platform. The Imperium is already gravely sick, with cancers all over the internal organs, and your prescriptions are makeups and a large dosage of anesthetics? It would be a miracle if you could reform the Imperium. Secondly, I know you as much as you know me. You are the most classic noble who does not have the spirit to sacrifice everything for the Imperium and the civilization of mankind at all. You are not a real immortal cultivator at all. Everything you have been doing is for your own selfish desires or for the interests of the Li family at most. The so-called reform the Imperium is but a disguise for you to struggle for power. As soon as you become the leader of the Li family, you will throw away everything about the Imperium and the civilization of mankind and only mind the business of the Li family. Narrowing his eyes, Li Lingfeng declared angrily, "Don't forget that you are a member of the Li family too." "It's true that I am from the Li family," Li Linghai said casually, "but I am a member of the civilization first and then a member of the Imperium of true human beings, a true believer of Blackstar the Great and a real, pure immortal cultivator who is willing to pay everything for the civilization of mankind. I am only a member of the Li family after that, who will take the interests of the Li family into account. That is the greatest difference between you and me, and also the greatest momentum for me to save the Imperium." Li Lingfeng sneered. "You said that my slaughter stream platform could not save the Imperium, but do you have any solution?" "Of course. I have my ways to completely eradicate the diseases that trouble the Imperium," Li Linghai replied calmly. "But until then, His Majesty must seize real power, without being manipulated by the four Kurfürst families and the other warlords anymore. Only a real emperor can renew the Imperium and restore the ultimate glory 1,000 years ago. After everything you said, it seems to me that you are after power just like me." Li Lingfeng grinned. "Everybody knows that the emperor is your puppet. Letting His Majesty seize the power equals to letting you seize the power. So, it turns out that His Majesty does not want to be a second Blackstar the Great. But my dear sister is hoping to accomplish an unprecedented enterprise and become a she-emperor that controls the entire universe. I have to say that your ambitions have surpassed my expectations again and again. I'm truly curious. What is it that supports you deep inside your heart and makes you believe that you can achieve the unachievable? In any case, I have to remind you that the Emperor and the Lords managing the world together is the basis of the Imperium's 1,000 years of reign. Whoever tries to break the balance between the Emperor and the Lords recklessly will die a miserable death in 99% of the cases. Ha! Perhaps because her secret had been pointed out, and perhaps because of her brother's undisguised threat. A brutality that almost felt like a real entity shot out of Li Linghai's almost transparent eyes again as she glared at Li Lingfeng's neck. "Don't be nervous." Li Lingfeng, however, was completely relaxed. Thinking that he had dominated the conversation, he said with a smile, "Even if you are really a problem, it should be the real big shots of the four Kurfürst families who feel a headache. At the very least, I am neither the family leader nor the Kurfürst. It is definitely not my turn to kill you, right? Just like what I said before, whatever you want to do, we are siblings, and there is no deep hatred between the two of us. Why don't we ignore our disagreements and see if there are any opportunities for cooperation? At the very least, under such complicated circumstances, you have a loophole that is wandering loosely, and the reinforcements from the four Kurfürst families may arrive at any moment. Although their main purpose is to investigate the uncanny cultivator, wouldn't it be awkward if they notice your traces? Why don't we grit through the difficulties together as a brother and a sister first?" While talking, Li Lingfeng slowly approached Li Linghai. He believed that Li Yao and Li Jialing were prepared to suppress the queen at any moment too. Of course they could cooperate, but that would have to wait until he dug out all the secrets about the queen. Li Linghai considered in a seemingly careful way for a while before she replied quickly. No, Li Lingfeng's confident smile was immediately frozen. "Why not? Did you know that the stimulation and boost of IQ has always been a cutting-edge project in biochemistry?" Li Linghai suddenly went off the topic and said something out of the blue. "Assume there is a pig that has been injected with countless strengthening drugs. Its muscles and bones may be 100 times harder than before as a result, but its IQ will barely be increased. At the very least, the IQ cannot be improved to mankind's level. Essentially speaking, it is still a pig. Li Lingfeng was slightly dazed. What's your point? What I'm trying to say is that a pig is always a pig despite all the training. Li Linghai said, even if a pig is born into one of the 4 Kurfürst families and advances into the divinity transformation stage at the consumption of tremendous resources of the family, and through all kinds of shameless, clandestine approaches, it will be nothing more than a pig in the divinity transformation stage. On my way to realize my dream and to reform the Imperium, I may encounter a lot of incredible, ferocious, and cunning enemies. But however dangerous the enemies are, they can't be as dangerous as a teammate who is as stupid as a pig. So, I refuse to cooperate with you not because you played tricks to send me to the capital as the crown princess 100 years ago, not because you secretly hid my son to blackmail me, and not because you are vile and selfish and may betray me at any moment, but only because you are a pig. You! Li Lingfeng blushed, not expecting that their conversation would end like that. Why? Do you want to kill me? Li Linghai smiled, and the white hair behind her that looked like an ice waterfall began to dance again. You had the intention of killing me as early as 4 minutes and 33 seconds ago. It's too late now. Don't think I'm vilifying you, my dear brother. I'm just speaking the truth. The best example is right before our eyes. In fact, the 2 guys hiding deep inside the fold 220 meters away on your left side could have run off if they had escaped at their full speed. Yet, they were stupid enough to cooperate with you. With such a pig teammate as you, they have already been locked onto by me while I was stalling you with all the bullshit just now. Now, they cannot run away even if they want to. Do you still not admit that you are a pig? 220 meters away, deep inside the mud in the ravine, Li Yao and Li Jialing couldn't have been more astounded. They had reduced their heartbeat, breath, and even pores to the minimum and did not release the slightest bit of spiritual energy. Their body temperatures had been lowered to exactly the same as the mud, rocks, and rain nearby. Also, by common sense, it was impossible that they were working with Li Lingfeng. But still, they had been discovered by the queen, right? Greatly shocked, Li Yao secretly regretted it. Just now, the queen spent such a long time talking about jibber-jabber with Li Lingfeng, and even allowed Li Lingfeng to tell her great secrets probably for Li Jialing to hear. Li Jialing is a young man no older than 20 after all. He has not been trained to the heartless and inhumane level. It is impossible that he has no emotional fluctuations after hearing such shocking origins. It was exactly through the insignificant emotional fluctuations that the queen noticed our existence and locked onto us. But how could the queen have foreseen that we were hiding nearby? Was it because she knew Li Lingfeng's mind and style so well that she was certain her crushed, desperate brother had no choice except to cooperate with us? Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted Li Lingfeng at all. He is a useless man for as long as I can tell. Even I can play him like a fool, not to mention the queen. The queen is quite right. The guy is indeed a pig-like teammate. He is getting us killed this time. Li Yao thought quickly for half a second if he should immediately run off before he peed his pants. Or maybe he should rise up and lunge forward together with Li Jialing, each holding one of the queen's legs and crying, "Mom," at the same time. Would the chances of survival be higher this way? But during the half a second, a series of dangerous changes already took place between the Li siblings, eclipsing the thunderstorm and the lightning. Right when his sister berated him for being a pig teammate and pointed out Li Yao and Li Jialing's location, Li Lingfeng knew that his plan had failed. As if he were trying to prove the correctness of his sister's accusation, he truly gave a pig-like performance. Instead of bursting into fury and fighting a desperate battle with Li Linghai, he bellowed and unleashed an infinite aura that filled up the entire domain, triggering the most glamorous sound and visual effects. Then, under the cover of the aura and the domain, he rushed away immediately. Perhaps, in Li Lingfeng's knowledge, Li Jialing was Li Linghai's must-kill target. While Li Linghai was killing her son to get rid of the trouble forever, he would still have a chance to get away. However, the moment he stomped on the ground, preparing to accelerate and escape, the land below his feet cracked apart. Thousands of lightning bolts, like glittering thorns, dashed out of the core of the planet and grabbed his feet and arms. Sparks burst out of Li Lingfeng's crystal suit. Countless rune arrays and magical equipment units had been overloaded and blown apart. As it turned out, in the middle of their conversation, Li Linghai pretended that her soul was shocked by what Li Lingfeng said, and countless lightning bolts were bashed into the ground. It was supposed to be a sign of the loss of control over her spiritual energy. However, Li Linghai had in fact delivered the power of lightning into the soil in secret and established a magnificent cage around her brother's feet. Are you serious? Sending the lightning into the soil right in front of the two divinity transformation stage experts and condensing them into a cage without alarming us at all. Bulging his eyes, Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue. The queen's level is truly immeasurable. But it's impossible. You worthless pig almost jeopardized my great cause. Unquestionable determination of killing gradually flowed out of Li Linghai's pale, almost transparent eyes. With a gloomy, expressionless face, she walked toward Li Lingfeng on the bridge of lightning in midair. If I don't kill you today, who knows what kind of trouble you, the stupid pig who think that you are smart, will cause me tomorrow? Hiss! Having been struck by thousands of lightning bolts, Li Lingfeng was in excruciating pain. In furious roars, the flames of the spiritual energy of the divinity transformation stage flooded out like a tsunami and focused on his domain again, which looked like a giant sphere covered by lightning and rain. With his hair in a mess, he shouted in the middle of the sphere, Li Linghai, don't push me too far. We are both in the divinity transformation stage, and I am not much worse than you. If you are determined to kill me today, you will have to pay the most devastating price even if I die. Let's see how you are going to face the reinforcements of the 4 Kurfürst families that will soon arrive. You will die for sure too. Do you think a pig is qualified to let me pay the most devastating price? Not stopping at all. Li Linghai put on a smile of mockery on her face that was covered in frost. That is why I said that a pig like you only has the petty cleverness that makes you think you are smart. You claimed that you had been drawing a psychological portrait of me for decades to infer my mindset and my behavior. You think you know everything about me, but you can't be more terribly mistaken about the most fundamental facts. Having been threatened in such a way, Li Lingfeng finally awakened his dignity as an expert in the divinity transformation stage. The whole domain around him was blown at Li Linghai like a volcano eruption, while he performed hand gestures quickly, trying to summon his incomplete colossus to resist the enemy. But the most astonishing scene happened. Right when Li Lingfeng attracted the spiritual energy in nature with his entire soul, boosting his domain to the maximum, the bolts of lightning around Li Linghai were 10 times brighter than before, to the point that they were almost dazzling. After a while of stunning dances, spins, and interchanges, the thousands of lightning were condensed into 9 purple, overwhelming dragons, and the 9 dragons then turned into the image of a magnificent giant that was roaring in the middle of stars. The image, it was ensconced into an imposing throne majestically, with the vibe of suppressing everything, controlling everything, and dominating everything. It almost had, I am the strongest man in the entire world, written inside its eyes. In the next 0.1 seconds, the grand image was suddenly gone and absorbed into her body by Li Linghai. 2 purple stars the size of needle tips appeared at the deepest part of Li Linghai's pale eyes, and a hint of violet vaguely flowed out of the endings of her white hair that looked like a waterfall of ice too. The queen looked calm, indifferent, and inviolable a moment ago, but right now, she was truly like a supreme dominator who could decide the life or death of billions of people with a wave of her hands. She opened her hands, and dozens of dragon-like lightning bolts immediately dashed out of her fingertips to Li Lingfeng's right hand brutally. They controlled the enemy's cosmos ring and disrupted its functions with the intense spiritual energy, preventing Li Lingfeng from retrieving the colossus. There is even such a technique. Li Yao felt that his blood was freezing. He hurried to take off his cosmos ring, and after thinking for a moment, simply put it into his mouth. Li Lingfeng, on the other hand, would seem less terrified even if he had run into a ghost. He had even completely lost his fighting will. In a daze, He watched the purple electric arcs that were rolling like tides around Li Linghai. The electric arcs surged higher and higher and even built the illusions of thousands of soldiers launching a suicide charge in the middle of the thunderstorm. The neighs, roars, and collisions of blades and armors even dwarfed the rumbling thunders, further adding to Li Linghai's infinite dominance. The true dragon revealing itself, the infinite flames of the emperor darken the sea of stars. Li Lingfeng shouted desperately, This is dragon over the sky, a technique of the legendary Supreme Emperor. How is it possible? How is it possible? The Supreme Emperor was the only one who had ever grasped such an unparalleled technique with the fortunes of the dominator of the infinite sea of stars. Where did you find such a technique? This is a martial art that solely belongs to the emperors. Those who do not have enough fortunes will find it unbearable. You are just a mortal. How could you have survived such a blast of spiritual energy? Your body should have exploded. Li Linghai took a deep breath and simply allowed the purple flames made of thousands of lightning to flow among her nostrils and mouth. Her face was so hollow that it did not seem to belong to her. With a casual smile, she said, Brother, you know too much. Her voice was low, deep, and majestic. Her every word sounded like the most unquestionable decree that would make everybody kneel and obey. She was like a totally desperate person from before. Could it be? Li Lingfeng finally understood everything. Caught in such desperation that his face turned pale, he shouted miserably, I understand it now. The mysterious world fragment that you found when you were lost in space 100 years ago was Gold Throne, the Imperial Transcendence Sector that all the immortal cultivators dream about, where the Supreme Emperor was buried. You excavated the legacies of the Supreme Emperor. Supreme Emperor were words that not only shocked Li Lingfeng but also made Li Yao and Li Jialing dizzy. Their ears were humming, and they found it barely possible to catch their breath for a long time. The Supreme Emperor was the greatest expert of mankind in history, who overthrew the dark tyranny of demons that lasted 30,000 years, who established an enormous country that spun 3,000 sectors and the system of the modern cultivation civilization, and who pushed the civilization of mankind to the highest peak with the Star Ocean Imperium. In the legends, the Supreme Emperor was the top expert of the civilization of mankind ever recorded. In the legends, the Supreme Emperor received 3 volumes of Book of Revelation and opened tremendous heritages left by the Pangu civilization. Through the ultimate treasures and advanced technologies, he boosted the civilization of mankind forward by thousands of years. In the legends, even though the Supreme Emperor developed 20 clones at the last years of his reign, pouring more than half of his strength into the clones so that the clones could help him control the Sea of Stars, the strength of his original body was still unbelievable and unparalleled. In the legends, after the fierce battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Mad Armageddon, his strongest clone, which almost blew up the entire Imperial Terminus sector, the Supreme Emperor suffered heavy wounds and was never seen again. In the legends, the Supreme Emperor hid in a world fragment named the Imperial Transcendence Sector and fell asleep on the Gold Throne. The things that were buried together with him included the most sophisticated techniques, the most powerful colossi, and the secret treasures that could arm an enormous space fleet. Whoever had the legacy of the Supreme Emperor would be able to dominate the entire universe. 2146 playing the ultimate move again. Li Yao was greatly enlightened. If the mysterious world fragment where Li Linghai and his foster father were stranded together was the place where the Supreme Emperor perished, everything would make sense. The Supreme Emperor was definitely an emperor of all times and an expert who had reached the highest peak. Not just all of his heritages, even 1% of his knowledge would have been enough to completely transform a girl who was naturally docile and sentimental into someone with sophistication and long-term visions. His foster father came from the Covenant Alliance where feelings were highly repressed. But if the Supreme Emperor's strength leaked out of the Gold Throne, it shouldn't be strange at all that he could break the restraint of the 3 fundamental laws. After all, according to the legends, the Supreme Emperor had 3 volumes of Book of Revelation, which should have given him a profound understanding of the Pangu civilization. It was not surprising at all that he could come up with solutions to the 3 fundamental laws. Besides, abundant secret treasures of the Supreme Emperor must have been hidden in the Imperial Transcendence sector, probably including crystal suits, starships, colossi, and all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It would be a lot easier if the Queen recruited and raised her subordinates with the Supreme Emperor's secret treasures. In the meantime, what the Queen received from the Imperial Transcendence sector was probably not pure strength but also part of the Supreme Emperor's beliefs. While the Supreme Emperor found an Imperium in the legends as a dictator, he was an ancient man from 10,000 years ago after all, and he had his historical limitations. It was not appropriate to demand him too much. At the very least, the prevailing opinions on the Supreme Emperor today were rather positive. Overthrowing the reign of demons, rescuing the people from disasters, ending the conflicts in the 3,000 sectors, leading humanity to the second peak after the age of the ancient cultivators, laying the foundation of the modern cultivation civilization, and determining the belief that cultivators are the sabers of the civilization of mankind, which marked the boundary between modern cultivators and ancient cultivators, were all his feats. Therefore, while he was technically an autocratic emperor, the Supreme Emperor was still regarded by modern people as a real cultivator. The Star Glory Federation, despite the public elections and the parliamentary republic system, also admitted that the Supreme Emperor was a shared ancestor of everyone and a well-deserved hero. The Star Glory Federation had also considered itself as a spiritual heir to the Star Ocean Imperium too. All in all, although they were both emperors, the Supreme Emperor and Black Star the Great were utterly different. He was relatively bright, decent, and a representative of justice. Therefore, if Li Linghai had truly found part of the Supreme Emperor's heritages and beliefs, she would naturally grow to loathe the murky, corrupted Imperium of true human beings and even make up her mind to reform the Imperium in her own ways. Of course, there were still many problems. For example, how could Li Linghai have shouldered the Supreme Emperor's intimidating heritages with her weak body? But in general, Li Yao believed that Li Lingfeng's speculation was at least 50% likely to be correct. The reason was very simple. Little Black and the half-key inside Li Yao's Cosmos Ring were obviously the products of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. Therefore, even if the world fragment that Li Linghai and Li Yao's foster father discovered was not the Imperial Transcendence sector, where the Supreme Emperor perished, it must have a lot to do with the Supreme Emperor too. Thinking quickly, Li Yao immediately figured out the causes and consequences of everything. Then he felt like crying. Li Lingfeng was truly an out-and-out pig teammate, who had dragged him into trouble before his death. It was fine that he could tell the arts that Li Linghai used were dragon over the sky, the Supreme Emperor's ultimate skill, but why did the guy have to shout it out and explain it so colloquially? Turned out great. Both Li Yao and Li Jialing had heard the big secret loud and clear. Even if Li Jialing's origin were a problem that could be resolved one way or another, would the Queen let go of them now that the two of them had overheard such a great secret, that Her Grace received the heritages of the Supreme Emperor? Grimacing, Li Yao looked at the Queen and Li Lingfeng, only to discover that the electric arcs shining around the Queen were brighter and brighter, and tightening around Li Lingfeng like thousands of dragons, strangling Li Lingfeng's muscles, veins, nerves, and bones. Li Lingfeng was a seasoned expert at the high level of the divinity transformation stage, but he was unable to resist the suppression of the Queen's dominating dragon over the sky. His domain had completely collapsed into broken ripples that were writhing and weeping in the crazy storm, only to perish very soon. Struggling hard, he shouted desperately, "Spare me. I'm sincerely hoping to cooperate with you. No, no, no. I'm willing to submit to you and help you deal with the 4 Kurfürst families and other nobles so that you will be a real queen that masters the entire sea of stars. You will gather the supreme power and re-establish a new imperium." Li Linghai narrowed his eyes. With a smile of disdain, she said, "There are a lot of people who are willing to submit to me, but you are not qualified to be one of them." Li Lingfeng bulged his eyes. Lightning arcs were flowing out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth like magma while he moaned, I am your biological brother." The purple brilliance deep inside Li Linghai's eyes gradually spread out again, exactly like his blossoming ambitions. The Queen of the Imperium of True Human Beings smiled. "So what? Hardly had she concluded her sentence when the lightning that Li Linghai shot at Li Lingfeng grew 100 times brighter all of a sudden. At the moment, the wind, the rain, and the lightning seemed to be frozen, and the whole world was eclipsed, turning into black and white under the illumination of the lightning. The only thing that could be seen was the purple flames that stored the majestic aura of the Supreme Emperor, turning into a sword of the true dragon that once raged the sea of stars. It ripped apart the last spiritual shield that Li Lingfeng managed to build and pierced through his chest at a speed 100 times higher than the lightning. After the sword entered his body, it immediately burst out into 9 wild dragons of purple flames that ran amok inside Li Lingfeng's internal organs and limbs, tearing, burning, melting, and obliterating the man's every nerve, every vein, and every cell. Ah! In screams of disbelief and excruciating pain, Li Lingfeng's soul turned into an azure ball that fled to the sky desperately, only to be caught up by 3 purple dragons and ripped apart in the blink of an eye. In ripples of screams, it was entirely devoured by the fiery dragons. The 9 dragons of purple flames hovered in the middle of the pouring thunderstorm and soon returned to Li Linghai's back, further adding to the mysteriousness and magnificence of her white-haired and purple-haired style. Li Lingfeng, an expert in the divinity transformation stage, on the other hand, had been burned up without even having the slightest ashes left. In less than 20 seconds, the man had been reduced to nothingness, never to be reincarnated again. If the heart could sweat, Li Yao's heart would have been dehydrated right now. The contrast between the two parties. Li Linghai was at least at the peak of the divinity transformation stage. She also had the enhancement of dragon over the sky, the unbelievably awesome and dominating martial art from the Supreme Emperor. Furthermore, there was no telling how much magical equipment from the Imperial Transcendence sector she was still keeping in her pocket and did not take out yet. By estimation, it should be more than easy for her to beat up someone in the middle or low level of the divinity transformation stage. Li Yao, on the other hand, was only at the middle level of the divinity transformation stage. But his soul was rather special. Nobody knew that he had a second soul that was the mental devil. As some sort of an ancient extraterrestrial devil itself, it went through many fortuitous incidents and absorbed vast tenebrum energy. Despite the lack of a real entity, it was somewhat in the divinity transformation stage too. Therefore, Li Yao was in fact not simply at the middle level of the divinity transformation stage. In terms of maximal combat ability, it was like 2 experts in the divinity transformation stage were sharing the same body. It was a more powerful and weird level than the teamwork of 2 regular experts in the divinity transformation stage and somewhat similar to the amazing technique of the divinity branching stage, where the soul could be split apart and mind their own business. Therefore, Li Yao was generally not scared even if he encountered someone at the high level or even peak of the divinity transformation stage. However, none of it was going to help when he was faced with such a dreadful queen. Could he run? Li Yao's brain cells were all breaking apart as he reached the conclusion quickly. He absolutely could not. If he intended to run, he should have done it when Li Lingfeng shrieked, "Supreme Emperor," half a minute ago. But even if he had a 1% chance to escape, there was no way that Li Jialing could have fled. Li Jialing was probably his foster father's only child, and Li Linghai was also very likely to be the only woman that his foster father ever loved. Li Yao was very close to his foster father, having been abandoned by his birth parents and struggled in the darkness on his own. He always regarded his foster father as his real father. How could he watch the ethical tragedy that was about to take place between his foster father's woman and child while doing nothing? Also, on a higher level, if Li Jialing was the sole weakness inside the heart of the queen, he would also be the last defense of her humanity. If she were simply allowed to kill the child that she truly wanted to have, the queen would become a cold and heartless monster completely. Such a monster had probably grasped part of the Supreme Emperor's legacies and was ambitious to seize the highest power of the entire Imperium of true human beings. If she did succeed, what would the Imperium of true human beings be like under the reign of such a monster? Would the Star Glory Federation be able to face such an Imperium? Therefore, for both public interests and his own, for his foster father, for the Federation and for the lives of him and Li Jialing, Li Yao had to hold back the pressure instead of running. I still believe that the real Li Linghai whom Pop loved couldn't have been like this. Liao gritted his teeth hard. I have to keep the last part of humanity in Li Linghai's heart and slowly wake her up. It will be best to transform her into the kind-hearted woman that Pop loved in the past. Even better, since the Supreme Emperor in the past was a cultivator, Li Linghai, having received the heritages of the Supreme Emperor, has a small chance of turning into a cultivator from an immortal cultivator, right? Perhaps she is only short of a critical person who gives a push to her mind. A tiny push is all that is needed. It seems that I have to play my ultimate move now that I'm no match for her in terms of combat ability. The mental devil crawled out of Liao's brain, anxious at the great enemy. The ultimate move again? Isn't our reserved ultimate move running? Who says that? Liao's cheeks and lips vibrated at a high frequency. The ultimate move that I talked about is my silver tongue. 2147. It all depends on the attempt. The mental devil. Are we going to deceive someone with the carefully woven rhetoric again? Great. I like it. What are you planning to do? Very simple. It is even possible that I can solve all the problems that the Federation and we are faced with without fighting. Liao said confidently. I am going to convince Li Linghai and awaken the real precious things in the Supreme Emperor's legacy, which are the right ways to fulfill the glorious mission of defending mankind. I'm going to transform her into a cultivator. Think about it. If the queen of the Imperium of true human beings can be transformed into a cultivator, and the 4 Kurfürst families and the assortment of nobles and warlords are annihilated too, is it possible for the Imperium to gradually grow into a country of the cultivators in the next several hundred years, or at least one where the experts and the ordinary people could coexist more harmoniously? Even if the queen cannot annihilate all the nobles and warlords, as long as the 2 parties reach a certain balance, and the cultivators' ideas can spread in the Imperium under the protection of the queen, it will be of great help in soothing the military pressure that the Star Glory Federation is faced with and our subsequent activities in public. Everything above needs not a soldier or a gun. I don't even need to move a finger. All I have to do is to persuade the queen. Wow! The mental devil shouted. So, it seems truly an easy task to persuade the queen who has slain her biological brother without blinking and who is about to slay her own son. The trip to the Imperium will turn out to be the easiest and most comfortable excursion since our career began, won't it? While the 2 personalities were in an argument, Li Linghai, who was surrounded by purple air and dazzling lightning, had already started to float toward the 2 of them. Her speed was not very high, but the bolts of lightning raging like dragons were wandering in the 1,000 square meters around under the control of her telepathic thoughts, interweaving into an impenetrable cage that nobody could escape from. Having made up his mind to take a wild gamble, Liao abandoned the idea of running. He simply dragged Li Jialing and jumped out of the ravine and gritted his teeth to confront the queen. Looking at the young man who was not wearing a helmet, Li Linghai's eyes became deep and complicated. On her flawless and beautiful face, the invisible, transparent mask cracked and recuperated again and again. She slowly extended her hands at Li Jialing, with lightning arcs spurting out of her fingertips. There was no telling whether she was trying to touch Li Jialing's head or simply to cut it off. Li Jialing's lips were trembling non-stop under the storm, but he was unable to say anything. With the sharpest telepathic thoughts, Liao shouted at the young man, "Hey! Don't just stand there like a food. It is time to kneel and cry out, Mother!" Li Jialing swallowed the rainwater and the air hard and hesitated for a moment. But stubbornness beamed out of his eyes. He clenched his fists and held his neck high, not saying anything at all. In the middle of the wild wind, the sudden rain, the rumbling thunder, and the bolts of lightning that struck the dark sky and illuminated the earth into paleness now and then, the 3 of them were mired in a weird silence, like 3 distinctive monochrome sketches. After observing Li Jialing without any expression for a long time, Li Linghai finally opened her mouth. "You are more like him than in the 3D photo. I truly wish that you could live on, and live on well." "Not good." The mental devil shrieked deep inside Liao's brain. "The queen is growing killing intense. She is truly going to kill Li Jialing. If your tongue really works, It is time to shoot it. Don't be hasty. I'm still considering what I should talk about. The key is my identity. I really can't explain my identity at all. Liao was rather anxious. The queen is definitely not as foolish as Li Lingfeng was. Having hidden in the dark for decades and escaping everyone's attention, she must know 100 times more intelligence than Li Lingfeng did. I am obviously an expert in the divinity transformation stage, and I have such a powerful colossus as the Tartarian skeleton. Where did it come from? How have I been training myself? Which force is responsible for supplies and maintenance? I can't explain myself at all. I cannot resort to the ploy that I fooled Li Lingfeng with either, telling her that I am a secret warrior, raised by a certain family in secret. The queen must know every family and every force in the Imperium very well. Should she casually chat about the details of the family with me, I will expose myself at any moment. Also, my ultimate purpose is to persuade the queen and transform her into a cultivator. Even if I successfully pretend to be an immortal cultivator, all that we can talk about will be the true path of immortality since we are both immortal cultivators. What on earth can I possibly transform? Therefore, I have to admit honestly that I am a cultivator. That is the only way I can debate with the queen and try to transform her without her knowing it. But you can't pretend to be a cultivator, the mental devil said in a hurry. If you confess that you are a cultivator, it will mean the exposure of the Star Glory Federation. Do you think it is appropriate to let the queen know the existence of the Federation with the characteristics and stance that she has demonstrated? Trust me, even if she does not send out troops to destroy the Star Glory Federation immediately, she will certainly come up with all kinds of schemes to bind the Federation to her war machine as her bargaining chip in the game with the 4 Kurfürst families. It is even possible that she will let the Federation die together with the noble families before she claims all the advantages. Not a cultivator, and not an immortal cultivator. Then who the fuck am I exactly? Liao thought hard for a moment, and his eyes suddenly shone. Should I pretend to be a demonic cultivator? The mental devil. Are you serious? Liao, it seems to be a bad idea, but it is an unresolvable paradox. I, Vulture Liao, have traveled far and wide for 100 years, but never was I forced to tell such a difficult lie. Li Linghai seemed to have overlooked Liao's quickly changing expressions and focused all her attention on Li Jialing. Her voice gradually turned cold as she said, "However, I am aware of the procedures through which the 2 bastards Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan refined you. You have been corrupted by them into a complete monster. I really can't keep you alive like this. Moreover, your life in the past decades must be very painful, wasn't it? Trust me, there are 10,000 kinds of pain in the world that are 100 times more agonizing than death, and I would rather you taste none of them. How dark and desperate will your life be even if you can survive with your body right now and your past? The road I am walking on is one of thorns and flames and one where nobody can turn back. I really can't bring you together with me. So, just let me grant you relief. Close your hands. It will be like a sleep without any pain, nothing like the inhuman experiments you had in the past." Li Linghai raised her arm high, and the lightning arcs danced and condensed around her fingertips, turning into the sword of true dragon again. There was no telling if Li Jialing had been stunned or was heartbroken by his mother's ruthlessness. But the young man truly closed his eyes slowly, biting his lower lip so hard that his teeth were buried into them. The muscles around his eyes cramped violently. No matter how hard he closed his eyes, he could not prevent the clear tears from gradually leaking through his eyelids. Wait! Now that an ethical tragedy was about to happen, Liao had no choice except to stop before Li Jialing and bellow without considering anything. "You can't kill him." "Huh!" Even the queen was surprised at what Liao, a mysterious person who emerged out of nowhere, was willing to do for Li Jialing. She had just killed an expert in the divinity transformation stage. "Brother Yao." Even Li Jialing opened his eyes quickly and looked at Liao's back that was as solid as a wall. But of course, it was inevitable that the wall was slightly quivering right now. "Who are you exactly?" The queen observed Liao's face carefully. Undisguised confusion popped up on her face for the first time when she said, "I do not want to kill you yet, Not until I figure out the secrets about you. Back off now. She waved her hands softly, and the purple electric currents slashed at Liao brutally. This will be a win-or-die gamble. Pop, if you are watching over me, please ensure that my fancy words will work, and I can bring your old lover who was innocent and kind-hearted back. Although what I'm about to say may be slightly in contradiction to reality, you certainly would not blame me, would you? I'm helping you to find back your lost youth. Liao roared but did not dodge at all. A black light spurted out of the cosmos ring in his mouth and condensed into an arc-shaped shield before him. Voila! The purple electric sword slashed the black shield, and the blast threw Liao almost 20 meters away. His two legs left deep gulches on the ground. Half of his body was buried in the hard rocks. On the surface, Liao was defeated. However, the moment the black shield was condensed, Li Linghai seemed to be hit by 10,000 bolts of lightning. The mask covering her face collapsed abruptly, and an authentic, utmost shock beamed out of it. Shwa! A narrow, long crack was caused to the black shield by the bolts of lightning, but the wound recovered soon as if it was thick liquid metal. It was even wriggling slowly into a cute black ball. It was Little Black, born from Black Wing, the flying sword that Liao's foster father left for him. This is... Her face, which looked like perfect, flawless white jade at the beginning, was now even paler than ever. There was not even any hint of blood in her lips. She asked with a shaking voice at first, but then, her voice turned sharp and desperate, and her flames of spiritual energy flooded at Liao like hissing vipers. Where did you find it? Who gave it to you? Or did you steal it or pick it up somewhere? Speak. Speak now. Liao could obviously tell that, although she looked 10 times more intimidating than before, her killing intent was quickly ebbing. He was more or less relieved, knowing that he had won the first round of the gamble. The queen was indeed aware of the existence of Little Black. Perhaps she had seen Little Black's own kind in the mysterious world fragment. This is my foster father's belongings. Holding Little Black in his arms, Liao wagered on the chance and shouted aloud. He held my hands tightly before he passed away and asked me to carry it with me and find a woman named Li Linghai in the Imperium. 2148. Everything I say is true. What? As if hit by a bolt of lightning, the queen of the Imperium trembled, and the invisible armor around her fell apart, revealing another Li Linghai that had been deeply hidden for a moment. Li Jialing also exclaimed in shock as he looked at Liao in disbelief. The queen only lost her calmness for a moment. When she was back to herself again, the dispersing determination to kill was condensed into 100 times more aggressive than before. She shouted, "Liar! How can there be such a coincidence? What exactly do you know? Who sent you here? For what purpose? Speak now." The swords made of thousands of bolts of lightning all dashed to Liao's front. Hissing like cobras, Liao could have defended himself, or even summoned his colossus to escape, but his previous endeavors would be rendered futile if so. Quitting halfway was never his style. Opening his arms to protect Li Jialing behind him, he bellowed, "I admit that the whole thing started as a coincidence, but the development later was very reasonable. From beginning to the end, the only coincidence was how I ran into Li Jialing. But you should know very well how similar he is to his birth father, my foster father. When I unexpectedly noticed a young man who was extremely like my foster father caged in a prison, receiving the most excruciating procedures, I naturally grew quite curious and wanted to rescue him to figure out everything. That was why I burst into conflicts with Wu Yinglan, Li Lingfeng, and the rest of them, and I even accidentally blew up Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The rest is history. Think about it, Your Grace. Nobody could have foreseen that you would be here. Even if it were a trap against you, there was no reason why I should have shown up in such a high-profile way, right?" Li Jialing couldn't help but ask, "Brother, Yao, is it true?" "Of course it is true," Liao declared solemnly. "Everybody who is familiar with me knows that Vulture Liao is most respected for his honesty and integrity. I never said a single lie in my entire life." Li Linghai took a deep breath, but she was still in apparent shock. The purple flames deep inside her transparent eyes gradually dispersed. Her eyes that were at a loss moved between Li Jialing and Liao nonstop, but the furiously burning swords of purple flames could slash neither of them now. She mumbled, His last words. He has died. How could he die? What was your foster father's name? My foster father never told me his name. He said that his name and his real life had long been left in another world to a woman, and that the man standing before me was nothing but an empty shell without a heart. Liao said, So, my foster father only allowed me to call him Pop. Even at his deathbed, he never told me his name but simply asked me to find Li Linghai in the Imperium. He said that Li Linghai would tell me everything. In his heart, however, Liao shouted at his foster father, Pop, please do forgive my horseshit. But speaking of which, fancy words to a girl cannot be counted as lies, right? Your son is trying his best to avoid an ethical tragedy in your family, to help you sustain your bloodline and probably to save the world by the way. You must understand and support my actions which boast such abundant significance. His name and his real life were left in another world. The sentence hit Li Linghai's heart again like a flying sword, making her put on a half-weeping and half-laughing look. She asked in a shivering voice, What else did he say? Before my father's death, his head had already become unclear, but he simply repeated that. Liao sobbed and said, that I had to come to find Li Linghai in the Imperium no matter how many difficulties there might be. He said that Li Linghai was the gentlest and kindest woman in the 3,000 sectors, and she would love me, take care of me, and protect me like he did. As long as Li Linghai was there, I would have nothing to be scared of. Also, he said that he had countless regrets in his life, but even if all the regrets were combined and multiplied 100 times, it would not be as great as the sorrow when he left Li Linghai years ago. Now that he was dying and it was impossible for his soul to fly to Li Linghai through the sea of stars, he demanded that I find Li Linghai and respect her as a mother. He asked me to do my best to protect and fight for Li Linghai on behalf of him in the evil Imperium even at the cost of my life. Well, Li Linghai was caught in a trance. The purple flames on her fingertips were bouncing non-stop, and the electric currents were dashing to all directions beyond her control. Brother Yao, my birth father did say that. Li Jialing almost sounded like he was crying. Li Yao secretly apologized in his heart. But on a closer look, he was not exactly lying. He did see countless times how regretful and sorrowful his pop was after the man was drunk. It was probably what his foster father thought in mind but never spoke out. If his foster father was too embarrassed to speak it out, it was certainly his responsibility to help his foster father confess it. In the meantime, if his foster father knew that he and Li Linghai had a child, he would certainly be overjoyed and wish the whole family could be safe and sound and happy ever after. He immediately nodded his head. Of course, I was a poor orphan after the loss of my parents in my childhood. It was Pop who rescued me from darkness and raised me up. We were like a real father and son connected by blood. So, when I saw you, I saw my own brother. How could I have watched you suffer in Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng's place without doing anything? Although I had a father, I never had a mother. They say that the children without mothers are like weeds without roots. For decades, my greatest wish was to find a mother that I could respect and serve. After such a difficult long journey to the Imperium, my primary mission was to find Li Linghai and to respect her as a real mother. It was a great surprise to meet you, my brother, but little did I anticipate that the woman that my pop loved most would be like this. Staring at the flawless armor and the dazzling sword on Li Linghai, Li Yao sighed and smiled in the most pitiful way before he went on. It seems that, unless the Li Linghai that my pop mentioned is somebody else, and you two just happen to have the same name, the queen is too strong and ambitious to require the protection of a Mr. Nobody such as myself. Or rather, our very existences are obstacles on your grace's way. Your grace, you have the heritages of the Supreme Emperor, the greatest expert of mankind in history. Although you and us may be similar in levels, we are absolutely no match for you at all. Even if we fight with all our strength, the best we can do is to seriously wound you. What's the point? We can understand that you have your ambitions and your reasons. Come on, give us a quick death. When I see my pop in the other world, I'll tell him that you live a great life in the human world and do not need his concerns or my protection. His soul will rest in peace, and I will be able to return the favors for bringing me up. Do it, Li Linghai, your grace. Liao held his head high and closed his eyes, as if he were determined to die. But deep inside his head, he simply shrieked at the mental devil, "Hey, you must be prepared. If the queen so much as moves her little finger, you'll jump out with Neltharion to block her attack, and will run as far away as possible. You understand me? If I'm hurt badly, you will be equally hurt." The mental devil replied sullenly, "Sometimes, I can't help but wonder if I should just let you son of a bitch be slashed and die with you. Really, the queen's sword of true dragon never did slash." The brilliance flashing in her eyes was probably the ripples of her memories rather than the determination of killing. The purple colors in her eyes and her hair were gradually gone, together with the raging and roaring lightning around her. The overwhelming killing intents completely dispersed. Even the thunderstorm of the outside world that was blocked by her domain had resumed peace again, creating a small world that was absolutely tranquil. Who? She exhaled a long breath in relief. After the things that she had held back for 100 years were spoken out, she now looked at Liao and Li Jialing in an even more complicated way. "Tell me everything about you, including your origin, your training experience, how you advanced into the divinity transformation stage, where you found your colossus, and who is helping you in maintaining it." Staring at Liao, Li Linghai said one word after another, "I'll keep you alive for now, but as long as I notice a single loophole in your statement, I guarantee that I will torture you in ways 100 times crueler than Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan's ways for 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Trust me. I do what I say." Liao couldn't help but shiver. He struggled to say, "I never told any lies. How could there be any loophole?" Li Linghai sniffed and said, "Fine. Tell me your name first. Are you an immortal cultivator? Or a cultivator as you claimed in the slaughter stream?" Liao held his head high without any hesitation. "My name is Liao, and my nickname in the organization is Vulture. I'm a 100% cultivator." "A cultivator?" With a feigned smile, Li Linghai played with the electric arcs on her fingers. "That doesn't sound right. Are the mobsters of Starlight capable of raising an expert in the divinity transformation stage and equipping him with such an advanced colossus? Don't tell me that you come from another noteworthy resistance group of cultivators in the Imperium. I'm pretty sure that other shrimps are even more unworthy than Starlight. Or do you want to tell me that you are from a certain mysterious relic, where you advanced into the divinity transformation stage casually through primeval treasures and picked up a colossus by the way? Do you think that I'll believe your crap like the idiot Li Lingfeng did?" Liao frowned and said solemnly, "I never thought to deceive your grace with such lies. Like I said just now, I came to the Imperium to find Li Linghai after a long journey. Naturally, I am not a cultivator from the Imperium." "Oh!" Li Linghai rolled her eyes and asked with great curiosity. "Then, it is getting interesting. I know that he absolutely could not return to the Covenant Alliance. So, besides the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, there is a third magnificent force that can raise such a young expert in the divinity transformation stage and which boasts colossi. Tell me where your hometown is and its coordinate parameters for space jumps." Liao said with a bitter smile. "Although my hometown is indeed powerful enough to support someone in the divinity transformation stage and maintain the colossi, it does not have coordinate parameters for space jumps." Li Linghai furrowed her eyebrows. "What do you mean? Are you messing with me? Please don't be angry, Your Grace. Everything I say is true." Liao took half a step back and waved his hands, somewhat in a panic. "My hometown truly does not have fixed coordinates because we are nomadic refugees in space. I am the last cultivator from Firefly of the Star Ocean Republic. The wind, the storm, the thunder, the queen, and Li Jialing were all stunned." "The Star Ocean Republic?" Frowning, the queen mumbled, "Firefly." Li Jialing blinked his eyes fast, finding it hard to believe. Exactly. Liao nodded his head matter-of-factly. Blinking his eyes that were as clear as water, he turned to the young man. You heard of the Star Ocean Republic and Firefly before, right? Yes. The young man thought for a moment and replied solemnly. I'm told that it is a bunch of cowardly, shameless, garbage cultivators who are even worse than cockroaches and rats. They were crumpled by the Imperium 1,000 years ago and have been hiding and degenerating in space ever since. They should have become out-and-out space pirates or completely gone extinct, don't they? Li Yao. Well, Brother Yao does not like your rhetoric, but yes, I am indeed from that Star Ocean Republic and that Firefly. How about it, Your Grace? However devastated Firefly is, it is the last territory of the Star Ocean Republic after all. When we escaped from the Imperium years ago, we brought so many facilities away with us. The leadership is also aware of the highly confidential information. Say, the coordinates of the relics and treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium. As the saying goes, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. It is only reasonable that the Star Ocean Republic can raise someone in the divinity transformation stage, and Firefly boasts the abilities to maintain a colossus. Is there a loophole at all? Just take your time to think, and feel free to chop off my head if you come up with one. Liao declared confidently and aggressively. But he was actually not as confident as he appeared. The existence of Firefly should be a big secret that only he knew. According to the sailing log on Firefly, they were discovered by the Black Wind Fleet, the expedition army of the Imperium a dozen years ago, after hiding for almost 300 years. However, Hai Ming, commander of the Black Wind Fleet, did not report it to the homeland of the Imperium in order to swallow the fat meat alone. Otherwise, the reinforcements sent from the homeland would have stolen all the credits. Later, after the Black Wind Fleet suffered a heavy blow and was almost annihilated, Commander Hai Ming was already gone, and Di Feiwen, the deputy commander, was determined to make peace with the Federation and march back to the Imperium with the power of the Federation. Naturally, he would not deliver the intelligence of such significance back to the homeland of the Imperium. So, theoretically speaking, the homeland of the Imperium only vaguely knew that the Black Wind Fleet had sailed to the edge of mankind's realm in the age of the Star Ocean Imperium, and the helpless folks of the Black Wind sector were grimacing to bit the tasteless hard bones after encountering some worthless, barren worlds that were inhabited by disobedient barbarians. They couldn't have been aware of the powerfulness of the Federation, the scale of treasures in the Ancient Sages sector, and the Kunlun relic, or the whereabouts of Firefly from the Star Ocean Republic. However, it was just theoretically after all. Who knew if the Queen had other sources of intelligence? Should he be seen through with her bad temper? It would be helpless even if Liao clung to her thigh and cried, "Grandmother." Liao focused the acting skills that he had practiced for 100 years on his face and his eyes. He couldn't have been more nervous in his heart, but his face and his eyes couldn't be more frank. Every wrinkle on his face seemed to be brimming with sincerity. Frowning, the Queen stared at him in silence for a long time. Her eyes seemed to be two vipers that were crawling into his head through the eyes and swallowing all of his memories. It was not until she observed him for half a minute that she finally said, "Continue. Tell me your birth and your growth on Firefly." Liao took a long breath in relief in his heart, knowing that he had passed the second test. I was born at a cabin at the bottom of a garbage ship, the most wrecked and low-level starship among the hundreds of starships that made up Firefly. With ripples of memories spreading out in his eyes, Liao said in a low and poignant voice, "It was a harsh, murky, difficult, and dark world where the strong prey on the weak. It is also known as magical equipment graveyard. Because Firefly was a wanderer in space, it might not find any relic of forsaken worlds or space battlefields to get supplies for decades in the most difficult times. So, we absolutely could not waste any scrap of magical equipment. Even the most useless and broken garbage would be piled up on the garbage ship into hills, which were exactly my home." Li Jialing couldn't help but ask, "Difficult and dark? Where the strong prey on the weak? Didn't you claim to be cultivators?" Liao moved his lips, blushing. As if he couldn't answer the question, he turned his uneasy eyes to Li Linghai for help. The Queen sneered. "Is there a clear boundary between cultivators and immortal cultivators? When there are enough resources, everybody is a decent and righteous cultivator. When half of the people are going to be starved due to the inadequacy of resources, the men of honors and integrity in the past will have to consider survival of the fittest as the ultimate slogan too. Firefly has drifted in the sea of stars for almost 1,000 years. Although it did get away from the Imperium's hunting, it was forced to flee to the places that were more and more barren and desolate at the edge of the civilization of mankind. No supplies, no communication, and no resources. How could there be any cultivator left? I fear that the loyalists of the Star Ocean Republic are even worse than the fake immortal cultivators in the Imperium today. Liao coughed in embarrassment and said, "You may have a point, Your Grace. All in all, I spent my childhood in the harsh environment and the life and death struggles in the magical equipment graveyard. The dark experience is somewhat similar to Li Jialing's growth. That is also why I felt close to my brother the moment I met him." Brother Yao. While Li Jialing did not quite understand the real connotations of magical equipment graveyard, he did know a thing or two about Firefly and the Star Ocean Republic from history books and various kinds of readers. Many specialists in the Imperium had inferred the ending of Firefly. Their speculation was similar to Li Linghai's theory. They believed that Firefly would definitely collapse in the desperation of having no way out and because of the shortage of resources, and that the end of the world before its collapse would be 100 times more terrifying than the harshest mines in the Imperium. When Li Jialing thought that Liao was born in such a place, he further grew subtle sympathy for him. Liao sighed and went on, "All in all, having no parents or anyone that I could count on, I should have died in the dark, cruel magical equipment graveyard in my childhood. However, I accidentally found a heavily wounded uncle in the magical equipment graveyard, which changed my fate, and probably the fate of yours too." Holding his breath, Li Jialing asked, Was he my birth father?" "Exactly." Liao nodded his head and fell into the memories from a long time ago, as he was speaking the truth right now. Nobody knew where the uncle came from or what he'd been through, but when I discovered him, he was badly wounded, and even his internal organs were exposed to the air. Liao noticed that Li Linghai's eyes were obviously shaking. Her breath that had been even the whole time had a disorder of 0.01 seconds too. For an unparalleled expert at the peak of the divinity transformation stage or even higher, it was a loss of control that absolutely shouldn't have happened. Before the young man exclaimed again, Liao continued, "At that time, I thought that the uncle escaped to our garbage ship because he did something bad or pissed off someone on other starships, which was quite usual on the hundreds of starships that made up Firefly. I couldn't tell what was on my mind, but I somehow grew slightly fond of the uncle. Perhaps it was because I never had a father, and he looked rather reliable. All in all, I saved the uncle, and after his wounds were healed, he saved me multiple times too. He even adopted me as a son and taught me all his skills in refining. He also gave me a rusty, weird flying sword. Later, the flying sword exploded, and the sticky, soft, and highly elastic black ball that I call Little Black jumped out. You. The queen couldn't help but pace back and forth. Perhaps even she did not know what she wanted to ask. After a long daze, she said, "You live together? Just the two of you?" "Just the two of us. My foster father was never a great talker. He always maintained magical equipment in silence to trade for food to sustain us and for alcohol. His sole hobby was to polish the scraps of magical equipment until they were extremely thin and clear. Then, he would build them into beautiful roses that looked like diamonds." Liao smiled and said, "When their number was at the highest, our small cottage was filled up by the metal roses, and I felt that they were sticking me even when I slept at night. I asked him why he made so many useless items which could barely be exchanged for any money, and why he did not jumble them into battle magical equipment instead, but he never answered me. Now that I think about it, I understand it now. Perhaps he spent his entire life carving 99,999 metal flowers with delicate runes to make them even more beautiful than real roses, because he wanted to give them to a woman at the other shore of the Sea of Stars. Right? The thing was true. Of course, the number of metal roses might not necessarily be 99,999, but there was definitely a whole lot of them. After his pop passed away, Liao buried his ashes with the metal roses and piled them into a small hill. Together, they were kept at the deepest part of the magical equipment graveyard, before they were covered by the infinite garbage mountains. When Liao returned to the Federation after 100 years of hibernation, the magical equipment graveyard in Floating Spear City had been completely deformed. But maybe today, his pop's ashes were still deeply buried below the earth in the Heaven's Origin sector together with the glamorous, glittering roses, weren't they? Li Linghai was in a trance, but the invisible mask and armor of indifference around her could not be formed anymore. His fingertips, her arms, and her shoulders were all trembling slightly, as if she were trying to hold back the thorns that had crawled out of her heart all of a sudden and entangled her entire body in the blink of an eye. Liao took a deep breath. His own eyes were more or less moist too. It was because while the background of Firefly was made up, everything else, including the struggles in the magical equipment graveyard, the shimmers in the dark, and the father and son relationship between him and his pop, was all real. So real that they couldn't be any more real. I don't know why I rescued my pop in the spur of the moment, and I don't know what motivated my pop to adopt me who was disobedient, aggressive, bigoted, and brutal. At that time, I already had my nickname as Vulture, and I certainly wasn't the most popular person in my place. Taking a deep breath, Liao tried to stay calm as he went on. Other than the arts of refining, he also taught me a lot of lessons about life. He showed me the light in the dark for the first time and made me realize that survival of the fittest shouldn't be the only truth in the entire universe. He also let me taste the most sincere feelings between human beings for the first time. Perhaps, many times, I saw him getting himself drunk to cover the tears in his eyes with the stink of alcohol all over his body. Then, he would pick up one of the metal roses that he carved carefully and bury his head in it to smell it, as if he could really smell the fragrance of flowers from the other side of the sea of stars. Sometimes, he would look at me in a very weird way. His eyes were even piercing through me, through the magical equipment graveyard, and through the shackles of time and space, reaching a place far, far away. There was no telling if I was overthinking, but I could vaguely tell that he truly wished that I were his real son and the fruit of love between him and a certain woman. Then, if our whole family could live in peace and happiness together, it would be the most beautiful thing in the entire universe. Stop it! Stop it! The queen muttered before she suddenly had an outburst of emotions. I told you to shut up. Voila! The land below the queen's feet fell apart. Countless bolts of lightning were blown into the ground from her feet and rose to the sky along the thick chasms, tearing apart the sky like thousands of flying swords. Even the storm and the thunder were shuddering in fear under the queen's catharsis. Li Yao and Li Jialing's facial organs were almost blown out of place when the queen lost control. Stop talking about the useless things. Covering her chest, the queen gnashed her teeth. Tell me what happened later. How did you advance into the divinity transformation stage, and how did you get a colossus? Li Yao said, under the help of my pop, my expertise in refining sword. Firefly, which had wandered for 1,000 years, might be short of many things, but the broken fragments of ancient magical equipment were certainly not among them. Together with my pop, I repaired abundant magical equipment and jade chips, from which I gathered some techniques and training methods. With that as the foundation, I grew up step by step. Firefly had already sailed to the edge of mankind's expanse in its tens of thousands of years of history. It was a dim, barren, and lackluster area where resources were not available through regular approaches. Only by exploring the few world fragments and forsaken worlds could it be possible to gather some leftovers. We had an organization named Occult Orbs Fellowship, which was dedicated to the exploration missions. I joined the Occult Orbs Fellowship and adventured in countless world fragments and forsaken worlds, including Boneyard, where a great demon from the primeval age was hibernating, the Netherworld sector, that had been scarred by war with nothing but some foul spectral cultivators left, etc. Through the dangerous adventures and the fortuitous incidents, I picked up a lot of heritages and luckily survived while I reached the peak of the nascent soul stage step by step. As my combat ability grew higher, my position in the Star Ocean Republic rose steadily too. I was promoted all the way until I was nominated as the special emissary of the speaker as well as the captain of Team Red Lotus, a team of secret guards for the speaker. I could more or less be called the top expert on Firefly, and I was quite appreciated by the speaker of the Star Ocean Republic. So, it shouldn't be surprising at all that I got to use the Tartarian skeleton, the only colossus on board, right? Huh. Pacing back and forth, the queen thought for a moment and said, "No wonder you are adept at stealth and sabotages and were even able to crush Manjasaka, the city in the sky. So, you have received professional training before and once worked as the captain of a secret squad? But your story does not make sense again. Since you are the top expert on Firefly, special emissary of the speaker of the Star Ocean Republic plus the captain of his guards, and the user of the Soul Colossus, you are definitely very powerful and influential. However uninterested in politics you may be because you are more familiar with fighting and refining, you are at the center of power at all and many people should be dependent on you. Then, how exactly did the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic allow such a super expert like you to leave Firefly with the only colossus they had for the Imperium to join me? Did it not raise any suspicion of defection at all?" With a bitter smile, Liao said, "I already said it earlier. Perhaps you didn't catch it, Your Grace. I said that I was the last cultivator from Firefly of the Star Ocean Republic. So, there is neither a speaker or a captain right now." The queen was slightly dazed. "What do you mean? What happened to your starship?" This time it was Liao who was caught in a trance. After a moment of hesitation, he grunted and vomited a mouthful of black blood, and he couldn't have looked more lackluster. "Brother Yao." Li Jialing hurried to give him a hand. "What's wrong?" "His belief is shaking," the queen said coldly. "I sense that your soul is very unsteady and is on the verge of collapse. You are not far away from mental derangement. Why? Something so terrible happened on Firefly that you are almost losing your belief." Half narrowing his eyes, Liao wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and struggled to say, "Yes. Firefly was destroyed, the Star Ocean Republic was gone, and I was the only survivor who ran to the Imperium to look for you. Could you please not dive into the details?" "No," the queen snapped. "You will have to confess it dutifully even if you are mentally deranged, or I will kill the both of you immediately." "You?" The blood all over Li Jialing's body flowed to his head. For the first time, he summoned the courage and glared at his own mother, or to quote him, his gene provider. "The collapse of beliefs and the mental derangement can possibly result in death. So what?" The queen sneered. "Do you not deserve to die? Then do it now." The young man who had been containing himself so far finally could not hold it any longer but burst into fury. Coldly shining claws ejected from both of his hands, and his teeth protruded like the tusks of a ferocious beast. He glared at the queen and declared, "Do it as you will, but I will definitely not sit and be killed. I'll fight a bloody battle with you to the end. You think that I do not dare to kill you?" As the queen looked at Li Jialing's mutations in disgust, her lips trembled non-stop. "Look at what a monster the two bastards Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan have turned you into. I really shouldn't have let the pig die so easily. I have always been a monster, ever since the moment I was born," Li Jialing shrieked. "But I never asked anyone to give birth to me. It was your mistake that such a monster like myself was created." "Indeed." The queen narrowed her eyes. "I am going to correct the mistake now." "Don't." Liao secretly shouted that it was not good and hurried to cut off Li Jialing and Li Linghai's eye contact. While he put on a more and more complicated and painful look, the queen retreated her eyes that were stabbed at Li Jialing. With a smile of mockery, she spoke to Liao casually. "I know what happened even if you don't tell me. When the resources on Firefly ran out, did the so-called cultivators all completely rip apart their pretentious masks and brutalize each other to fight for the last chance of survival until all of them died together?" Liao's body trembled hard, and he stared at the queen in disbelief. "Don't look at me like that. This is the only reasonable outcome by common sense. What is there to be surprised at?" The queen remarked disdainfully. Countless specialists of the Imperium have run the most detailed deductions and inferred that Firefly would collapse from the inside after it wandered the sea of stars for 1,000 years at most. The reality truly fitted their vision. Your hypocritical cultivators are truly not surprising at all. Rendered speechless, Liao was at a loss for a long time, before he finally lost his vigor like a balloon whose air was emptied. He muttered, "Yes, after 1,000 years of roaming, we still failed to find a sector that was fit for survival. The resources of all the world fragments and forsaken worlds had been exploited, and our population had soared to 500 million. The hibernation cabins and the recycling system on board were seriously damaged. Food, clean water, and even air were growing thinner each day. They were not enough to support 500 million people. At that time, our speaker Chui Lingfeng, who coincidentally had the same name as your brother, proposed a rebirth plan, planning to kill 80% of the people with a randomly attacking biochemical virus. If the population was reduced to 100 million, the ecological system of the whole starship would keep functioning. In fact, it was not exactly Speaker Chui Lingfeng's idea. I learned later that the parliament always had such an emergency plan. The lethal virus had been sealed for hundreds of years. "It's perfectly normal," the queen said casually. "In such a closed and desperate environment, it was perhaps the only way to continue your civilization, although only by another few hundred pitiful years," Liao said with a pained expression. However, there was another faction in the leadership of our government, led by Tang Zhengdong, captain of Firefly. They were the fundamentalist cultivators who believed that no innocents should be killed under any circumstances. "Idiots," the queen gave a short remark. After a brief hesitation, Liao said, "Captain Tang Zhengdong discovered Speaker Chui Lingfeng's plan and had to stop the latter. The two factions had a fierce fight. Later, the issue somehow got leaked, and everybody on Firefly learned it. Everybody knew the existence of the rebirth plan and the fatal virus. They also knew that the resources on board were bordering on bankruptcy. The doom arrived in almost less than 1 day, and Firefly turned into a living hell of dead bodies and blood." Liao was already choking with sobs after saying everything, and he covered his mouth as if he was going to throw up. However, leaking through his fingers was only thick blood. The queen looked at him emotionlessly and continued to ask, "Whom did you side with, the speaker or the captain? Kill 80% to save 20%, or let everybody die together?" I don't know. I did not side with anyone." Liao smiled in the most miserable way. "Mad. They were all mad. All the cultivators on board attacked each other like lunatics and animals. For Firefly, which was a ragged starship that had wandered for 1,000 years in the first place, a war that broke out from inside was catastrophic. One starship after another was blown up from inside. Whatever few precious supplies were obliterated in the explosions or absorbed into the cold vacuum together with the corpses of the cultivators, making the environment even more unfavorable for the survivors, who had to continue brutalizing each other for the resources that were fewer and fewer, until everybody turned into broken body and pulps of blood and meat. Although I claimed to be the top expert on Firefly, and I had a well-maintained colossus that was full of ammunition on my back, what could I have done? Even if I could suppress the leadership, including the captain and the speaker, could I make air, water, and food out of thin air? Could I revive the deceased? Could I bring new hope to the people who had wandered for 1,000 years? I couldn't. I was at the peak of the nascent soul stage back then, and I still can't do it right now, although I have advanced into the divinity transformation stage. Looking at my comrades and compatriots of the past fighting each other hard, giving such a despicable performance that was even more appalling than the immortal cultivators in Tales, I absolutely couldn't find any solution. There was a crack in my heart, and I began to suspect the beliefs of the cultivators. My soul was so terribly disordered that I almost suffered mental derangement. Right when I was doing my best resisting the inner demon and stabilizing my soul, Firefly was completely destroyed, and even my pop did not survive it. At the last moment, he told me everything and gave me a small starship that he modified in secret. He asked me not to abandon the beliefs of the cultivators because of Firefly's tragedy, and to go to the Imperium of true human beings to see how the world of the immortal cultivators operates. He believed that I would not change my attitude after careful consideration but live and fight on as a cultivator. Most importantly of all, he asked me to look for you. Perhaps my pop believed that you could save me, who no longer knew the distinctions between cultivators and immortal cultivators anymore because of the collapsing beliefs, and that I could save you too. Hilarious. The queen seemed to have been stung by a bee. Why did he think I needed saving? That I don't know. Liao opened his hands and said, "It is my guess, and my guess only, that based on my pop's deep affections and the few words he mentioned when he was drunk, the Li Linghai in his memories was definitely not a cruel, heartless, and inhuman immortal cultivator, but a kind, innocent woman full of humanities, or even a good wife and a good mother. Perhaps he thought that the dark and cold imperium of true human beings would sooner or later deform you, but he believed that something unchangeable must be hidden deep inside your heart, and that my arrival would help you activate the something again and find back who you used to be." "Shut up!" the queen shouted angrily again. Her gracefulness and inviolability at the beginning were thrown away, and she declared in obvious fury, "Whatever I am, it is not your place to judge me or to save me. As I said, it is just my guess." Liao said, "Perhaps my pop only wanted me to give you a hand with my extraordinary combat ability and my powerful colossus. Simple as that." "Ha!" The queen was obviously tempted. No matter what, an expert in the divinity transformation stage plus a colossus was definitely not a random present that she could see every day. Liao was different from Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng had his own supporters, forces, ambitions, and complicated connections. Even if the two of them really cooperated, there would be tremendous trouble. It was needless to say the possible conspiracies and even secret plots against each other. Therefore, Li Linghai would rather kill her biological brother to resolve the trouble once and for all than work with him. But Liao was different. He was an expert in the divinity transformation stage who had zero backgrounds and dependencies, and who could be loyal enough to her theoretically. As long as there was the slightest opportunity, nobody would wish a divinity transformation stage expert to be their enemy instead of their ally. "Go on." The queen thought hard for a long time, only to come up with no loopholes in Liao's statement. The scenes that Liao described were in no contradiction to all her known intelligence. They also matched the classic deductions made by the specialists of the Imperium. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, she simply said, "Tell me your stories in the Martial Meritocrats sector. Why did you risk ruining Manjasaka, the city in the sky?" The Martial Meritocrats sector was the first stop after I jumped to the Imperium of true human beings. Liao said quickly, "I chose this place for a simple reason. The pattern tidal outbursts of the Devilish Scorpion Nebula was a natural gargantuan star beacon that could significantly improve the accuracy of my jump. After all, the navigation system of my super tiny starship was not so reliable. After I jumped to the Martial Meritocrats sector in the Devilish Scorpion Nebula, I naturally was filled with indignity when I saw so many ordinary people struggling in pain on the land of sins, and I made up my mind to help them. Before, I did not plan to make such a huge scene. I only hoped to sneak into Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to steal some intelligence before I figured out what to do next. However, the discovery of Li Jialing disrupted my whole plan. On one hand, I had to distract everyone's attention with an astounding performance so that he could run away. On the other hand, I still wanted to save the ordinary people in the Martial Meritocrats sector. Furthermore, and perhaps a selfish reason, my belief was on the verge of collapse after the destruction of Firefly, and I needed a gratifying battle to reinstate my belief as a cultivator. Because of the three reasons, the battle took place. You should know what happened later since you were lurking not far away after all. This is about the whole story. You can choose to believe it or not, and you can choose to kill me or not." Liao held his head high and bulged his eyes after he was done, like a statue that was marching to a battle valiantly. Li Linghai was silent for a long time, and there was still not the slightest expression on her face. But the drastically changing thunderstorm in the sky more or less revealed the intense debates of her with herself in the heart. In the end, the queen took a long breath and said coldly, "If I do not kill you, what will you do?" Liao smiled, his eyes glittering. In that case, I'll certainly abide by my pop's last words and follow your grace. To protect you and to be protected by you. To save you and to be saved by you. Shut up. Like I said, I need neither your protection nor your salvation. The queen seemed to have had enough of Liao's wittiness, and her face was brimming with killing intent as she glared at Liao for a long time. Then something occurred to her. She managed to hold back her urge and said, "Right. Did he ask you to bring anything to me?" Liao blinked his eyes and nodded his head. "He did. It is half a weird metal stick that looks like some sort of key." The brilliance in the queen's eyes flashed, and she demanded, "Give it to me." Liao, however, shook his head. "No, huh." The queen's killing intent turned into visible wind blades that were released from her crazily dancing white hair. "I beg your pardon? I promised my pop that I would give his last item to the real Li Linghai." Liao calmed down as he went on. "However, according to what I have seen today, everything that your grace did was far from what the Li Linghai that my pop talked about would have done. I will never give my pop's most precious item to such a random Li Linghai. Even if I have lost my home, my compatriots, and my family, even if I have been reduced into nothingness and desperation, and even if my beliefs are collapsing and I can't be more confused right now, I still have the dignity of an expert in the divinity transformation stage. Your grace, your level is higher than mine, your techniques better than mine, and you may have a myriad of powerful magical equipment in your cosmos rings. If you are determined to kill me, I won't be your match at all. But you must believe me. Even if I may inevitably be killed by you, I will certainly be able to destroy the cosmos ring and make it impossible for you to find the half key before my death. Are you threatening me?" Li Linghai's white hair stood up, and she couldn't have looked more intimidating. One word after another, she declared resolutely, "The queen of the Imperium of true human beings does not take any threats. This is not a threat, but only a statement of facts." Liao struggled on as he said, "If you want to get the half key, there will be only two ways. Either you are convinced by me and transformed into the woman that my pop loved or even a cultivator, or you can persuade me into believing in the true path of immortality so that I will be a hardcore, pure, and unquestionable immortal cultivator." The queen stared at Liao gloomily. Liao looked back at the queen with all of his spiritual energy, not giving in at all. Even Li Jialing was glaring at the queen with a pair of eyes that couldn't have been wider while hiding behind Liao's back. Crack, 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 crack. Dazzling sparks were raised in the collision of eyes. Every spark exploded like a crystal bomb, burning into an ocean of flames among the three of them. The competition of their eyes even eclipsed the thunderstorm outside. Suddenly, something amazing happened. The queen grunted and vomited blood. She was defeated. She appeared aggressive and dominating a moment ago, but she was like a collapsed reservoir right now. She couldn't have looked more lethargic. She was even barely able to keep herself steady and almost fell to the ground. What the heck? Liao wondered since when had his eyes become so awesome. For as long as he could remember, he had only been practicing his tongue and his face. Be careful. The mental devil took the opportunity to remind him. She seems to be playing tricks. You? Liao spoke to the queen hesitantly. Are you hurt? Of course I'm hurt. The queen laughed rather devastatingly. There was no telling whether she was mocking Liao or herself. Why else do you think I was patient enough to listen to all your jibber-jabber? However useless Li Lingfeng was, he was an expert in the divinity transformation stage after all. Do you think that I did not need to pay any price to kill him with such an unbelievably overwhelming technique as Dragon over the Sky, that was of the Supreme Emperor's own creation? In order to kill Li Lingfeng, I activated Dragon over the Sky to the maximum almost by exploiting every drop of my life energy and focusing my soul into a sword of true dragon, which dealt a heavy blow on myself when he was obliterated. I have only been bluffing since then. I thought that you would immediately escape in fear after witnessing that I slew an expert in the divinity transformation stage, whose level was even higher than yours in one attack. In that case, I would have enough time to rest and recover before I figured out whether I should continue hunting you or simply return. But I did not expect that you had such a secret identity and that instead of running away, You had a conversation with me for such a long time. Naturally, my wounds attacked when I couldn't suppress them any longer. That does make sense. Liao was greatly enlightened. He was quite puzzled a while back because Li Lingfeng was an expert at the high level of the divinity transformation stage after all, however incapable the man was. If the queen could stab him to death in one attack casually, everybody in the divinity transformation stage should feel ashamed. It was only reasonable that the queen almost exploited all her vitality and soul in order to perform dragon over the sky, the dominating technique that solely belonged to the supreme emperor 10,000 years ago. Careful. She may be lying. The mental devil, however, reminded him again. It is possible that she is intentionally showing her weakness to allure you to attack her, because she cannot tell if what you said just now is true. If you attack her while she is feeble, it will prove that all your fancy words just now are made up, and she can easily perform multiple metamorphoses in 0.1 seconds. Do you believe me? Liao pondered for a moment and said, that is a possibility too. But it is very likely that she is truly wounded. I don't believe that she is so strong that she can take down someone in the divinity transformation stage without paying any price. The queen's eyes moved between Liao and Li Jialing, as if she were at their mercy now that her disguise had fallen apart. However, while Liao's words just now were half true and half false, he did mean to get in touch and even cooperate with Li Linghai sincerely. Besides, considering the situation right now, what could he achieve even if he were to kill Li Linghai? The reign of the immortal cultivators would not end here, but Liao and Li Jialing probably would. Liao sighed and extended his hand to the queen. The queen stared at his hand for a long time and frowned. What's the meaning of this? Well, it means that if your grace is too uncomfortable to stand, I can support you. Liao said sincerely, as I said, I'm here to help you. The queen slowly wiped the bloodstain on her lips. Narrowing her eyes, she stared at Liao for such a long time that the gloominess almost pierced through every pore on his face. In the end, she was truly relaxed, and all the killing intents over his body were concealed. You were the special emissary of the Speaker of the Government in Exile of the Star Ocean Republic? The queen rolled her almost transparent eyes, as if she was calculating Liao's value. You must be familiar with the political struggles, conspiracies, and schemes, right? Not exactly. I am almost a straightforward person, and I am the worst at plots and tricks, Liao said, somewhat in embarrassment. But I do know quite a few speakers very well, and I had very in-depth communications with one of the speakers. Huh. Naturally, the queen did not know what Liao meant by very in-depth communications. She thought for a moment and went on. You were also the captain of Team Red Lotus, the speaker's secret guards. Was it some sort of personal bodyguard and the head of the special forces? If you are given a bunch of capable but disobedient men, are you able to lead them to carry out missions similar to the destruction of Manjusaka, the city in the sky? I think I can, Liao said. But I prefer to carry out similar missions on my own, because in such a countryside as Firefly, few experts were qualified to take action with me. Most of them would have only slowed me down. Besides, you are a reasonably good refiner? The queen looked at him coldly. Can you maintain a colossus on your own? No, Liao shook his head and said, I am not a reasonably good refiner, but a grandmaster refiner. I am best at the maintenance, upgrade, and modification of the single magical equipment such as crystal suits and colossi, and I know a thing or two about the runes, the arrays, and the refiners in the age of the ancient cultivators too. The queen stared at him without blinking. Liao added helplessly, I could have been more modest, but you asked me to speak the truth. The truth is that I am really a grandmaster. What choice do I have? It's quite upsetting for me too. Fine. Let's hope that you are not lying because both the combat ability and the expertise in refining can be verified very easily. The queen paced and hesitated for a long time. Finally, she made up her mind and said, Listen up. I am not particularly bothered by your stance and your ideas. After all, the organized cultivators are no longer at the center of the cosmos, and you can barely call on many supporters on your own. It won't be a big deal to keep you by my side. Trust me. Before long, you will accept the real true path of immortality and become an immortal cultivator. But one thing I do care about is whether or not a person is smart enough. I killed Li Lingfeng not because of his ambitions, not because of his brutality, not because of our grudge 100 years ago, but only because he was an idiot who would bring me infinite trouble. Period. I hope that you are smart enough. The smarter you are, the more pleasant our time together will be. Do you understand me? Overjoyed, Liao nodded his head hard. Thinking for a moment, he shook his head again. But I won't help you with the looting, burning, or any other immoral things. Should I encounter you doing those things, I'll definitely stop you too. The queen frowned hard and gnashed the coldest voice out of her teeth. Looting and burning? Who do you think I am? The wife of a certain bandit? I am the queen of the Imperium of true human beings. Mind you, Liao said. Well, what I tried to say were things like the land of sins and the slaughter stream. My belief won't allow me to do nothing in front of such tragedies. So, I definitely won't help you bully the ordinary people. Bully the hominoids? The queen smiled. You are truly adorably stupid, but it does make sense. You are new to the Imperium after all, and you do not know anything about what happened here in the past 1,000 years. It doesn't matter. I'll explain everything to you well after we return to the deep-sea fleet. Right now, all you need to know is that my target is never the hominoids but the well-respected high-level immortal cultivators, the noble families, and the experts who are supposed to die of old age. From that point of view, our short-term goals are the same. It was not in violation of your belief when I killed Li Lingfeng just now, was it? Tell me if my ultimate goal is to destroy the 4 Kurfürst families and the other deeply rooted families, sects, and forces of immortal cultivators, and to achieve the goal, I may even slightly loosen the control over the hominoids, give them more rights, and even get the hominoids armed as my troop. Will you give me a hand? This time, it was Liao who began to stare at Li Linghai, trying to find out the tiniest loophole on the queen's face. However, the queen's unaging face that looked like a snowy mountain was covered in the invisible solid armor again, making it impossible for Liao to notice anything in her heart. Loosen the control over the hominoids, give them more rights, and arm them on a large scale. Liao thought quickly but still found it hard to believe. Really? The queen laughed. You will know if it is real a while later. I believe that an expert in the divinity transformation stage who worked as the special emissary of the speaker once is capable of making his own judgments. Okay. Liao nodded his head and said without any hesitation, if what you do is in the best interests of the ordinary people of the Imperium as a cultivator, I will naturally spare no effort in helping you. Then let's go now. We have already wasted a lot of time. The queen said, an expert in the divinity transformation stage is like an awl in a bag. Their sharp edges cannot be hidden no matter what. So, you can stop bother thinking of a false identity. The Deep Sea Fleet is a private troop that I have founded in person. Few people are aware of its existence now. Every soldier holds unquestionable loyalty to me. I'll tell them that you are a super expert that I raised in secret, some sort of ghost warrior or dark assassin, for the purpose of carrying out secret missions that even the Deep Sea Fleet cannot, say the mission to execute Li Lingfeng this time, for which you have been lurking for many years. Now that Li Lingfeng is dead, you can naturally surface and join the Deep Sea Fleet to stay by my side. Since you worked as the special emissary of the speaker once, you can be my personal bodyguard for now. After we return to the capital and receive updates on the current situation, I'll try to fight for a more important and critical place for you. Is there a problem? Liao thought for a long time. No problem at all, right? There is a problem. What about him? Liao grabbed the young man's rigid shoulders and pushed him to the front. Li Jialing glared Li Linghai so angrily that his eyes were almost torn apart. Him? The queen observed Li Jialing up and down for a while before she said coldly, I almost forgot that there is still such a nuisance. Hurry, say Mom. Liao said in a low voice. Her killing intent is gone. She won't kill you now. I am a monster who was born in a laboratory. Li Jialing's muscles were so tightened that he looked as rigid as a monster. Gnashing his teeth, he squeezed out the words one after another. I do not have a mother. Exactly. The queen was not enraged at all, but simply said casually, I'm glad that you are aware of it. Hardly had she concluded her sentence when the queen suddenly took action. It was an extremely weird feeling. The queen was obviously still, but Liao clearly sensed that a certain force field, made of her blood and her soul broke out of her shell, attracted all the lightning around, and condensed them into the weird shape of a human. The weird human of electric arcs lunged at Li Jialing in shrieks. Greatly shocked, Liao summoned his spiritual energy out of natural instincts and focused it into an overwhelming hand that snatched the weird human made out of electric arcs. Boom! Liao and the queen had a clash. It was like a collision of two small worlds. Their spirits and their souls were deeply entangled. The domains of the experts in the divinity transformation stage all boasted unique characteristics. Liao's domain, for example, boasted the qualities of freedom, unyielding, resistance, hot blood, etc., as if it were supported by the remaining souls of the ordinary people who were insulted and who were harmed. During exactly the same moment, Liao truly saw a dominating image that looked like the emperor of the universe surging out of the back of the queen. Her domain was filled with the qualities of majesty and invincibility. It was a real reflection of the emperor's. Naturally, it was not something that Li Linghai could have grasped on her own. Liao confirmed again that Li Linghai probably found the Supreme Emperor's legacy. Other than the Supreme Emperor, which monarch could have left such a clear and daunting image after thousands of years? Pooh! Liao was absolutely no match for the image of the emperor. He felt that the queen's domain was teeming with billions of soldiers and starships that were bombarding his domain. His domain was wrecked into nothingness in the blink of an eye, and he was blown backward after vomiting blood. While he was still in midair, the weird human of electric arcs triggered by the queen already grasped Li Jialing in hideous laughter, before it split apart into thousands of electric arcs and whipped the young man hard. Even Liao was no match for the queen, so naturally, Li Jialing was unable to defend himself at all. However, the stubborn young man still gritted his teeth and tightened his muscles when he was faced with his birth mother as he struggled while making animalistic roars. Liao, however, was more or less relieved. The queen did not intend to kill anyone, or she could have slain Li Jialing just now. She was merely testing his capability. But the queen's attack seemed too heavy for a test. Every whip of electric arcs was like the brutal slash of a saber, leaving wounds deep to the bones on the young man's face and body and burning the flesh around into charcoal. Li Jialing screamed aloud under the excruciating pain. The queen, however, did not show any sympathy at all. She attacked while she sneered, "Too weak. How exactly did Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan refine you? My sources reported that Li Lingfeng invested a great deal of resources on you, and yet he got such a useless garbage." Who? Exasperated, Li Jialing lunged at the queen without bothering anything, only to be blown back by her whips of electric arcs time and time again. Weak. Weak. You are too weak. You don't know the first thing about martial arts and fighting techniques despite the reasonably acceptable body. The queen's voice was hastier and hastier, and the electric arcs were also falling at a higher and higher frequency. You will be a complete redundancy if kept by my side. You don't even have any ability to protect yourself, and you may be captured at any moment and ruin my great cause. Having no intact skin anymore, Li Jialing burst into tears and shouted like a devil, "Then kill me! Kill me! Kill me! Hee. You dare to yell at me?" Squinting, the queen opened her hand, and the electric arcs on her fingertips were condensed into 5 dazzling balls of light. "You really think that I'll be lenient and let go of you? Enough, your grace." Liao could not hold back his wrath anymore. His broken domain was condensed again, and he did not disguise his maximal strength of the divinity transformation stage anymore. Both the apocalyptic body and the mental devil were set. The expanding ripples of spiritual energy exploded like bombs in the deep ocean. His fluffy hair rose up and turned into blood red, with dark gold electric arcs dancing at the endings in sputtering noises. His roars, on the other hand, were 100 times more astounding than the explosions of his spiritual energy. "Do not think that I've been talking to you nicely because I am scared of you. I am merely trying to accomplish my pop's last wish. But I have my boundaries too. Seeing that Liao turned into somebody else in his outrage, the queen was slightly dazed. Ha! Li Jialing was also greatly shocked by Li Yao's drastic changes. Brother Yao, Li Jialing is absolutely not a monster. Do you know his biggest dream? With furious flames of spiritual energy burning on his body, Li Yao cut in the violent force field of electric arcs between the queen and Li Jialing impolitely, before he declared, one word after another. No matter how Li Lingfeng allured him, he was unwilling to be Li Lingfeng's tool. He only wanted to get away from Li Lingfeng, the Li family, and the Imperium, and to find a peaceful place at the edge of the cosmos, where he could live a peaceful and carefree life. The queen was at a loss again. The crazy electric arcs all dangled down as if their bones had been plucked. Isn't that exactly why you gave birth to him? You wanted him to escape from the turbulences of darkness and live the life that you had always desired most in your heart on your behalf. Li Yao said, perhaps without you knowing it. He heard your voice in some uncanny way and inherited your wish because he is your son. Enough! Bloody streaks popped up in the queen's almost transparent eyes, and both of her eyes turned red. She gnashed her teeth. Don't think that you are smart enough to presume what is on my mind. And don't think that such an idiot like Li Lingfeng could be believed. Let me tell you, of everything that the pig said, no more than 10% was true. Is that so? Li Yao replied calmly. Perhaps Li Lingfeng was truly a stupid pig, but he was your biological brother after all. I, for one, feel that his speculation was at least 70% accurate. At first, I thought that you were a smart person. The queen's killing intent sprang again without any disguise. But I'm starting to think that you may be even more idiotic than Li Lingfeng. Possibly. Such is the case for the cultivators. We are all hopeless morons. Li Yao declared resolutely, in any case, for my pop, I will not allow you to kill him. I don't know if you are really hurt, but if you dare to kill him, I guarantee that whatever ambitions or great causes you have in mind will be gone for good. Li Yao and Li Linghai confronted each other again. This time, both of them seemed to have unleashed their maximal fighting will. The queen's right hand that was surrounded by electric arcs was raised high in midair for a long time, and her highly rising breasts fluctuated for a long time. The ripples in her eyes were also struggling. Eventually, she still, Shua! 5 streaks of brightness darted out of her fingers as quickly as lightning, and before Li Yao realized what was going on, they shot into Li Jialing's body from the weirdest angles in almost perfect curves. Ah! Li Jialing cried and writhed on the ground in pain. All his bones and muscles were uttering cracking noises. You! Li Yao was both shocked and infuriated. He did not expect that the queen would make up her mind of killing despite all the hesitation. The woman was truly ruthless and hopeless. However, as he sensed clearly, he did not sense any killing intent that the queen held against Li Jialing. The overwhelming killing intent was obviously all aimed at Li Yao. The young man who was struggling in pain on the ground, however, went through shocking mutations. Just like Wu Yinglan when Li Yao encountered him at the power core of the city in the sky, Li Jialing's skin cracked. His muscles were ripped apart and regrown at a visible speed. His tusks pierced through his lips and even cheeks. His nails became sharp talons, and his bone protruded out of the body one after another, emanating lethal coldness. Li Jialing truly became a ferocious monster, almost like a strengthened version of Wu Yinglan. Li Linghai's face was as gloomy as a swamp while the electric arcs on her fingertips flooded into the young man's body non-stop. She seemed to be performing a certain high-precision refinement. Li Yao thought of something and did not interrupt the queen's procedure. When Li Jialing's body size expanded to almost 5 meters like a hideous, terrifying mountain of meat, he finally began to shrivel after reaching the limits. The weird body features were gone, but his skin gradually turned dark gold. He even grew fluffy golden hair. In the end, he returned to the shape of a human, but his facial organs had subtle changes, and his body was covered in golden hair. To put it in a descriptive way, the young man was like a majestic golden-haired lion that had assumed the shape of a human after training. Of course, it was also certainly not inappropriate to say that he was like a big yellow cat. What happened to me? The young man was rather conscious despite the drastic changes that happened to his body. Looking at his furry arms and his fat hands in a daze, he rubbed his face hard and asked Liao earnestly, "What have I turned into?" "Well?" Liao looked at the young man's bottom subconsciously. "What are you looking at?" As if somebody stomped on his tail, Li Jialing scratched his bottom. "I was checking if you had grown a tail." Liao really did not know what to say. "Don't worry, there aren't any. Also, you look very handsome right now. Really. If you make a name for yourself later, you will probably win a nickname such as Gold Lion, which will sound much cooler than my vulture." "What have you done to me?" Feeling like crying, Li Jialing stared at the queen. "I hate to see you around with that man's face." Li Linghai said indifferently, "Also, I just killed Li Lingfeng. If you walk around in the capital under the identity of Li Jialing, you will certainly cause me a lot of trouble. Someone will even trace you and find out my weakness. Your appearance is not built by me but contained in your genes in the first place. God knows what kind of refinements Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan did to your genes and how many weird things they have injected into your body. Your cells are an absolute mess. Just now, I merely stimulated your cells with my secret arts and tried to awaken a part of your primeval cells to more or less change your look. I did not expect to see such a comprehensive change. But this is not half bad. At the very least, nobody will be under the impression that the two of us are in any way related. Rest assured, I have nothing to do with you at all." From the young man's round eyes that had turned yellow, tears that were emitting vague gold brilliance flowed out. He lost control of himself and shouted, "You are not my mother, and I am not your son. If possible, I would rather mince myself into pieces and return all the genes back to you." "Very good. If you can always remember your identity and your declaration, we will get along with each other much easier," the queen said coldly. "I will not kill you, for now, but I will not allow such a giant bomb that carries my genes to run loose outside either. You have to stay by my side under my close watch, and you are not to say or do anything without my permission. Of course, I will not keep you forever. If everything goes well, nobody will be able to stop me in a few years. When the 4 Kurfürsten and other noble families are no longer a problem, I will give you a starship, find a warless world at the edge of the Imperium's territory, and let you fulfill your wish. You can live a carefree and unrestrained life there. You may consider it a deal. After all, you have spent so many years under Li Lingfeng's shelter. You'll be given real freedom if you stay by my side for a couple of years more. How does it sound? Or do you want me to destroy you right now and take back all the genes that I granted you?" "You?" The young man who looked like a gold lion or a yellow cat gnashed his teeth again. He was about to mock back when his shoulder was pressed hard by Liao. "Yes," he said, "yes. A very fair deal," Liao said in a hurry. He then turned around and persuaded the young man. "Don't be rash." Despite her cold face and her foul mouth, the key point of her words is that she is not killing you now. What does it mean? It means that, although she has just killed her biological brother, is making certain schemes against the entire Imperium, threatens to kill you multiple times, and is a cold, heartless, and ruthless monster for power, she is essentially a good woman and a good mother. Isn't she? Li Jialing's face was brimming with suspicion. Is she? Liao, fine. I may have exaggerated a bit. She is indeed not exactly a good mother. But the important thing is that I jumped to the Imperium through the entire sea of stars and found you two by sheer luck. Would you please take your own life slightly more seriously? Even if it is not for your own sake, you should at least consider it for your deceased father's sake. At least, he did you nothing wrong, and he would have been overjoyed if he learned of your existence. Take a guess. When your soul goes to the other world and he learns that it was your mother who killed you, what will he think? Let's repeat what I said. Give yourself an opportunity and give her an opportunity, all right? Chances are that if you give each other an opportunity and spend some time together, you will discover that the queen actually has her reasons and she is forced to do what she is doing now, right? I am not forced by anyone. The queen interjected coldly. Li Lingfeng was not wrong about at least one thing. I do enjoy the ecstasy brought by power. In any case, I have to get the supreme power. Things like sun are not within my consideration at all. Liao felt that his head was exploding. Can we talk nicely, Your Grace? As a sophisticated schemer, why can't you lie to him for now? Forget it. Li Jialing bit his lower lip with his small canine teeth. This is good. Talking everything through at the very beginning. When there is no hope, there will be no disappointment. When there is no deception, there will be no pain. Instead of being covered in lies right now and suffering excruciating pain when the truth is revealed, this is perhaps for the best. All right, I agree to your terms. Rest assured. I'll bear my identity in mind at all times. You are the high and mighty queen, while I am just an abnormal monster. I do not dare to be related to you at all. Even if I am caught by the enemy, I will not admit that you are my gene provider no matter how they interrogate me. That seems all we can do for now. Liao looked at the queen helplessly and asked, right? Can he still resume his original appearance? Well, don't overthink. I'm not saying that you look terrible right now. In fact, it is rather adorable. I'm just asking by the way. As long as you can advance to the level where you can control all the cells over your body freely at will, you will naturally be able to suppress the agitating cells and resume your original look. The queen said casually, this is also sort of a small training for you to remind you of the strengthening of your cells. Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng were two irresponsible and whimsical scumbags. They have injected an assortment of drugs into your body, turning your cells and your blood into a mess. It is almost a terrible disaster. This is a good opportunity for you to polish your own body. After we return to the deep sea fleet, I will naturally teach you some body polishing techniques of higher levels. I hope that you can fully carry out the potentials of the unique body. Make no mistake, I just don't want to bring a pure burden with me, which will definitely jeopardize my cause. At the very least, if you are caught by the enemy, I hope that you will at least have the ability to end yourself. I understand you perfectly, Li Jialing said sullenly. There will be absolutely no misunderstanding or unnecessary hope. The three of them looked at each other somewhat in embarrassment. Great! Liao suddenly clapped his hands and said, all the dark clouds in the sky are gone. We have talked everything through, and the family is reunited. Today truly calls for celebration. Does it? Not saying anything, the queen groped on the ground with the electric arcs on her fingertips, picking up the 3 cosmos rings left by Li Lingfeng. Then, she retrieved a smaller armor from her own cosmos ring and tossed it to the ground before she turned around and left quickly, as if she did not want to talk anything more to Li Jialing. Let's go too. Liao stuffed the armor into the young man's arms and watched him put it on. Then they followed the queen to move forward. He said, don't be so stubborn. Try to get in touch with her more and let her have the fun of being a mother. My intuitions tell me that her heart is not as mean as her tongue, and that she can take adulations but not insults. If you can just play cute, I bet her heart will be softened. Li Jialing stared at Liao solemnly for a while, before he lowered his head and walked in silence. It was not until a long time later that he squeezed out a sentence. I would rather die right now than play cute to her. You? A strong sense of helplessness filled Liao's chest. He complained to the mental devil. I remember that I have jumped to the Imperium to facilitate the diplomatic relation of the two countries, overthrow the regime of the Imperium, resist the scourge of the Covenant Alliance, and to maintain the universe peace. But why do I feel that I am a nanny right now? That being said, it was certainly not going to work out if everybody was so cold and indifferent to one another. There were still a lot of secrets that Liao intended to find out from Li Linghai. Now that Li Jialing refused to break the ice, Liao had to take action in person. Thinking for a moment, Liao walked faster and caught up to Li Linghai. Your Grace, well, I'm very curious about my foster father's name. Could you tell me? Stepping on a lotus flower of lightning, Li Linghai moved fast and replied without looking back at all. No, Liao was not frustrated at all. He went on asking, was the world fragment that you and my pop explored together really the Imperial Transcendence Sector? where the Supreme Emperor was buried in the legends? Li Linghai's footsteps slowed down, but then she drifted forward again as if nothing happened. Do not mention that thing to anybody. You should understand the graveness of the issue. Should it be known by somebody else, a lot of people would be coming to kill you even if I don't. Also, nobody knows that I am so strong. Even my subordinates in the Deep Sea Fleet know that I am in the divinity transformation stage at best. But they do not have any clue about dragon over the sky. Do not spill out anything that shouldn't be said to them. Understood. Li Yao knew that Li Linghai definitely would not expose her greatest trump card so easily. But after all, he still had the half key, and he could deal with her slowly. Thinking for a moment, he smiled again. Right? Can I ask you a personal question? Li Linghai said. I vaguely have a feeling that you are going to ask me something that will make me want to kill someone. No, absolutely not. Li Yao hurried to wave his hands. I am really not asking anything too sensitive, but only interested in how I should address you in private in the future. I called my foster father Pop. So, when there are no outsiders, should I call you Mother as a way to show respect? The Queen came to an abrupt halt and turned around rigidly, staring at Li Yao in disbelief. I truly find it a wonder, the Queen mumbled. How did such a guy like you advance all the way into the divinity transformation stage without being beaten to death? Li Yao returned to Li Jialing, looking crestfallen. Did you see? Under the cover of the thunderstorm, Li Yao said to the young man in a low voice. In fact, the Queen is rather easy to get along with. I just had a pleasant conversation with her. Didn't I? After a brief silence, Li Jialing said, Brother Yao, in fact, my hearing has always been keen, and it seems even keener after I turned into this. I heard everything you and the Queen said. Although I thank you for everything you did in the past 2 days, I have to agree with the Queen on this one. Sometimes you do seem to be lacking some beating. What are you talking about? Li Yao felt that he was wronged. I'm just trying to resolve the misunderstandings between you. You can stop wasting your time. I think it is great now. The young man smiled. I'm already satisfied to have met such a brother like you and to know my birth father. Really, one can't be too greedy. I can live a good life even without a mother. However, just rest assured, I'll forever remember everything you've done, Brother Yao, and I won't do anything rashly for your sake. Li Yao was silent. After a long time, he sighed. Forget it. You won't believe it whatever I say right now. Let me just prove it to you gradually. The young man was slightly dazed. Prove what? Prove that there are a lot of bright and beautiful things in the world despite the coldness and the darkness. Raising his head, Li Yao looked at the murky, dark, and erratic sky of the sand primitive sector through the lightning and the clouds and said softly, in both the profound space and in the unpredictable hearts of humans, you can definitely find them, outside of the thunderstorm, under the sky that was equally dim, in the middle of the blowing wind, almost 30 full-terrain small assault starships, which had been added with special units to make them able to carry out aggressive combat ability in both the vacuum of zero gravity and the surface of planets where the gravity was high, had been docked. Those little monsters had already ripped apart the large but clumsy starships that Li Lingfeng brought into shreds. At this moment, the Queen's subordinates were clearing the battlefield and moving the units, supplies, and fuel on the large starships that were still of value to their own starships. They were also shooting at the bodies on the ground to make sure that there were no lucky survivors. After they dismantled everything in a large starship, they would install crystal bombs on it from inside to outside and completely blow it up into melted garbage, absolutely not leaving any trace behind. Ruthless, decisive, and well-trained. It was definitely an elite troop that had been through plenty of battles. That was Li Yao's first impression of Deep Sea Fleet, the Queen's secret armed force. The unique appearance of the small assault starships and their slightly vintage style also slightly surprised Li Yao as a refiner. Under the help of Di Feiwen, the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet, Li Yao had a deep understanding of the levels, configurations, and appearances of the starships that were currently serving in the army of the Imperium. The Imperium of true human beings was different from the Star Glory Federation. After finding the primeval treasures in the Kunlun relic 100 years ago, the Federation entered an age of technological boom. The warships of the Federation 100 years ago and those 100 years later were absolutely two concepts. The Imperium, on the other hand, had gradually hit the bottleneck after developing for 1,000 years. Although the Black Wind Fleet had been away from the homeland of the Imperium for 100 years, the Imperium did not make such significant improvements in the production of starships in the meantime. Therefore, Liao noticed after he reached the Martial Meritocrat sector that the starships serving in the Imperium right now were not essentially different from the starships of the Black Wind Fleet that were brought out 100 years ago, despite the upgrades and optimizations in certain details. The Queen's Deep Sea Fleet, on the other hand, was different from the starships of the Imperium that Liao saw in the Martial Meritocrat sector. After removing the messy plugins that were installed to pretend to be cultivators, the main bodies that they revealed were still the Flying Leopard level full-terrain assault starships serving in the Imperium. However, the anti-gravity units and the power units more or less carried the features of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. For example, the rune arrays and the layered armors gave a feeling of noisiness, glamour, complexity, and even cumbersomeness, which was entirely different from the starship style of the Imperium, which pursued simplicity and smoothness and preferred that no manual traces could be found on the surface. While Liao was observing the Deep Sea Fleet, the immortal cultivators of the Deep Sea Fleet noticed them too. "Your Grace!" A team of fully armed exos flew over and fell on one of their knees, paying respect to Li Linghai. They all opened their helmets. The guy in the lead was a hideous brawny man with a #shaped scar on his face. Because the scar involved his facial organs, his eyes bulged particularly out, making him look like some sort of fish living deep inside the ocean. He gave both a hilarious and chilling feeling. Distracted by him, Liao sensed that the hideous man was a terrifying expert at least in the nascent soul stage. However, he was still more or less puzzled why the brawny man would left the creepy scar on his face. For someone in the nascent soul stage, it was not a difficult task to stimulate the cells and to repair the simple wounds. If that did not work out, the medical and surgical technologies of the Imperium were definitely good enough to deal with a few scars, right? The hideous man was also slightly stunned to see two strangers standing behind Li Linghai. However, he knew that the Queen had too many secrets and too many extraordinary subordinates under her command. So, he knew better than asking who they were recklessly. Li Linghai was very satisfied with the performance of the hideous man. Narrowing her hands and glancing around the battlefield, she said with a smile, "All of them have been taken care of with none left? Well done, General Tuesday." She then turned around and explained to Li Yao and Li Jialing, "This is the deputy leader of Deep Sea Legion, a marine troop affiliated to the Deep Sea Fleet. He is also the captain of the first assault team. General Tu Zhengdao used to be one of the youngest lieutenant admirals of the Imperium, and he is best at stealth, assaults, and sabotages in the enemy's rear. The two of you should get to know each other if you have the chance." Tu Zhengdao, the hideous man, slightly frowned and said solemnly, "There is no need to talk about my military rank in the fake army of the Imperium. Right now, I am loyal to the Queen alone, and I am just the deputy leader of the Deep Sea Legion and the captain of the first assault team." "General Tu, rest assured," Li Linghai said with a smile. "One day, the real army of the Imperium will march back to the capital, and you will be an admiral of the Imperium of true human beings again. A real admiral of the real army of the real Imperium." Thinking quickly, Liao realized that the contradictions between Li Linghai and the aristocrats of the Imperium had escalated to such an extent that she did not even believe that her enemies' positions were legitimate. It was certainly not a bad thing for the Federation. Li Lingfeng is too stupid to be of any help for our cause. Cooperating with him will not necessarily push our plan forward, but he is absolutely capable of destroying the dreams and hopes of all of us if we do not cooperate with him. Li Linghai said casually, "Therefore, I've been making secret plans to eradicate him since 10 years ago. The two fellow cultivators here were specially raised for the purpose of executing Li Lingfeng. Today, they have accomplished their mission and slain the scoundrel. So, they can now surface and officially join the Deep Sea Fleet." "Li Lingfeng is dead?" Tu Zhengdao was apparently delighted, but then he glanced at Li Yao and Li Jialing rather warily. "He was killed by the two fellow cultivators here?" "Exactly. He is Vulture Liao, and he is Huang Feng. Pausing for a moment, Li Linghai said, "They'll stay by my side for now and join my security team as my secretary and my personal guard. They are strangers to most people and unlike you who are all deeply connected to the obsolete army of the Imperium. It will be easier for them to enter and exit the capital city. They may be able to carry out certain missions that are not suitable for you." Secretary and personal guard? Including Tu Zhengdao, all the immortal cultivators of the first assault team of the Deep Sea Legion were greatly surprised. As Li Linghai's secret troop, they naturally all knew how many appalling secrets and what great ambitions the seemingly meek queen held. The queen's secretary and the personal guard would definitely learn of many secrets of the queen. If their great plan did work out later, the future of the two strangers would be nothing but promising. Who were the two strangers exactly, and what made them qualified to be trusted and appreciated by the queen? The first assault team of the Deep Sea Legion was the elite of the elites. The guards in the queen's security team were mostly the seasoned warriors in the first assault team. One might even say that they were the queen's most trusted subordinates. Otherwise, such a critical mission to execute Li Lingfeng wouldn't have been entrusted to them to carry out. The immortal cultivators were short of many things, but certainly not the ruthless and disobedient guys. Immediately, dozens of malicious eyes were glancing at Li Yao and Li Jialing. Li Linghai smiled. Having executed Li Lingfeng together with me, they naturally have something extraordinary about them. If you are interested, you should get to know each other better. Only after you know each other very well will you be more confident when you fight by each other's side in the future. It was obviously a hint that she did not object to, or rather, she was encouraging, a test on the expertise of the two newcomers from the warriors of the first assault team. Immediately, a few brawny and ruthless warriors walked out. One of the immortal cultivators, who was more than 2.5 meters tall, and as huge as an iron tower, looked at the white hair all over Li Jialing's body and chuckled. "Are you a body fundamentalist? Or, of demon descendant?" It was an ill-intended question. The Imperium of true human beings considered itself the rightful successor of the civilization of mankind. Naturally, it was never fond of demons. After 10,000 years of hunting and slaughtering, there were barely any large-scale, habitat-based demons in the territory of the Imperium. Whatever left of the demons were all slaves who were even more inferior than hominoids. At the very least, hominoids had the possibility of awakening their spiritual roots and growing into immortal cultivators theoretically, but the odds were little to none for a demon to change their fate however strong they became after training. In the Imperium, cursing someone to be a demon was even more serious than cursing him to be a bastard. Of course, the body fundamentalists, who had built their bodies into magical equipment and awakened all kinds of primeval cells, would also grow the features of ancient beasts, and it was not easy to distinguish them from demons. Speaking of which, they were essentially the same thing. Demons were exactly the ancient body fundamentalists that the Nuwa civilization raised during the Primeval War. This was already a well-acknowledged fact in the Star Glory Federation. However, under the political correctness of the Imperium of true human beings, where pure human beings were above anything else, it was certainly not to be admitted. The brawny, tower-like man asked the question in an obvious provocation. Li Yao looked at Li Jialing. Li Jialing smiled and suddenly charged forward in a streak of gold brilliance. Shwa! 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 Sharp claws ejected out of the plump palms, triggering 100 golden arcs that enshrouded the brawny man. Very soon, his skin was falling apart, and he was bleeding hard. The warrior of the first assault team did not expect Li Jialing's attack to be so agile and brutal. After losing the initiative of the battle, he could not take it back at all. After all, Li Jialing had received Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng's double refinements with a ferocious body that was even more perfect than Wu Yinglan's. He was also almost exploding in fury after everything he experienced today. He couldn't defend himself at all in front of Li Yao and Li Linghai, but it was more than easy for him to deal with a common warrior of the assault team. It all happened too fast. After a series of dazzling attacks, Li Jialing suddenly dashed to the head of the brawny man and tied the man's neck with his legs like a boa, not giving the helmet a chance to spread out of the armor and protect the head. Then, his claws stabbed at the enemy's temples like 8 gold daggers. Ah! The warriors of the assault team nearby exclaimed in shock, but there was no time for them to stop it. Li Jialing was too fast and too intimidating, like a bloodthirsty lion that had been enraged. He gave the feeling that he would die together with whoever was bold enough to intervene. The immortal cultivators who had been through hundreds of battles and killed more people than they could count were all stunned for half a second by the fury that the young man had burst out after more than 10 years of repression. Tu Zhengdao, the deputy leader of the Deep Sea Legion and the captain of the first assault team, was the only one who sniffed despite his surprise and stomped on the ground, meaning to separate the two of them. However, while he was fast enough, somebody was even faster than him. Just the moment when he was about to leap forward, he felt that somebody pressed his shoulder softly. After a single press, all the strength inside his body seemed to be absorbed by a black hole. His limbs turned empty, and his knees became sour and numb. He couldn't jump at all. Who is it? Tu Zhengdao was greatly appalled, so chilled that his spine was almost frozen. Everybody felt that something flashed before their eyes. Then, they saw the white-haired young man who was as aggressive as a crazy lion was grabbed by the neck by Vulture Liao, as if he were a biting cat. The crazy lion turned into a giant cat, but it was still snatching, roaring, and grimacing, although it could not get out of the palm of Vulture Liao. "Excuse us." Grabbing Li Jialing in one hand, Liao apologized to the brawny man who was bleeding and nearly strangled politely. "My little brother is a little bit cranky. Try not to piss him off." Fellow cultivators. The many immortal cultivators looked at the brawny man who fell to the ground and was not back to himself yet, and then at the raging Li Jialing and the polite Liao, and eventually their captain, Tu Zhengdao, who was pale and sweating. They all swallowed hard. They couldn't help but feel the utmost admiration for Li Linghai again. Her grace was truly immeasurable and had too many extraordinary subordinates under her command. The two brutal men that she had recruited were even more merciless than the seasoned warriors of the first assault team of the Deep Sea Legion. Holding Li Jialing's neck and picking him back to Li Linghai, Liao asked in a low voice, "Are you satisfied?" Li Linghai smiled and waved her hands. "Let's go back to the Deep Sea Palace." Near the splendid halo of the seventh planet at the periphery of the Sand Primitive Sector, more than 20 small assault warships were slowly sailing to a gargantuan mothership more than 10 kilometers long. It was a super space base with the functions of communication, commanding, maintenance, and supplies. The magnetic fields of the two parties attracted one another until all the small assault warships were attached to the shell of the mothership tightly, and the supply transmission channels, the short-distance teleportation arrays, and the spiritual nexus system were connected. They were like the barnacles attached to a whale or a giant ship. Following Li Linghai, Liao and Li Jialing walked into the bridge of Dragon Abyss, the mothership, and felt that they were melted in the sea of stars. The shimmers from the supercrystal processors were like glittering stars. The spiritual energy of the wholehearted crew members was also spreading out non-stop as they worked hard and congregated into an immeasurable ocean of spiritual energy. A vague feeling of graveness could be sensed. Liao was deeply awed by the enormity of the bridge and the professionalism of the commanders. He once visited the bridge of Burning Prairie, the most advanced main force warship of the Federation, but it did not seem as good as this place. It was quite easy to build a legion where everybody was equipped with a crystal suit, which required only 10 years at most. But the space warships, especially a command center of such a level that equated to the brain of a fleet, were definitely not something that could be produced with enough money and people. Hundreds of years of profound experience was a prerequisite. Even if Li Linghai had truly found the Supreme Emperor's treasures, it was still rather amazing that she had built such a deep-sea fleet in only decades. Also, Liao noticed that the enormous light beam at the center of the bridge was displaying not just the intelligence of the small fleet but also the intelligence from every part of the Imperium, including some sectors at the borderland of the Imperium. Li Linghai must boast an overwhelming, penetrative intelligence network. What was she up to exactly? Purely power? Liao focused his eyes on the military uniforms of the crew members. Through Di Feiwen, Liao had profound studies on the military uniforms of the Imperium's army in different environments. He knew the different combat clothes, working clothes, normal clothes, and courtesy clothes, which could be used in the scorching environment hundreds of degrees, the freezing environment covered in snow, or a stormy planet frequented by blowing wind and stones. What was strange was that, while the crew members were wearing the standard uniforms of the Imperium's army, it was not the latest model but the regular uniforms on the warships of the Imperium of true human beings about 900 years ago. Under the illumination of the crystal processors, they were like a bunch of ghosts from 1,000 years ago. A great question mark popped up on Li Yao's head. Li Linghai sensed his confusion very keenly. Now that she had decided to bring Li Yao and Li Jialing with him, Li Linghai did not keep too many things a secret from them. Li Yao was not wrong about one thing. Not just a divinity transformation stage expert, even someone in the nascent soul stage was a very important strategic treasure. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no ambitious person would destroy someone in the nascent soul stage or the divinity transformation stage easily but would try their best to recruit the talents. It was especially so for Li Yao, a divinity transformation stage expert who was both good at fighting and refining, who brought a colossus with him, and who was deeply associated with Li Linghai in a certain way. He was almost a gift of the heavens for Li Linghai's ambitions. Naturally, such an expert of the divinity transformation stage could not be treated as a common subordinate, but some sort of ally or partner. Therefore, no matter how antagonistic they were at the beginning, after Li Linghai decided to recruit Li Yao, she would have to change her attitude and try to transform him into a real immortal cultivator. You seem to have a lot of questions regarding my warships and soldiers? While operating on the crystal processor quickly and handling the intelligence delivered from everywhere in the Imperium, Li Linghai asked casually. Indeed, I did not expect the Queen's force to be so strong. The soldiers of yours are almost as good as the elite soldiers on Firefly. Li Yao said frankly. However, what baffles me more is why your grace established such a secret fleet at great risks. Was it really just for power, as Li Lingfeng said? To be honest, despite the tragedies on Firefly, which almost shook my belief after everything on the Land of Sins, I held on to the ideology of the Cultivators and have refocused my almost broken belief, thereby advancing into the divinity transformation stage. So, it will be quite disappointing if the Queen's purpose is just power. Li Linghai smiled and said, Are you saying that you hope that I can have some lofty ideals whether I'm righteous or I'm evil? Li Yao thought for a moment and said, You can say that. Or rather, I do not believe that you could gather such an enormous force just with the allurement of power and without the encouragement of a lofty ideal. To be honest, despite our different stances, the vigor and exuberance that I sensed after I boarded on your starship are exactly the same from what I felt from some of the firmest cultivators. It's been a long time since I last saw such a young army. Give me a break about the clichés of the cultivators. Li Linghai said unemotionally. The path of the cultivators are just the naive, inconsistent, and ungrounded ideas when new human beings that are different from ordinary people were just born and still restrained by the ethics and morals of the old times. They are not of any value to provide guidance for reality or to resolve any problem. Yes, the logic of the cultivator is very correct and pleasant to hear. Until they run into serious, actual problems, everybody can claim to be a cultivator. But when they do run into irresolvable difficulties where devastating sacrifices must be made, the cultivators' theories will be entirely useless. They have to place their hope on heroes or miracles. But heroes and miracles do not happen very often. The civilization of mankind, on the other hand, must live on even in the harshest environment, with or without heroes and miracles. Forget it. You are too deeply poisoned to be convinced by a few words. You are not wrong about at least one thing. We are indeed from the immortal cultivators you saw on the Land of Sins. Or rather, those people were fake immortal cultivators, while we are the real immortal cultivators and the hope of humanity. Li Yao blinked his eyes. What are fake immortal cultivators and what are real cultivators? Do the real immortal cultivators not oppress ordinary people? Li Linghai smiled in disdain. Why, in your eyes, the most oppressed class in the Imperium of true human beings are hominoids, and the most fundamental conflict is the conflict between true human beings and hominoids. Li Yao was dazed. Isn't it so? Let me put it this way. Pondering for a moment, Li Linghai said, Let's simplify the model of the society in the Imperium into a mine. The owner of the mine with whips and sabers, a young and heady miner, and a skinny, low-intelligent monkey who can more or less do the mining. Who do you think is the most oppressed among the three? Or rather, if you are the mine owner with whips and sabers, and you want the most ores and minerals to be excavated, who will you exploit mainly, the young and healthy miner or the skinny monkey? Liao was stunned for a long time before he mumbled, I'm afraid that it will be the young and healthy miner. But, that's right. The queen of the Imperium said coldly. In the eyes of the high-level immortal cultivators, the hominoids whose spiritual roots are not awakened are like skinny monkeys and do not boast much value to be exploited. The ones with the greatest value to be exploited are the young and healthy miners, or to wit, the vast population of middle and low-level immortal cultivators, those in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage, who are largest in number. Therefore, the major contradiction in the Imperium right now is not that between true human beings and hominoids as you have imagined at all, but the contradiction between the upper-class true human beings and the lower-class ones, namely the high-level immortal cultivators in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage who are strong but small in number, and the bottom-level immortal cultivators in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage who are the largest in number. The most exploited, oppressed, harmed, and those who live the most painful lives are the immortal cultivators living at the bottom level. The queen's astonishing conclusion stunned Liao for a long time. He finally shook his head and said, I fear that you cannot draw the comparison so simply. Even though the strength of one ordinary person is weak, like a skinny monkey, the ordinary people take up most of the population after all. Do they not have the greatest value to be exploited when considering them as a whole? Theoretically, yes, but you have overlooked one point, which is that even exploitation comes with a cost. Li Linghai said, when the cost of management far exceeds the value that can possibly be exploited, such exploitation will not be a fair deal. It is like human beings are capable of building skinny monkeys into muscular and ferocious biochemical beasts through various kinds of secret techniques, but no mines or armies in reality would ever do that because it is simply too cost-ineffective. Liao said, human beings are no monkeys after all. The gap between the so-called hominoids and true human beings is smaller than you think. I'm aware that the Imperium has countless most cruel techniques, which can transform humans into abnormal, ugly appearances, or even replace their organs with artificial ones, just in order to change the ordinary people into a form that is more suitable for exploitation. Do you want to deny it, Your Grace? Li Linghai said casually, do you think that it is really exploitation? Liao asked back, is it not? Li Linghai replied, even if it is, that is for the sake of the hominoids. You should know that the Imperium's spiritual puppet industry is already highly developed, making it possible to produce various sorts of puppets in a large bulk at a reasonable cost. If the hominoids do not transform them into hideous but highly efficient shapes, they will only lose the cruel competitions and starve to death in the end. Not just themselves but their families too. Such examples are not rare in the history of the Imperium. Some mine owners were too kind to perform modifications on the hominoid miners in their mines, which kept the cost of mining at a high level. Unable to be used in the cruel commercial competition, the mines went bankrupt and were merged by other people as a whole. Then, after such mines were merged, a large batch of spiritual puppets would often be sent over in replacement of the human miners. How do you think the human miners who were replaced by machines would end? So, it was exactly for the survival of the bottom-level hominoids that the specialists and scholars of the Imperium came up with all kinds of bodybuilding and mechanical modification technologies with all the wisdom, granting hominoids the ability to compete with spiritual puppets with unique abilities that the spiritual puppets did not have. Today, most of the hominoids have managed to keep their jobs and live on. In many cases, moral code and a kind heart will not solve any actual problem. Increasing the minimum wage and the working environment recklessly with no consideration of reality will only worsen the living conditions of the folks at the bottom level. I don't believe that you do not understand such a simple logic as someone in the divinity transformation stage. Of course I do. Liao gnashed his teeth. But that does not justify your decision to transform a living human into an iron spider. Anything has a line, and the Imperium's action in pushing all the bottom-level people into cruel competitions irresponsibly has certainly crossed the line. The Queen's eyes flashed, and she took a step back. Perhaps you are right. The Imperium is indeed greatly responsible for the bottom-level people. But things can only be changed on one prerequisite: a powerful central government that is capable of influencing the policies of every sector, every resource plant, every family, and every sect directly. If the policies are only effective in the capital, nothing can be changed however you preach on your ideas and hopes. All in all, this is not the key of our discussion today. The key is that, compared to the bottom-level immortal cultivators, hominoids are just skinny monkeys in the eyes of the high-level immortal cultivators, who are not very interested in directly exploiting them. On the other hand, the Imperium of true human beings has governed the universe for 1,000 years, and the true path of immortality has entered everyone's heart. Even the hominoids also worship the theory of survival of the fittest, and consider the true path of immortality a law of nature. In such a state, the hominoids in fact do not have many complaints about their fate. Who else can they blame for their weakness? After they are used to their weakness, they will not have too many hopes. Most of the hominoids have submitted to their fate. The happiness of mankind depends on not materials but the mind most of the time. Believe it or not, many highly developed sectors in the Imperium have very mature and stable rules for the operation of society. The sample investigation on the hominoids there suggested that their happiness index was not low at all. Most of the hominoids felt that they should be content with their lives, which were much better than during the age of the ancient cultivators, the Great Dark Age when the demons reigned, or the miseries when they were under the governance of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant. That is why Starlight never raised much trouble after stirring for hundreds of years. Of course, you may think that it is a result of the Imperium's long-term brainwashing. I do not want to argue with you, but only am telling you a fact. The fact is that the hominoids are not the class that is most dissatisfied about the situation in the Imperium and wants to change their fate most. The people who truly suffer the heaviest oppression, who are aware of the fact that we are being oppressed, and who have enough wisdom, courage, and combat ability to change the current situation, are the middle and low-level immortal cultivators in the refinement stage, the building foundation stage, and partly in the core formation stage. The logic is rather easy to understand, isn't it? If you are a hominoid miner, the gravest exploitation that you may encounter is lifelong work in the sunless mines. Unless you come across accidents such as mine explosions, you can always keep your life. Nobody will ask you to go to the battlefield unless it is absolutely necessary. Those skinny monkeys will be burdens even if they are driven to the battlefield. Also, you are unlikely to have a chance to receive enough education that will make you recognize your fate and your pain clearly. In many cases, there will be no pain if you cannot recognize the pain, right? But the bottom-level immortal cultivators are different. The exploitation that they bear can possibly be a fight against a monster that will not show up even in their nightmares in a certain world fragment. They may be swallowed by the monster at any moment and slowly digested by the acids in the stomach of the monster in a span of 1.5 years before you finally die in the last month. Yes, safety is quite a problem in many unconventional small mines in many remote worlds of the Imperium, and accidents happen all the time. But however high the death rate of the miners is, it will not be higher than the death rate of the bottom-level immortal cultivators on the battlefield. On the other hand, even the immortal cultivators at the bottommost level, who have just awakened their spiritual root and are at the first level of the refinement stage, have enough wisdom to think about the society they live in, their future, and the entire world. You know that immortal cultivators are regarded as the highest dominators of the country and the civilization in the traditional education of the Imperium. All the middle and low-level immortal cultivators have high hopes for themselves. They are full of hot blood and ambitions. Do you expect such immortal cultivators to take it casually after realizing that they are just tools being exploited? Liao was deeply attracted by what Li Linghai said. He used to consider the immortal cultivators as a whole piece in the same interest group, and he had never examined the issue from such a perspective. After thinking carefully for a moment, he still shook his head slowly and said, "That's still not right. The hominoid miners work in the sunless mines until their death without any hope. But doesn't the Imperium have a very advanced contribution point system, which claims to honor all the experts regardless of their origins and ensures the smoothness of the channel of ascension? Every immortal cultivator has an opportunity of getting abundant, contribution points during their fights with the ferocious beasts in the world fragments. After exchanging the contribution points, they would be able to upgrade step by step and eventually grow into an unparalleled expert someday. As for those who die halfway, they can only blame themselves for not being lucky enough according to your theory. Li Linghai laughed. The contribution point system that claims to be absolutely fair and ensures a smooth channel of ascension? Even I do not believe such propaganda, and you do. Liao blinked his eyes quickly. Not really. But please explain it to me, Your Grace. Getting to the bottom of it, it is all about making the cake and dividing the cake. During the period of rise, the cake grows bigger and bigger. Naturally, it can be distributed in any way. However, once the cake reaches the limits or even begins to shrink, you will never be able to divide it evenly. Li Linghai sighed. The 1,000 years of history of the Imperium of true human beings, in fact, can be divided into the first 500 years and the second 500 years. In the first 500 years, the Imperium expanded to all directions based on the center of the cosmos. A new sector was discovered almost every year with triumphs. New territories, new populations, and all kinds of resources were added every year. New legions and fleets were established incessantly too. Naturally, the territories, legions, and fleets were accompanied by a great deal of jobs and opportunities. At that time, the channel of ascension for the middle and low-level immortal cultivators was indeed smooth and unhindered. As long as they were determined, with the slightest luck, they might turn into a celebrity when nobody knew their name yesterday. Under the boost of countless resources, they could also train themselves into dominating experts. It was the golden age of the Imperium, vigorous, ambitious, and thriving. At that time, the interest groups had not been rigidified yet, and social mobility was still very high. What you described was very true. The middle and low-level immortal cultivators were passionate about participating in all kinds of wars to earn contribution points. Even if they died in the most painful way during the fights, they would only blame themselves for not being capable enough, and they would certainly not decry the high-level immortal cultivators for oppressing them. However, about 500 years ago, the territory of the Imperium of true human beings already expanded to more than 90% of what it is today. Having reached the limits, and when the expansion of the cake stopped, the situation in the next 500 years was entirely different. Thinking quickly, Liao already envisioned the picture when the phase of the Imperium's high-speed expansion came to an end. He blurted out, "In short, the resources in the universe are limited." "Exactly," Li Linghai said casually. "To put it more frankly, since the Imperium has only a limited ability of expansion and a limited territory, there are certainly limited jobs, opportunities, and intimidating power. One sector could only have one master, after all. One sect could only have one leader and one fleet could only have one commander. Even a crystal mine could only have one owner, right? That was the center of all the contradictions. In the first 500 years, as the Imperium expanded greatly, the vested interests had already split the positions such as sector masters, fleet commanders, sect leaders, or even mine owners. There would be no vacancy at all until one of them died. In the second 500 years, it was often the case that the expedition army of the Imperium failed to find a single sector after decades of exploration without bothering the cost. Or even when it found one, the new territory would be a land of desolation and nothingness. How could it help anything? Therefore, for the immortal cultivators who were born in the second 500 years, even if they were talented, determined, and fortunate, it was impossible for them to rise to the sky in one step like their predecessors in the first 500 years. Liao smiled. Don't the immortal cultivators worship survival of the fittest? If the cake could not be made any bigger, they could always rob other people of their slices of the cake. Li Linghai replied with a smile too. Do you think that the class of vested interests that was gradually ossified were all dead people who would just watch the ambitious latecomers rob them without doing anything first? Even an idiot should know which side had more ways to eat the whole cake. The existent interest holders who boasted abundant training resources, techniques, and even space fleets, or the silly guys who awakened their spiritual roots with luck and who stumbled into their current level. All in all, the existent interest holders who made a fortune out of wars in the first 500 years and who had occupied the high grounds of the politics, economy, military, culture, and all the other fields of the imperium gradually rigidified into lumps large and small under the names of family, sector, fleet. Whatever their names were, they were essentially the same. They were the monopoly groups that were huge enough to swallow the whole world. They were the dominators and the oligarchs. As the dominating oligarchs who had concentrated all the resources, they were naturally free to come up with rules that were in their favor, allowing all the new resources to flow into their bloody mouth legally and reasonably. That is the logic of the big growing bigger and the strong remaining strong. The talents who rose later without notable backgrounds were absolutely incapable of competing with the oligarchs. The simplest example would be the contribution point system that seems fair and gives everybody a chance. Calculate contribution points with military credits and exchange the contribution points for training resources, military ranks, and government posts. It seems very fair and reasonable, right? But the fairest and reasonable system has to be carried out by specific persons. If the immortal cultivators who are responsible for carrying out the contribution point system are from the deeply rooted noble families, how would they treat the immortal cultivators who are from the civilian class equally? Under the contribution point system, the measurement of the mission difficulty is decided by organizations such as the Military Credits Committee in the local sectors. It is needless to say that the organizations are all controlled by the oligarchs and the nobles, who can totally tailor-make some easy missions with a high reward of contribution points for the members of their families and inform those members to claim the missions before the missions are released. In such a way, the members of their families will get abundant contribution points without any risk in a justifiable way, right? Even worse, when some missions are too difficult, they will intentionally allure the immortal cultivators of poor backgrounds to execute them. And when the immortal cultivators suffer heavy casualties and the goal of the mission is more or less reached, they will add the members of their families into the team under the excuse that the mission is too difficult and requires more hands. Naturally, the members of their families will be able to deal the last blow and earn tremendous contribution points in the easiest way. So, under the seemingly fair contribution point system, if you are from a noble family whose history dates back to 1,000 years ago, you will find many easy missions that have a high reward of contribution points or missions tailor-made for you that have rigorous conditions for claiming. Every now and then, you can accomplish them easily without any trouble and earn tremendous contribution points, which you can then exchange for the training resources. But if you have neither connections nor a familial background as an immortal cultivator who fights your way and risks your life to get where you are, you will find most of the missions available are highly difficult, and the reward of contribution points are very low. Or they may contain unexpected dangers, and other people will gain tremendous benefits by stepping on your bloody head in the end. Occasionally, you may find certain missions whose cost performance seems to be very high on the open mission platform. However, those missions will either be claimed by a certain member of the noble family that you do not know in the next moment or come with additional, harsh requirements. For example, only the immortal cultivators in the 11th level of the refinement stage with a 5-star certificate from the Hungry Wolf Crystal Suit Training Camp are qualified to claim it. It is needless to say that the mission is specially designed for a certain descendant of a noble family. You can do nothing at all except to watch them accomplish the missions easily. Tell me about it. Under such a contribution point system that is absolutely fair, how can the immortal cultivators of poor backgrounds compete with the immortal cultivators from noble families? Liao sighed and said, "So to speak, the immortal cultivators at the bottom level are truly rather painful. Of course they are. Other people have 10,000 ways to shove you out of the circle where the cake is divided, but you cannot say a word about it." Li Linghai said, "It is already the latter half of the story to have the ability to join the game under the contribution point system. What matters more first is education. Theoretically speaking, the Imperium worships fair competition more than anything. The descendants of noble families, poor families, and even hominoids are eventually entitled to training. Whoever shows the most potentials in the early education will be most qualified to receive the nourishment of the abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the enlightenment of brilliant teachers. Without the gifts of training, they should be abandoned ruthlessly even if they are the descendants of the immortal cultivators. Only in such a way can the configuration of resources be optimized to achieve the purpose of the development of the civilization of mankind as a whole. However, it is still theoretically. Theories are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Let me ask you, which immortal cultivator family is really idiotic enough to present all the resources of their family to the hominoid descendants who have gifts and potentials while giving nothing to the younger generations of their own family? The descendants of the immortal cultivator families are nurtured by the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the moment they are born. When they are still toddlers, the experts of the family will start to cleanse their veins and nerves and build their bodies. After they grow slightly older, they will get in touch with the most incredible arts. Not just the descendants of most hominoids, even the descendants of the immortal cultivators of poor backgrounds do not have such privileges. Then, in the national tests on talents, potentials, and everything else on the children between 5 to 7, it is only natural for the descendants of the noble families to be more likely to have higher marks and gain access to the academies of the highest level. That is still not considering the fact that most of the national tests are in fact under the control of the oligarchs. Just like what I said a moment ago, the strong remain strong, and the big grow bigger still. The monopolization of the oligarchs means the healthy, legitimate methods of resource configuration in the Imperium are already gone. The interest group, epitomized by the 4 Kurfürst families, will not stop until they have sucked the last drop of blood from the country. Of course, as the training technologies and the human strengthening technologies continue to develop, the difficulties for the hominoids of the Imperium to advance into low-level immortal cultivators have been significantly lowered. After the strengthening modifications, it is possible for them to boast half or a third of the low-level immortal cultivator's combat ability. However, improving from a low-level immortal cultivator to a high-level immortal cultivator, or to be more exact, advancing from the refinement stage and the building foundation stage into the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage, is now 10 times more difficult than it was 500 years ago. It is even safe to say that the channel of ascension in scale has been completely blocked. Besides, training consumes a great number of resources. The hominoids who have been strengthened and modified have a much higher demand for supplies too. It makes the bottom-level immortal cultivators further dependent on resources and their monopolies. As a result, they are forced to cling to the interest groups and struggle under the game rules of the oligarchs while they are exploited with their eyes wide open. You may even understand it this way. The high-level immortal cultivators discovered that the efficiency of exploiting the hominoids directly is too low, and that it will be more convenient, straightforward, and efficient to allow a group of the hominoids to turn into low-level immortal cultivators before the exploitation. Liao took a long breath in relief and felt like sweating. He said sincerely, "This is very different from the components and operation of the Immortal Cultivator Society that I heard on Firefly." Li Linghai said, "The Star Ocean Republic was destroyed by the Imperium. Naturally, what you accepted before was the brainwashing education that vilifies and demoralizes the immortal cultivators. It is only natural that you grow disgusted by the immortal cultivators under your preconception. Besides, the Imperium that is governed by the monopolizing oligarchs and noble families is truly a murky forest where the wolves and the jackals get their way. In the court, the noble ministers who hold the lightning trident flags on their shoulders and cheer for the immortal cultivators are in fact selfish scumbags who only consider for their small groups without bothering the general picture of the Imperium and the future of mankind. Not just you, even I hate their guts. But please believe that they shouldn't be what the real immortal cultivators look like. At the very least, the Imperium of true human beings that Blackstar the Great established in the past was nothing like what it is today." When she mentioned Blackstar the Great, the unparalleled man of the time, Li Linghai suddenly grew excited. Her eyes that had been as cold as ice all the time were glittering as she raised her voice and said, "In fact, the cultivators and the immortal cultivators share a lot in common. A country that has developed for 1,000 years will inevitably have all sorts of interest groups, the abnormally expanding cancers that suck the benefits of the people. The last years of the Star Ocean Republic are exactly the same as the Imperium of true human beings right now. Rotten wood was respected as officials in the court, and wolves and tigers occupied the Sea of Stars. The 4 Kurfürst families that control the politics of the Imperium today already took shape at that time, except that they were far less gigantic and awesome back then. Liao thought for a moment and sighed. In fact, when I was on Firefly, I read some of the files declassified by the National Archive Library. Your criticisms on the mess at the last years of the Star Ocean Republic are not entirely wrong. Li Linghai looked at Liao in approval and nodded her head. It is great that you honor the facts, unlike the other hypocritical cultivators. All in all, the many diseases that the Imperium has today could also be found at the last years of the Star Ocean Republic, and it was already hopeless, which could be seen by the fact that a tiny alliance of the Holy Covenant at the edge of the cosmos was able to crush the Star Ocean Republic's army. If the cultivators' governance at the time was truly perfect, and the cultivators and the ordinary people were really united in the same community without any grudge, how could the Star Ocean Republic, which occupied the center of the cosmos and boasted many prosperous worlds, have come up with no solutions to deal with the outweighed alliance of the Holy Covenant? Therefore, Wu Yingqi, as the border commander of the Star Ocean Republic, motivated by the lofty ideals of saving the country, the people, and mankind, purged the entire Star Ocean Republic with fire and blood when he had enough of it, trying to cut all the cancers and make his country, his people, and his civilization great again. In Blackstar's dream, a great government that had absolute power and could reach the most fundamental level in the vast sea of stars would be the core for the renaissance of the civilization of mankind. The noble families and their traditions did not have a place in the utopia. Those who were to handle the specific affairs should only be the civil servants of the government and His Majesty's hounds. By the same logic, even the farmers at the most barren planet in the most remote space zone of the Imperium should pledge their loyalty to the government, to the Imperium, and to His Majesty himself instead of being controlled by a certain sect leader, sector master, or fleet commander. In such a way, the Imperium would be able to carry out the best of fairness. His Majesty and the government under him would directly control all the resources in the Imperium. A clean, rigorous, and independent prosecution system, and the cold and ruthless envoys who boasted high combat ability and pledged loyalty to the Emperor, would monitor the implementation of the contribution system in local places. Should any case of corruption or cheating be discovered, harsh punishments would immediately be underway. In the meantime, through the abundant resources that were directly under His Majesty's control, public education would be greatly promoted. The faculties of the public schools and the investment in the training facilities would be improved to ensure that both the descendants of the immortal cultivators and those of hominoids could be admitted into schools of similar levels equally, receive similar education, and be tested under the same rules. Origins did not matter, and potentials were all that counted. The strong went up, and the weak walked down. Everybody would be convinced by the fair system. All in all, while Blackstar the Great's Imperium persisted in the differences between true human beings and hominoids, and ensured that most of the resources were inclined to true human beings to achieve the maximal returns, it was also the Imperium's responsibility, even at the cost of abundant resources, to make sure that the channel of ascension between hominoids and true human beings, between low-level immortal cultivators and high-level immortal cultivators, was unhindered, open, and fair and square. The 2 points were in an interdependent relationship, like the 2 legs or fists of a man. Neither of them could be thrown away. That is the only pure true path of immortality. It is the optimal configuration of resources and the only hope for humanity to thrive in the dark universe. The true path of immortality that the nobles of the Imperium promote today only keeps the first point, survival of the fittest, and ignores the second point, open, fair, and square competition. It is completely an emasculated version. How can it possibly lead the civilization of mankind to continue to move forward? Liao blinked his eyes fast, but he still decided not to argue with the Queen on the unimportant details. All right, although I don't quite agree with the idea of regarding humans as resources and war machines, I have to admit that if public education is greatly promoted so that the offspring of all the ordinary people will have equal rights and conditions in training, and if the openness and fairness of the potential tests and contribution point system can be ensured, allowing everyone to compete from the same start line, it will at least be much better than the current Imperium. Other than the mobsters of Starlight, I have never encountered any other cultivator. Li Linghai stared at Liao thoughtfully. You are sort of the first real cultivator that I have met, and you are not exactly the same as what I read from the books either. It seems that we both have misunderstandings toward one another because of the vilifications and the brainwashing propaganda. If we continue the communication, it is quite possible that we may find more and more common grounds and opportunities of cooperation. Liao smiled. Maybe. Please proceed, Your Grace. I'm very curious about how Black Star the Great's magnificent cause came to an end. How did the open, fair country where everybody had the equal rights of competition, with the great government that had absolute power and integrity, turn into the Imperium today? Nothing but fate could have arranged it. Li Linghai sighed and said, "It was almost like a curse. What makes you in the beginning turns out to be what destroys you in the end." Black Star the Great gradually gathered an enormous space fleet during the confrontations and campaigns against the Covenant Alliance. He established his prestige and his team in the meantime before he marched to the capital in the end. However, it was also because of the existence of the Covenant Alliance and its haunting military pressure that Black Star the Great was unable to completely reform the Star Ocean Republic in the way he wanted and build an utterly refreshed imperium of true human beings. In many places, the newborn imperium of true human beings still kept a lot of residues of the Star Ocean Republic, the filthy and stinky residues. For example, the four Kurfürst families right now, including the Li family, are noble families with a long history in the age of the Star Ocean Republic. They hold many seats in the parliament and control the economic lifelines of many fields of the country. They also have several sectors that are almost their private territories. Under such circumstances, if Black Star the Great intended to completely remove the cancers, he would have to do it at the risk of a hemorrhage of the Imperium of true human beings. One moment of carelessness, and if the Covenant Alliance took the opportunity to attack, the country might be doomed forever. Therefore, in order to pass the turmoil during the change of regimes as quickly as possible, and to get the situation under control so that the Covenant Alliance could be dealt with, even such a strong man as Black Star the Great had to concede to the seemingly smaller cancers. He attracted the smaller interest groups to strike the bigger oligarchs, thereby accomplishing an incomplete reform. Even so, the newborn Imperium was still faced with the crazy counterattacks of the oligarchs of the past. With the Covenant Alliance outside and the oligarchs inside, the Imperium passed the scariest 10 years in its history. You may understand the war in this period as one where the brave and stubborn cultivators rose against the evil Imperium from your history books. But in fact, it was just the dying struggles of the oligarchs of the Imperium. It was a shame that, although the oligarchs were annihilated by Black Star the Great in the end, the incomplete reform had overlooked some small fry, which, after hundreds of years of gradual expansion, gradually evolved into the new generation oligarchs that are stronger, smarter, and greedier, like the four Kurfürst families. Liao frowned. Based on what I've been educated with, Black Star the Great did not seem to be a man who would show mercy on his enemy. Everybody has their limits. Black Star the Great was a human after all, not a god with an eternal life. Li Linghai sighed, not without regrets. Perhaps Wu Yingqi could have swept the corrupted system and the greedy, blood-sucking cancers with his wise strategies if he were in his prime years. He would not let go of a single shrimp but see that the great country in his visions was established. However, when he reformed and acceded to the throne, he was already an old man more than 300 years old. Also, after a lifetime of adventures and battles, his body and his soul had long been seriously exhausted. By the time he was crowned with the name of Black Star the Great, he had long passed the prime years of his physical energy, his wisdom, and his combat ability. Liao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. According to Su Changfa and Di Feiwen's introductions, Black Star the Great spent his early years in the Martial Meritocrats sector, where he was thrown into a volcano and nearly burned alive in the end. Naturally, it was a great damage to his body. Later, he seemed to have found heritages from a relic of the primeval age of the Star Ocean Imperium, and he was transformed into half a human and half a monster. After that, he wandered for almost 100 years in the Sea of Stars before he arrived in the Star Ocean Republic. After his arrival, for an unknown man of obscure backgrounds to rise to the place of a border general step by step, it would take at least decades, right? By the calculation, by the time Wu Yingqi turned into Black Star the Great, he was truly several hundred years old. a dying old man like a setting sun. Time was the greatest power that could destroy all the traces in the universe. Even a top expert of mankind was still not enough to compete with it. Li Linghai said, not without regrets, the first 50 years after the establishment of the Imperium of true human beings were spent under the collective attacks of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant and the remaining forces of the Star Ocean Republic. After Black Star the Great temporarily defeated both enemies after all the trouble, the army of the Imperium and his own vitality were already seriously worn out. He had to take a rest instead of pushing forward a complete reform. In his last years, Black Star the Great thought to reform by force against all the unfavorable circumstances too. On one hand, the vested interests after disasters were smarter, more inconspicuous, and more loyal on the surface. On the other hand, the wounds that he got during the training and fighting in his early years finally attacked from within Black Star the Great's body. Even his perspicacity was affected, making him show the sign of mental derangement now and then. Some of his strategies and policies were indeed a bit radical. The reform that was meant to sweep all the cancers in the civilization of mankind eventually turned into a catastrophe that consumed the entire sea of stars. In the end, even the real immortal cultivators who had built the country together with him and who were unquestionably loyal to him had to grit their teeth to oppose the so-called reform. Black Star the Great passed away gloomily in an environment where he could find no support, leaving infinite troubles to the Imperium that he founded in person. Today, when the hidden problems in the Imperium have broken out, the wise people finally begin to examine the catastrophe in the old days in retrospect. But now that the opportunity has been missed, there is nothing they can do but to regret. The oligarchs of the Star Ocean Republic in the old days have reshaped into the new interest holders in the Imperium of true human beings. The high and mighty noble families swallow the flesh and blood of the Imperium and the people blatantly. They loathe and fear Black Star the Great from the bottom of their hearts. They are scared that a second Black Star the Great will show up and reclaim their everything on behalf of the country and the people. Deep down in their hearts, they regard Black Star the Great as an enemy who is much more horrible than the Covenant Alliance or the Cultivators. However, on the surface, the fake, emasculated immortal cultivators have to raise Black Star the Great's banner and praise Black Star the Great's feats because only Black Star the Great's unparalleled prestige can unite the entire universe, justify the governance of the Imperium, and appease the immortal cultivators at the bottom level and hominoids who are 10 times larger in number. It is exactly under such a self-contradictory stance that a lot of shameless propaganda materials have appeared in the Imperium, which commends on Black Star the Great's doings insincerely. Some of the dirty water has even found its way into the textbooks, the history books, and the promotional materials. They secretly demoralize Black Star the Great while they praise him on the surface. It really can't be more shameless. Liao was greatly enlightened when he heard this part. He couldn't help but exclaim. Li Linghai was slightly stunned. "What's up? You seem to have thought of something?" Liao blinked his eyes and said quickly, "Nothing. So to speak, Black Star the Great was truly an upright hero who fought for the country and the people. But deep in his heart, he understood a lot of things." Li Linghai's words unraveled a mystery that had bothered Liao for almost 100 years. It was more than 100 years ago, when Su Changfa and other immortal cultivators intentionally played the brainwashing materials of the destruction of 3 civilizations, trying to attract Liao to join their team. The brainwashing propaganda later became the game civilization in the Star Glory Federation, which led to a lot of new stories. What baffled Liao at that time was that the destruction of the Curly Dragon sector, the Medicine Fork sector, and the Martial Meritocrat sector was already powerful enough to prove the naivety, short-sightedness, and stupidity of the cultivators, as well as the correctness and inevitability of the true path of immortality. It did not seem necessary to spill out the history of the rise of Black Star the Great. Even if it was meant to promote the glorious history of the founding emperor, there did not seem to be any need to depict him as such a ruthless, cunning, and inhuman person. The stories in propaganda seemed to shape the image of a decisive and judicious emperor, but they in fact left too many loopholes, as if it were meant to let everybody see the darkness, cruelty, and ugliness hidden under the magnificent throne. It did have such an effect. It was exactly because of the many loopholes in the history of the rise of Blackstar the Great that Liao realized what was going on after discussing with the mental devil for a while. His belief was not shaken at all, and he still persisted in the ideology of the cultivators. However, it did not make any sense by logic. The Imperium of true human beings had governed the center of the cosmos for 1,000 years and conquered too many sectors to be counted. How could it be incapable of making promotional material, and how could so many loopholes had been left behind? Even if Blackstar the Great was truly a heinous and unpardonable fiend, as his descendants, wasn't it all the more important for the immortal cultivators to cover his mistakes and depict him to be bright, sacred, and flawless? Why would someone naturally feel that he was a supervillain after reading the brainwashing materials presented by the immortal cultivators and learning the history of the rise of Blackstar the Great? Even the painters in court in ancient times knew to overlook the pimples on the emperor's face when they drew a painting for the monarch. But why did things only get worse in the immortal cultivators' promotional materials, as if they were afraid that the audience could not notice how brutal, insane, and cunning Wu Yingqi was? It was an unqualified brainwashing material that was more likely to be written by a rebellion. At that time, Liao thought that if he were the emperor of the Imperium, he would certainly have captured each and every one of them who wrote the promotional materials. Liao absolutely did not believe that the promotional department of the Imperium of true human beings, which had 1,000 years of history in conquest, colonization, and brainwashing, would be so retarded. Later, he asked Su Changfa and Di Feiwen respectively, but neither of the two experienced immortal cultivators could explain. They only knew that it had been the tone of the official announcements since a very long time ago. On the surface, Blackstar the Great's magnificent accomplishments were praised, but if one were to examine it more carefully, they would immediately sense the insanity and nastiness in Blackstar the Great's doings. The thing had bothered Liao for more than 100 years until today. In the Kunlun relic more than 100 years ago, when he heard the stories of Blackstar the Great for the first time, his natural fear and disgust were not his illusions but the effects that were intended. The promotional materials were probably written by the historians who were under the hire of the noble families. Not only were they giving the audience a first impression that the Imperium of true human beings was invincible, but they were also planting the idea that Blackstar the Great was an insane, bloodthirsty butcher in the audience's head too. The latter was even more important than the former. That explains a lot. The promotional department of the Imperium is not retarded at all. They are all rebellions. Liao thought to himself. Had it not been for Blackstar the Great, all the humans at the center of the cosmos would be under the tyranny of the alliance of the Holy Covenant right now, their feelings and free will extricated, as inhumane machines of flesh and blood. Li Linghai said casually, "Does Blackstar the Great not deserve to be called a hero with the feat of resisting the Covenant alliance and defending the center of the cosmos alone? It is a shame that history is always composed by the victors. Blackstar the Great fought through blood, defended the civilization of mankind at the risk of his life, and finally established the Imperium of true human beings after all the difficulties with the real immortal cultivators. But the fruits of their victory have all been stolen by the noble families. In the recent several hundred years, and especially in the recent century, the corruption of the noble families is more insufferable than ever." Liao was intrigued. How so? A simple and critical reason: longevity. Li Linghai said, "The biggest problem that the Imperium is faced with right now is that almost all the immortal cultivators from the noble families are living too long." Liao was dazed. Living too long? Yes. The new replacing the old is a law of nature. Those who are too old should die, Li Linghai said. In the first 500 years, the Imperium had been expanding outwardly non-stop and fought quite a few hard battles. Tremendous immortal cultivators in the core formation stage, the nascent soul stage, and even the divinity transformation stage would go to the battlefield in person or burn their lives and souls to make intelligent contributions. The odds of their mental derangement, heavy wounds, or even sudden death were not low at all. Only when the immortal cultivators of the older generation die will the immortal cultivators of the younger generation have an opportunity to go up and have the hope and momentum to strive, right? But in the second 500 years, the Imperium barely had any wars of conquest to fight. The cake was almost entirely divided up. Every carrot had been deeply stuck to their own pit, and the only thing that they were concerned about was to not get plucked. As a result, most of the high-level immortal cultivators changed the purpose of their training from the improvement of combat and computational abilities to the extension of longevity or the pursuit of an eternal life. The high-level immortal cultivators boasted tremendous resources, so they could consume astronomical crystals blatantly without bothering the cost just in order to lengthen their longevity for a few days. Naturally, they made significant progress. In the recent several hundred years, the average longevity of the immortal cultivators in the Imperium above the nascent soul stage was longer and longer. Back in the years of the Black Star the Great, even Black Star the Great himself passed away before he reached 400 years old. But today, a random guy at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, if taking care of his health well, will have a good chance to live 300 to 400 years. If he advances into the divinity transformation stage and has the enhancement of special secret arts, it won't be unusual at all for them to live 500 to 600 years. So amazing? Liao secretly clicked his tongue. Gue Suesho, a famous senior in the Star Glory Federation, with his bloodline of the Tortoise clan and his irregular hibernations, was well acknowledged for his remarkable longevity when he lived about 900 years. The experts in the nascent soul stage and divinity transformation stage in the Imperium of true human beings, however, could live 300 to 500 years easily. While they were not as shocking as Gue Suesho, it was still quite extraordinary.